Good morning, everyone. I am Sean McGuire, board member. Today is Wednesday, August 17th. It is 9:31, and I would like to call this meeting to order. With us today, with me today are my fellow colleagues, Vice Chair Doreen D'Adamo, who is with us on Zoom. For those of you, Board Member Laurel Firestone and Board Member Nicole Morgan. Also with us are our executive staff, Executive Director Eileen Sobek, Chief Counsel Michael Loffer, Executive Director Jonathan Bishop, and Clerk to the Board Janine Townsend, and assisting her today is Courtney Tyler and Margie Argel. As you can see, this meeting is a hybrid format. It's being webcast and recorded, as well as offering in-person attendance. So good to see you all today that are here. For those of you in the building, the evacuation procedure is to look around and find the exits that are closest to you. If there's a fire alarm, get all your stuff and head out through those exits immediately. And we gather at Cesar Chavez Park, which is immediately across the street from this building. Since this is a hybrid format today, we are receiving presentations and public comment through both the Zoom platform and here in person. So if you intend to comment or you think you might be interested in commenting, you should already be, if you're virtually participating, you should already be in the Zoom platform. If you would like to make comments and have not so, you can email the clerk right now at commentletters@waterboards.ca.gov. and she will send you a link to sign up for our virtual speaker card list. If you're in the room and you haven't signed up to make comments yet, there's a QR code right over there on the wall that you can scan to get access to that same speaker card sign up. And the last bit of business I need to share with you is one that you should all be familiar with, which is if you have a cell phone or other device that makes loud noises, please make it stop doing that. All right, so with that, for today, this is the second day. Today is the board workshop day. We had a board meeting yesterday, so we are going to pick up with item 9 on the agenda. And for that, the State Water Board will hold a workshop on the proposed water regulation. I believe, Mr. Nachbauer, you'll be kicking this off for us.
Yes, good morning, board members. I'm James Nachbauer, the Director of the Office of Research, Planning, and Performance, and I'm joined in person by David Rose and Garrett Lenahan, and online by Bethany Robinson, who are all part of the water loss team. We also have a panel that will be part of this workshop item, and I'll introduce them both in person and online when we get to that part of the item. Next slide, please. So water loss control has been an effort we've been undertaking for a while. This began with legislation in 2015. Senator Wolk passed SB 555. Since then, starting in 2017, suppliers have been submitting water loss information in the form of audits to the Department of Water Resources. The Water Board has been providing technical assistance and engagement. And after that long process, in December last year, we started the formal rulemaking for water loss control in December with a 45-day comment period. And what we're presenting on today is an updated proposed draft based on the comments we received in that comment period. So to give you a sense of the rest of the timeline going forward, in the coming weeks, we will be starting a second final comment period. And between now and the end of that comment period, the board will be collecting and considering comments. You can send comments if you have them to the email here, orpp-waterlosscontrol@waterboards.ca.gov. And I would note that the text that will be posted as part of that second comment period may differ from the text that we posted in advance of this meeting. in some small ways. And then later this year, this fall, we are hoping to bring the regulation to you for consideration for adoption. Next slide, please. So the focus today is on the small and targeted changes we are proposing and have made to the proposed draft based on the comments we got earlier this year. But for context, I want to just go over the framework at a very high level to be sure we're all on the same page. The regulatory framework applies to urban retail water suppliers, and our goal is to bring their water losses to feasible and cost-effective levels while giving them the maximum flexibility that we can. So each supplier gets a volumetric standard for water loss, and also there's an apparent loss standard. Apparent loss is a category of loss related to theft or meter inaccuracies or other minor issues. And the real loss standard, this is the main piece, is based on an economic model that calculates costs and benefits of water loss control based on data supplied by the water suppliers. Next slide, please. So some of the changes we are introducing are fairly simple, and we will go through those very briefly. Two of them are a little more involved, and we'll spend a little bit more time on those. The simpler ones are the ones I've listed here at the top of the slide. Some changes to the economic model, an updated baseline period process, the fact that now there won't be a time limit on suppliers' ability to update their parameters, and a few other minor changes. The two more involved changes that we will be spending more time on and that are actually going to be the subject of our panel discussion are an updated definition for what a urban retail water supplier is, and how the water loss standards get set in cases when modeled benefits are less than modeled costs. So I'll now hand things over to my colleague Bethany, who is online, to go through these changes in more detail.
Thanks, James. So I'm going to start by talking about the changes to the economic model. In response to comments, we made two changes. The first was the calculation for water loss occurring without intervention, which lowered the standards. And the second was a calculation for leaks found per part with intervention, which raised the standards. And so because these changes offset each other, the updated standards didn't change significantly. We saw usually less than 0.2 GPCD of a change for standards. And for those of you interested, we have a detailed explanation of the changed equations available on our website. Next slide. So the model uses averages from several years as the baseline period. The default is the years 2017, 18, 19, and 20. If the model inputs have changed significantly from the previous baseline, suppliers can now request a new baseline. To do that, they would need to include the new baseline data and an explanation for why the data is different and why this data makes more sense than the old data. Staff can also initiate an adjustment process for any system that has significant changes compared to the baseline. And a new standard based on the new baseline period will apply the second compliance period assessed. The first compliance period will use the previous standard. Next slide. With the ability to update the baseline period, there's no limit on the supplier's ability to update the model inputs and therefore their standards. Parameter adjustments can also be submitted on an ongoing basis with an explanation of why the supplier couldn't meet the deadline. Suppliers would also be able to update obsolete parameters. And when staff accepts new model inputs or parameters, they'll rerun the model and assign an updated standard. Next slide. On this slide, I'm going to talk through several unrelated changes. The first is the apparent loss safe harbor, which has been changed from 5 to 2 GPCD, that's gallons per connection per day. In response to comments, especially those that pointed out the relative sizes of real and apparent losses, we made this change. And because most apparent losses are about 35% of real losses, it makes sense that they should have a proportional safe harbor. Second, the leak reporting registry will be due every 3 years instead of every year. and the first will be due January 1st, 2029, which will include the data for 2026, 2027, and 2028. This change was made to line up with water audits and compliance periods. The next is the off-ramp, which has 2 changes. Suppliers can now qualify anytime using 3 consecutive years instead of only using the baseline period before January 1st. Exemptions are now also available for all testing and calibration requirements on a justified case-by-case basis. On to the extension, which would give suppliers an extra 3 years to meet their standard. One of those requirements to meet the extension is that a supplier's data validity scores need to be at level 3 or improving. However, changing audit versions can decrease the data validity score, even if you put the same information in both of them. So we won't be counting a reduction in data quality between different audit versions. We've also changed the requirement to complete 2 full cycles of leak detection to only require 1 full cycle of leak detection. Next, suppliers that consolidate will have 5 years without a standard while they collect data for a new baseline period, but they must survey at the same pre-consolidation rate during that time. And then finally, new urban retail suppliers will have 5 years before being given a standard while they collect data for their baseline period. Next slide. Here we have the updated definition of an urban retail water supplier. Suppliers include other systems that are owned or operated by the same supplier if they, A, individually have at least 200 service connections, B, the systems serve at least 3,000 service connections or 3,000 acre-feet per year, and they meet at least one of the criteria in C. To meet the criteria in C, the systems would have to share at least 1 water source, be permanently interconnected, have boundaries within 3 miles at the shortest distance, or the supplier would have to be voluntarily using that system's data to calculate its urban water use objective. Under this new criteria, systems with less than 200 connections would never be included, and systems between 200 and 3,000 connections would only be included if they were already connected or very close to an existing supplier. Isolated systems between 200 and 3,000 connections wouldn't be included unless the supplier chooses to include that system's data in their urban water use objective. Next slide. So for the next 3 slides, we'll discuss standards where the model shows that the model benefits are less than the model costs, or where the benefit-cost ratio was less than 1. Before the formal rulemaking period started, the proposal had been to only allow standards to be at or below the baseline real loss, but not higher. However, some suppliers commented that their low levels of water loss reflected overinvestment and were not cost-effective to sustain. In response, the December draft of the regulatory text proposed standards to be no lower than the level at which benefits matched costs. However, when the model says that the benefit-cost ratio is less than 1, it doesn't mean that maintaining the current water loss would not be cost-effective. It means that reducing to a lower standard calculated by the model would not be cost-effective. The model's not able to evaluate the cost-effectiveness of maintaining current water loss. Next slide. The new proposal and the currently proposed draft no longer automatically raises standards. Instead, a variance may be available by submitting the following: a description of the water loss control activities that led to overinvestment, the cost of water loss control activities during the overinvestment period, the monetary value of water saved by incremental water loss control activities, and a description of the water loss control activities and water loss levels that the supplier believes would be cost effective. If the variance was granted, the new standard would be calculated in 4 years based on a new 4-year baseline period in which the supplier conducts only those cost-effective activities. That new baseline, when run through the model, is expected to result in a new standard that is cost-effective. Next slide. In addition to the proposal that I just talked about on the previous slide, we have another one. This approach here. If the calculated standard equals a supplier's current loss levels and the water loss control efforts went beyond the point of cost effectiveness, the supplier's standard will be their current water loss plus an additional 5 GPCD. With the previous 5 GPCD safe harbor, This means the supplier would be in compliance if their real loss was up to 10 GPCD greater than their baseline real loss. Staff believe this, along with allowing suppliers to change their parameters and baseline periods, addresses concerns. And James, back to you.
Great. Thank you, Bethany. So now I would like to call up our panel. We've got one person here in person and 3 people virtually, or up to 3 people virtually. Online, we, I believe, have Ed Osan, who's with NRDC. He's a senior policy analyst. On camera now, we have Fiona Sanchez. She's with Irvine Ranch Water District, and she's the Director of Water Resources. And here in the room, coming up, is Amy Talbot with the Regional Water Authority. She is the Water Efficiency Project Manager. I don't know if Sue was able to join us online. Online, we have Sue Mossberg with the American Water Works Association, California, Nevada section. She's the Executive Director. So, welcome panel. Next slide, please. So our first topic is the definitions, particularly the definition of urban retail water supplier. I'd love to hear from anybody on the panel who has comments on this, and then we will turn to our second topic, which is the benefit cost ratio less than 1 situation.
Great, I can start with this one. Be good. Overall, the changes that y'all have made so far, I think, is moving in a good direction. It hasn't gone as far as our coalition comments have wanted it to go. Our coalition was made up of Aqua, CMUA, Cal Nevada, AWWA, and CWA. And our recommendations for the definition were 3,000 connections or serving 3,000 acre feet or less. And we wanted all of those systems, within even urban water suppliers less than that to be removed for a couple of reasons. The first one being small system audits are generally less reliable than larger system data because the AWWA audit methodology wasn't really built towards smaller systems. It was really built towards the larger, more prominent systems. The smaller and smaller you get, the less reliable the data gets because of the crunching numbers and everything in the magic box behind it. So what you have for the small systems could be potentially very expensive targets built on less reliable data just because of the size issue. Also, as we know, water agencies have limited funding available to do water reduction work. So prioritizing those larger systems could mean you have more savings with that same dollar, so making your buck go a little bit further. And while the smaller systems do have room for efficiency, the amount of water lost is relatively small compared to these larger systems. One thing we could do is address compliance with larger systems first and then take on the smaller systems the further we get along in the regulation, if there's capacity and legislative intent for that. Finally, there's Senate Bill 555 was prescribed directly to urban water suppliers, and we believe the intent was to capture those larger systems, not the smaller ones. Originally, it was meant to match, the audits that were being submitted to DWR, which back in the day, I guess a couple of years ago, was with the systems 3,000 and more, not 3,000 and less. So that term defined by DWR internally was changed a couple of years ago, but it was not changed legislatively. So we think having the systems under 3,000 stays within the original intent. And then finally, there could be some equity issues keeping those smaller systems in, because the only difference, the size of the system is the same, it's only who owns it. So you could have small systems with a couple thousand connections because they're under an urban water supplier, now have to do an audit and have a target. But let's say a standalone system of 2,000 connections does not. And the same issues with audits and doing audits and cost remain the same for those systems. It's just a matter of who owns it. Looking towards what the board has recommended already, the 200 connections and removing those is a step in the right directions. I would call those the super small systems. And then you're getting rid of the worst data issues. one example we have in this region is we have a small system that has 20 connections that's part of an urban water supplier that has an audit and now has a target, or I guess would not have a target, but and their estimated cost of annual real loss is $708. So you can see how quickly small systems and the amount of cost for their loss is relatively small. And that's why we want to prioritize the larger systems. Moving up with that same urban retail water supplier, they have another system of 1,000 connections, and their estimated cost of annual real loss is $17,000. So now, you're getting a portion of that cost back by doing interventions, but the cost of interventions will far exceed, the money being made up from the water loss. As all defined, between 200 and less than 3,000 connections, it could be exempt if it meets one of those following criteria. I think looking at those, it'd be very rare for a system to be exempt. They're going to meet one of those 4 criteria. So realistically, I think a system between 200 and 3,000, there'll be a handful that might be exempt, but it's not going to apply to the majority or even maybe minor majority. So that's something to keep in mind. And then finally, how we define these small systems will have an impact on how big of a deal multiple systems are, and having multiple targets will be. And some agency, if they have multiple systems, have it rolled up to one water loss target. And so the more small systems we have, the more agencies we have with multiple targets. So now you would have more agencies that might have 4 water loss targets to meet as opposed to 1 or 2. So just some considerations and feedback on that. Again, I do think the recommendation is moving in a good direction, and I think you've successfully exempt this, like what I call the super small systems, getting rid of a lot of the more onerous, potentially data wonkiness, just inherent to the way the audit forms are set up. It's not a fault of anyone. It's just that they were not designed to handle these smaller systems. So that was a lot. I'm done now.
Sorry, thanks. I have a question on that before we move on, if that's okay. So the circumstance that you are describing is when there's a consolidation in which it's all operated by a single public water system. Can you tease out why, if there's a difference between a consolidation and multiple public water systems under a single urban retail supplier, does that have to do with wholesale, or is this not? I'm confused about whether this is the same as consolidations or if there's a unique circumstance that you're.
I mean, they're kind of interrelated. They can be. So, like, if you do a consolidation, you could say you have this one large service area, and you're consolidating, let's say 200 connections. That could be an existing standalone system that you're now just providing water to, or it could be adding those connections in. So in that case, that separate 200 would be a small system, but it's under the umbrella now of the urban water supplier. So I think that's where a lot of the confusion is coming, is that, an urban water supplier can have one primary system, or in the case of some, of the private utilities, they can have 20. They can have 20 like hydrologically different and location different systems that are all operating under, one name, so to speak. So, the consolidation, it is essentially adding small systems, either independent or within.
Right. So it depends on the type of consolidation, basically, is right. So I guess I'm thinking about consolidations as, there's a spectrum. So some of them may be managerial consolidations, where they're physically disconnected, right? Some of them may be just interties, but not operated by a single entity. And some of them may be full consolidation where the customers become customers of the system.
Right.
So I guess so when there's a full consolidation in which these are now customers of the system, and there's physical interconnection, then to me that's pretty clearly part of the system. It's an expansion essentially of the system. And I wouldn't think, I don't see a reason why that shouldn't be part of what's an urban water supplier. That seems pretty clearly supposed to be integrated as customers into the system. If the system is physically disconnected, but operated by the same entity, I think what that is, is not a full consolidation. I think of, like you said, a lot of the private water suppliers where they can have, they have systems all over the state, right? And so, this within 3 miles I think was intended to get at scoping down or narrowing down those. And then the physical interconnections, but not operated the same, that seems like I'm not clear on, are they, that one, I guess there are these interties where they're really totally different systems, but they do share an intertie and one may buy water from another. That seems like a little bit of a different circumstance because to me, those are really different systems. So I guess I'm not clear why it seems like the purpose, there's a spectrum around consolidation, the types of consolidations. I think it's really important to tease out, and this is, I think, what this first attempt is trying to do, is tease out where that really is a full a full integration of additional customers now as part of the system versus a whole separate system that remains operated as a separate system. And maybe there's a difference between those two. And I guess I'm looking at these, again, this first draft of these criteria to be an attempt to get at that, but maybe we could tease that out further.
Right, and so there's a couple of things going on here. So, the consolidation, the way it's set up now too, is if you really consolidate, like you're talking about, like adding connections in, then you almost get kicked into that 5-year reset where you're like, we're doing audits on everything now because we've got 200 new connections and it changes the dynamic of our water loss. So if it's that big of I think consolidation, it would go down the path that staff has set up, which is like a 5-year reset essentially. And then the definition here with these criteria is really more, I think, set to like some of the existing systems that have separate systems. So but you're right, because if you consolidate, then chances are it would trigger one of those anyways. So it's like, it's confusing, first of all. And then you've got, the consolidations kind of go down a separate track, but then there are agencies currently that have done consolidations in the past that find themselves in this situation where they have, 4 separate systems throughout a service area that might be hydrologically connected, that might receive maybe even water from the same wholesaler, be using the same river, more than 3 miles apart, less than 3 miles apart. And that's why I think we're trying to narrow the scope of like what this regulation applies to try and like prioritize, like where can we spend our money most effectively? Like the system with 50 connections and $700 worth of water loss, maybe not the best priority at this moment when they have 3 other systems. So I think that's what we're trying to get at with, further defining urban water, retail water supplier for this regulation. And that's where I think the criteria come in. I don't know, James, if you want to step in with that. I feel like
Well, I saw a hand online. I want to, maybe Janine, whose hand, is there a hand up? Okay. Oh, okay. So yeah, it might be, we could invite Sue, do you still have a comment?
Yes, I do. Can you hear me?
Yeah, but it may, but back to Amy, I guess, related to the criteria on screen. So these are for systems that are already under common ownership or common control. And we're trying to figure out, of the systems that the supplier owns and operates, which should be grouped together and which should be set apart. You, it sounds like, are saying the 200 in A here, the size criteria A, you think that 200 should be
3,000.
higher?
Yeah, we think our original recommendation would be 3,000, and that this would only apply to just urban retail water supplier sized systems,
Okay.
which is the larger systems. Because by doing that, you prioritize and you also kind of minimize the issues that you have with data quality, with
Yeah,
how
no,
audits are done. And that's, that was our coalition recommendation back in February.
okay.
But
Yeah.
I didn't want to discount the fact that you are, the recommendations are moving towards that.
Yeah, no, thank you. I appreciate that. And thank you for, I guess, clarifying, like, or just before, let's go to Sue, but it's good to know sort of on the, of the text on screen, sort of where you're editing. To Sue, over to you.
Sure. I just wanted to kind of speak to this issue of the system versus the supplier. It's when we talk definitions, it may be helpful to think of it that the system from an AWWA water loss auditing perspective is the physical infrastructure, and there are designs within the water audit methodology to address the fact that what you're looking at is a contiguous system that's hydrologically connected on a routine and regular basis. And that may be a very different definition than how a water supplier is defined, which is really looking more at the operating entity and the financial information that then informs the audit. If we look back at water suppliers that may have taken over multiple physical systems in the past, what you see is often they did that for the financial value and benefit that came from consolidating those unique systems. Those may or may not be hydrologically connected systems that then the volumes of water in a water audit might be uniquely identifiable to. So I think that's some of the nuance that we're looking at here is when water loss auditing was originally started across the state as part of the compliance requirements for SB 555. We started with water suppliers because that was what was within the language of SB 555. What we realized when we were developing the water loss technical assistance program is that there are many suppliers that over the years have taken over control and financial responsibility for multiple water systems, the infrastructure. In some cases, those water suppliers are able to and have continued over the years to uniquely financially identify what goes with which system. For other water suppliers, though, they have integrated the financial aspects into a unified water supply system. And that's how they record it. And so as we look at where do we go with these definitions, that's some of the challenges that I think are embedded into the identifying. What we've moved towards and what currently is being reported when water systems and supply, or when water suppliers are submitting their audits, is each audit is done with the water system identifier, and only in those cases where the infrastructure system is not contiguous are unique audits done. When it's shown that there's a contiguous system, that is when an individual audit can be done. So I think part of that is then what drives the coalition to suggest that the original definitions of that 3,000 service connections be the identifier between when an audit is used for regulatory compliance and when it's not. Thank you.
Great, thanks. I want to just follow up a little bit on this just to tease this out. So first of all, this is not applicable to systems that are owned or operated by different entities. So if you've got one system that's physically interconnected and buys essentially wholesale water from another one, that is not included in this, right? So let's take out that circumstance. So this is really where a single entity owns and operates a water system that is either physically disconnected, but within 3 miles, or physically connected. And I guess I'm a little, one thing I'm still a little confused on is if they're physically interconnected, why wouldn't that be a contiguous physical infrastructure that would be audited together if they're physically interconnected? Sue, I think I was confused by your comments on that. Can you clarify that?
So according to the Department of Water Resources, if a system has a routine and regular connection, it's contiguous, then there are opportunities where that audit could be done as if it was a single system. So those two systems are combined together into a single audit. That is an exception to the rule. Typically, a system would not be considered contiguous, and therefore it would only have a water audit if it met the requirements of the urban retail water system size, which currently is at 3,000.
So it seems like C1 and 2 would be consistent with what your with the definition of a larger system that's physically interconnected, and so would get at the concern around separate audits. Do you think 1 and 2 cover what you're concerned about, or are not what you're concerned about?
I'm concerned. I think item number 2 is correct, that if the systems are permanently interconnected, they are operated as one system, and the volumes and values in a water audit could be appropriate. I think just the fact that they share a local water source,
meaning a well, right?
Yeah.
Meaning a well, or not like the aquifer is the same, right? But maybe that's something we could clarify, right? But they share a treated or regulated water.
I think you've hit on my challenge to the way the wording is right now, is that simply sharing a source does not mean that those water systems are operated as a single distribution system. Water loss auditing begins wherever the definition of entry point of the water supply is into that distribution system. It does not necessarily look at the source of the supply, which could be an aquifer, could be a wholesale connection upstream. It's simply the start of the water into the distribution system. So I have a few challenges with the water source being one of the criteria.
Okay, so yeah, that's one to tighten up. And maybe I understand what you're in addition to clarifying what a water source means. The other piece there is if it essentially is two separate distribution systems that are both connected to a single water source, that would be two separate audits according to how audits are conducted.
Right. A water loss audit looks at only the distribution system. It starts with the points of entry into that system and ends at the points of exit out of that system.
Okay, and then I guess I'm also, so I think number 3 is where the real concerns are, from what I'm understanding from this discussion. And then that number 4, so why wouldn't we use the same why wouldn't we want to be consistent with how a system calculates its own urban water use definition under other regulatory contexts?
I think that's what we're asking for here, is that it is consistent.
So number 4 would be that.
Number 4, so the way I'm reading it is basically any small system under 2 connections is exempt. If you have a small system between 200 and 3,000 connections, it could be exempt. If you meet one or more, or it could be exempt or not exempt, I guess. It would have a standard if one or more of the criteria are met. 4 basically says if that small system is incorporated in any of the other conservation regulations. So like, let's say the landscape area of that small system's incorporated in the outdoor standard,
right,
then you will have a water loss standard.
Right.
You will not be exempt because it is part of a larger package. And I think maybe I can rethink how I said this, but basically the parts in part C basically make it so almost no system between 200 and 3,000 connections would not meet one of those. So if the intent of staff is to try to offer an exemption where small systems between 200 and 3,000 might not have a water loss standard, it's very unlikely that as written, that would happen.
Okay, thanks. That's helpful. I guess, so then I'll just weigh in. I mean, certainly if a system is operated as its own system, they are not falling in this, first of all. So it's most of the small, actually, as we define it, the vast majority, if not all of the small systems between 200 and 3,000 are operated as an individual entity and are not going to fall under this.
That's right.
And so just to be clear on that. So this is really a subset of where you have a small system, but they're owned and operated by a larger one. I think I'll just thank you for helping to tease this out. I'll just weigh in on now, and I do want to hear more of the discussion on this, but just to kind of add, as you all are discussing it, where I'm coming from is I do think that the purpose of consolidations is to fully integrate a system and not keep them separate. And so I'm very concerned about continuing to keep some parts of a system separate, that rather than thinking of a consolidation as fully integrating the customers and treating them equally. That I think goes to some of the equity concerns. I totally get that, maybe it doesn't feel cost effective in the big scheme of things to invest in that smaller system. But I do think, folks that are served by that smaller system deserve to have the same standard of as anyone else in the system. And, in sort of the examples you gave, it's like, why not pay for the $750 or whatever, right? To upgrade that. This seems like something that we need to be doing in terms of resiliency and applying to everyone to get to those standards. And again, I think particularly concerned in this, we're not doing that for all the small systems that are operated individually. This is just when there's when it's really considered owned and operated by as a single system, that to me is getting at the consolidation, the purpose of consolidations. And then just lastly, I do think another big theme for me here is consistency with other, particularly the conservation standards. I actually think it's important for us to be doing that consistently. I think we need to be doing this. This is the timing of these are separate and the processes are separate, but I think together we should have the same definitions for urban water suppliers and rather than within conservation standards or targets, or forget what their goals, whatever, and water loss.
Yeah, thank you for that discussion. I can understand where you're coming from on the equity concerns and definitely want to get a better understanding of how those would apply here. I don't think, I'm not sure exactly how many of these water systems, predominantly I'm guessing investor-owned utilities this actually applies to. But I'm sure it's a handful, and we can get a sense for what these impacts might actually be and where they would apply. I share your concerns very much about the consistency, that if we're not careful, we're going to end up in a situation where we have multiple definitions of what an urban water supplier is, and it's going to apply in different regulatory contexts to our same goals, which is ultimately making conservation a California way of life and having, a consistent, easily understandable, scheme to follow. And so I need to ask this question one more time. Is this these criteria and this definition that you're proposing, is this essentially what Department of Water Resources is also utilizing, or are they using a different definition? I'm asking staff.
So I
Give
guess
it a
I'll.
shot.
Department of Water Resources is using similar definition at this time, but without all of this nuance. I think Amy described some of the differences that are current, but we've been in conversations with the Department of Water Resources. Part of the issue is that the water boards have a rulemaking that's happening now that really gives rise to potentially answering this question about the nuances of what happens at the thresholds for 3,000 connections or cubic feet or acre feet. And so we do hope to be in lockstep with the Department of Water Resources. If they want to use this exact same definition, they would probably have to engage in their own rulemaking process. So it's hard to say exactly when and how we'll be in exact lockstep with them on the definition. But again, this is providing some nuance to the statutory definition of 3,000 that already exists for these, like you said, Board Member McGuire, small number of edge cases that arise, not small suppliers that don't share any of these criteria. So I'm not sure if I answered your question exactly, but we're trying to have the exact same definition as the Department of Water Resources going forward for each of the things that we're doing. Water loss, as you noted, is coming before the conservation and efficiency rulemaking that we have that has the objectives and the other standards. But we're aiming for optimal consistency with all of our conservation programs so that nobody is surprised that they are covered by one of these regulations. But also having optimal consistency, if not perfect consistency, with the Department of Water Resources in their audits and what they're doing.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, so it looks like online we've got Vice Chair
Sorry,
D'Adamo.
can I just ask one more thing? Because before we move off this, while it's fresh in my mind. So the is number 4 then, though, basically saying, look, if a system defines itself as an urban water supplier meeting essentially the DWR definition, and it's using its, what could be construed as different smaller systems in its own calculation of that this would then be consistent with, or that they should also include it in this context, right?
Essentially, yes. So part of the difficulty with that is that the board has not adopted these regulations that would give out the standards for indoor residential water use, outdoor water use, and things like that. But Department of Water Resources has been working on landscape area data, for example. So if the intent of 4, as you noted, is that if a supplier is going to use this system service area to calculate its water use objective using one of those other criteria, that it would also be operating under this regulation, so that it's either all in or all out.
Right. So that the number 4 helps with this consistency. Okay, I think, just again, I'm saying this because I want to hear from panel, but just to clarify, I think to me, there is a question for number 3. I think it's kind of a ad hoc, or I don't know what the right word is, kind of somewhat a first cut within 3 miles and physically disconnected. I think that's a little bit, that's a first suggestion, I guess. But to me, that's an area where maybe there's room for more discussion. I know there's definitely areas where there's been managerial consolidations that really are trying to increase efficiencies in terms of economies of scale. I don't know whether they'd fit in this or not, but I'd be interested to hear whether that should or shouldn't be included in particular. That's one I have questions about.
I'll just briefly note, without trying to elicit more discussion, unless you want it now, that the 3 miles comes from the literature. We could explain it more, but I believe, and Bethany could answer it better if you want, or later, that it's a distance at which systems are capable of being connected financially, with financial viability. I'm probably not using the right wording, but the 3 miles comes from somewhere. But you're right, it's not set in stone. You haven't adopted it. So discussion as much as you want is definitely welcome.
All right, thank you. I do see a couple of hands up, so let's go to Vice Chair Giordano, and then if there's other questions, we'll work our way through.
Thank you. This has been a really useful discussion, but I think for me it would be helpful if we could back up a bit. And Mr. Nachbauer, if you could talk about what is the goal here? What are we trying to achieve in grouping these systems together?
Yes.
Because I just think, particularly hearing that it seems that she's concerned about an unintended consequence, but I'm wanting to better understand what is the purpose of this to begin with.
Great. Yeah, and we could have explained that more clearly. The goals here, we've got several goals, but number 4 certainly speaks to one of them. We are definitely trying to be sure that the water loss standards do fit nicely into the broader conservation framework, and that the board and the department going forward have common, identical lists of what constitutes an urban retail water supplier, because that would reduce confusion and make compliance for everybody would make compliance obligations more clear. But yeah, the details here are about trying to figure out, for a given supplier that owns or operates or is affiliated with multiple different systems, kind of where to draw that line. Like if you own 2 systems in 2 completely different parts of the state, it's clear cut. Those are distinct. If you own 2 systems that are next door to each other and are actually connected and are constantly, water's flowing back and forth between them, like that's a clear-cut case as well. What we're trying to do here is get at these weird special cases potentially, where whether or not we include a system, a physical infrastructure system, into the supplier, either puts the group together over that 3,000 threshold or not. So this is dealing with a relatively small number of systems, and our goal was just to try to bring some clarity to who this applies to, and who is a supplier after all.
And I'll add briefly one point on this as to the starting point of this. It's not as though there's a starting point that all of these systems would be out or all of these systems would be in under coverage of what an urban retail water supplier definition is. That's just not yet clearly defined. DWR has issued some guidance on that, but their guidance has pertained to the things that they've been doing in the past. And so I think James hit the nail on the head that our goal is to explain and be clear up front for all purposes who is in and who is out. And so it's not a matter of discretion at the staff level or somebody else when we're talking after the board has considered this regulation, who is covered, because the statutory definition doesn't answer any of these nuances. Like if an IOU has separate systems across the state, it is not inherently true that they wouldn't be covered under the definition or wouldn't. We don't think that they should be treated the same for water loss purposes, but that doesn't change under the statutory definition whether they are or are not. And so we're trying to provide some clarity for all of the processes that we're going to be bringing to you and be operating going forward. And so it's not as though there's a default already.
Understood. So I think that it would be helpful if we had more information about examples, sort of the class, how many systems are we talking about? And then Amy Talbot, getting back to some of the issues that you raised, I just think that we would need to have more information, not whether or not a system falls in or out, but what is it about including the systems that you reference that result in, what you think would be an unintended consequence? One of the things that, and I agree with board members Firestone and McGuire that, we want to be encouraging consolidation, but I'm just wondering if there's something about the way this is structured that it could actually discourage it, because, if a water supplier is inching toward consolidation, grouping systems together, that if the water loss standard could apply to systems that would make it in a sense punitive, that maybe they would be unwilling to undertake these activities. And again, I just don't know what the universe is of how many systems even fall into this category. So it'd be helpful to have more information there. And then again, for those that are opining on this, it'd be helpful for you to, call out specifically systems where you think that this could be particularly useful or that could result in an unintended consequence.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I'm going to turn this over to Board Member Morgan.
Thank you. I appreciate the comment and the discussion here, and just one thing that just wanted to just understand a little bit better. So Sue, you have brought up and Amy, you did too, the AWWA water, the audit, how it has been structured around larger systems, and that using it on the smaller systems, it's not as accurate, and there's some concerns there. And so just kind of my thoughts around so when we take a look at a system, you just say hey, it is interconnected, but there are different hydraulic zones, and so you have one part of it that is 3,000 connections, another part of it that is 1,000 connections, but the ratepayers, they pay the same rates. It is one supplier, everything is aligned. And so under the scenario, if it was changed to 3,000, only the water loss standard would only apply to the larger portion of the system. The smaller, where there's only 1,000 connections, it wouldn't apply. So my fear is that there could be some difference in the maintenance, the operation and maintenance of those two different zones, where the ratepayers they're paying the same rates. It really is one system. It's just because of those, I mean, it's the zones. So yeah, they're different. And yes, they are operated slightly different, but I see some fairness there, some, equity there. And so I'm just wondering, while the standard was developed for larger systems, is it not possible to develop a standard or, a way to, do an audit for smaller systems so that it can be more accurate?
I mean, the best known way to do an audit for small systems is the AWWA audit, because it's what's out there and what's universally accepted. Having the larger systems just have a target doesn't preclude that nothing will happen on the other small systems. It means that because of the way the data is and because it's not necessarily appropriate for a smaller system, it just wouldn't have a target. But just because you don't have a target doesn't mean a supplier completely ignores, a part of their service area. And so, I mean, it's not a 1-for-1. It's like, just because they don't have a target means nothing will happen on that. If it'll just have the 3,000 or, more connections service area, or I guess system would have a target, and suppliers be working towards that. And as they save more larger volumes of water, that can reduce costs for suppliers, which impacts and benefits everyone. So it could provide equity in terms of benefits by focusing on larger systems. And it doesn't necessarily mean the smaller system would be ignored. And the concern is that the data on the small system, it might be $700, it might be $20,000, it might be -5. I mean, I've seen a lot of negative numbers on small system audits because it just doesn't work. It's some of the issues we're having with the model itself here with the State Water Board is it just doesn't compute. So, I mean, it's not a matter of, do we think water loss needs to be addressed for every system? Yes, it's a matter of, do we need a regulatory target for all those systems? So I think it's, in my mind, a little bit of prioritizing as opposed to, trying to only focus on one system over the other, and putting resources and time into the more reliable data while not ignoring the other ones. I mean, I see your point of like, we don't want to leave anyone behind. We don't want the small systems to be completely ignored, but we also don't know that the data is correct and that we might be walking these small systems toward a very expensive, solution that isn't needed. So it's, our agencies, I can speak for the ones in our region, they do water loss control on their smaller systems. They already do it. They don't have a target. They do it anyways. So it's not that they're being left behind. It's that you're not giving them an uncertain target combined with all their larger targets. So now you've got 4 water loss targets that are, inherently wonky to begin with because of the way water loss is. So it's a matter of priority. I definitely understand the concern about smaller systems. On, devil's advocate, it could also say some of the smaller systems are really large houses that, are in high income areas that are, on their individual 20 connection system. So you could have small systems on both ends of the spectrum. I think it's really just, again, a matter of prioritization and trying to be consistent, I think, with the original intent of this, which was the larger systems. And that's what DWR originally, when all of this was kind of born, was going towards. It was only recently changed. I do think it's a good idea to have audits on the small system, which DWR is doing, because that's collecting information and flagging things for agencies. I think the concern is once you transfer those audits into a target and complicate things, it's a lot cleaner just to say we're focusing on the large systems right now. The small systems are doing audits. Once we know more, we can address those. And then the work will still continue On the small systems, as far as I know, I don't think the agencies will be like, oh, we don't have a target on it, we're going to stop doing everything. So I don't think that narrative exists for suppliers, in my opinion. And for our region, we've got about 4 agencies out of 20 that have this combination of larger, smaller systems. I'm not sure how prevalent it is, but 2 of those are privately owned. So it is more prominent in the investor-owned sector than in the public. But you know how systems are, how they're created over time have been sort of sometimes cobbling together.
Yeah, so understand, I totally agree that it's not a one-to-one. And so I just wonder, because the cost benefit and, agree there too, and just wonder if the new language, which we haven't quite discussed in detail yet, if that there helps with that type of a scenario where, when you're looking at the smaller and you look at the cost benefit of doing more for that portion of the system, then it shows that, okay, no, it's not beneficial to spend more than what the system is currently doing. And so where the reg kind of it ends up working out to, it balances itself out, where it's bringing it in. So those that are doing, what they do well of maintaining the system, and so they do the audit. It shows, yeah, you're doing well. You're doing, what many of them are already doing. And then the cost benefit analysis shows that, okay, you don't need to do more. You're fine. And then for those, maybe there are none. Maybe there's 1 or 2 out there that aren't doing it. And those are the ones that will have to step up and do what everyone else is doing. So I'm just wondering, are you seeing that within kind of, the different sections within the proposed reg?
I mean, with the smaller agencies, I mean, they are, I think with the concern of like the smaller agencies doing more, doing less, like they'll continue to do a good job versus the ones that, likely need some help in that area. The problem with the small systems is that the audit data is less reliable, so you don't know, so it's like, is this the right amount? We're not sure. And I think that's the concern about going lower than 3,000, is to keep consistent with urban water supplier definition. And then, to keep working at the local level, but also recognizing that smaller system data is even less reliable than larger system data, on average. You can't say that for everything. I'm not sure if I answered your question.
Yeah, so then I guess I go back to the, technically, can the audit be revised or adapted over time to accommodate for that uncertainty?
I'm not sure. That might be a question for Sue. My guess it's a nationally recognized methodology. I know there's new versions of it coming out, like version 6 just came out. There are some accommodations for smaller systems, like it's gallons per mile instead of gallons per connection. But, in terms of the black box behind the audit, I'm not sure about that. That would be a question for Sue. So she's still on.
Can you hear me? She is still on. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
We can hear you.
Thank you. So the water audit methodology was designed and is noted in the M36 manual that it is for contiguous systems. And when I think there was a question that came up related to zones, and would a separate zone within a contiguous system be treated separately or with its own audit? And the answer to that is no. The water audit methodology was designed to accommodate, and the calculations embedded within the methodology are designed to take into consideration that zones may be operated independently. However, ultimately the system is operated as in its totality as a contiguous system, and water does flow between zones from source to customer, or from the entry point into that distribution system out to the exit point of that system. So zones are embedded within the technology and the methodology. Where the small systems come into play and some of the calculations within the audit methodology are challenged by the very small systems is when you start to look at things like pipe diameter and pressure and the statistical variations that occur with very small numbers as opposed to much larger data sets. And so that's where all of the water audit research and analysis has been done on the 3,000 plus service connection contiguous system distribution systems. And when smaller systems have been evaluated against that methodology, because the number of connections in a run of pipe, the length of pipe, the size and pressures and diameters of those smaller systems are statistically outside what the larger systems experience, that's where the methodology begins to not be as applicable to small systems. I will note that because of the number of small and smaller systems that are beginning to use the methodology, the body of data is growing. And so I do believe that at some point down the road in the future, we'll have more robust data in order to form some statistically valid calculations associated with water loss. But at this point, we don't have those. And that is part of the challenge of applying the water audit software and the current methodology that is national, actually international. It was built on the International Water Association's methodology. That's where the small systems are challenged, is they're statistically different than the larger systems.
Thank you. That's very helpful. So yeah, definitely, have a concern where, it's not, statistically is not giving the results that we would be looking for. And, we want to have more of an understanding of how that would be handled, by staff, with applying the proposed regulation if it were to move forward as it currently is. Because, want to make sure that while wanting to make sure that is implemented, it would be implemented fairly. Also we need to have good data in order to do so. And, without good data, it's, hard to really implement something fairly.
Just a follow up on this. I agree with everything that Board Member Morgan just said. I'm wondering if and this is not on this page, so maybe this is for later discussion to Board Member Morgan's point of, we haven't gotten to some of the other components yet. I'm wondering if the 5 years can help address that data accuracy issue, and, to the extent there are more audits required under this, that also can add to the statistical pool of data that can be used. And then also, to the extent, and I think Board Member Morgan touched on this, but to the extent then that uncertainty also can be factored into how the model inputs and the other parts of the proposed changes allow some flexibility in terms of how to how to interpret data that the water supplier is concerned isn't captured accurately. I guess though, I'll just also just go back to as there's more comments on this, because this is a workshop, and so I think the point is for you to hear, for us to hear from you all, you know, and talk through these issues, and also to share questions we have to help you with comments back to us. I really agree with Vice Chair Diadamo that the more that you can provide, you know, examples of what the concerns are here and where there's systems. I know I've got a tour from Placer County Water Agency, and so in my mind, there's a system that they're consolidating in that I think the water loss was like 50% or something. You know, they were losing half their water over their distribution system. And I know that was a major concern and part of the upgrades that were going to be done, obviously, as part of it. But just it's helpful to be able to picture a system and how this inclusion or not inclusion of it, including with the other pieces of the 5-year, you know, transition time and the flexibility with the inputs into the model that, you know, that could, how that would play out. So appreciate that and look forward to it.
All right, thank you. Very good discussion. And I see Mr. Osan has had his hand up for a long time. So I want to go to him. And then I see Mr. Wyatt. You have your hand up as well. And I don't believe you are on the panel. Is that correct? So please, we're going to have to save your comments for the public comment period, but I do want to hear what you have to say. So Mr. Osan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This discussion has, I think, maybe created a impression that this definition is much more, you know, wide-ranging and consequential than it really is. I think in the first instance, what the definition of urban retail water supplier is intended to do is to define the bookends of the systems that are subject to this rule. And it's 3,000 or more connections, 3,000 or more acre feet, but there are potentially details. So we all know that LADWP is covered by the rule. And systems that have 3,000 service connections in a contiguous district are covered by the rule. So then there's the question of, okay, below that, if there's a district that has a couple, if there's a system that has a couple districts, one or both of them fall below 3,000 connections, are they covered? So there aren't going to be very many urban water suppliers that are in or out based upon this language. My guess is that you're talking about maybe drawing the line with more precision, and maybe there will be 6 water suppliers that would be on that cusp that would be in or out based upon where you come down here. And then the balance of the effect of this is for those urban water suppliers that are clearly urban water suppliers. Let's say they have 10,000 connections, but they have a separate district that has, say, 1,500. Does the district that has 1,500, does that fall within the scope of the regulation? And under this language, it would, in all likelihood. And that's seems entirely appropriate. So that they have management. They're under one management, so they have economies of scale at the management level. And I think that concerns about the efficacy or the accuracy or the precision of the urban water loss methodology, the water audit methodology on smaller systems. First of all, I'm dubious about that relating to any particular physical characteristics. I think that the board is very familiar with the management challenges faced by standalone small systems. I mean, you've spent a lot of time on that, and you're well aware of the capability challenges that very small systems have. But we're not talking about standalone small systems here. We're talking about systems that are, in fact, managed by collectively by an urban water supplier. So they have the ability to carry out the audit process. They're going to be carrying out the audit process in other districts of their system. They have the capability to comply with the board's rule. The concern about unintended consequences and maybe over-investing in some of these smaller components of an urban water supplier, I think could be addressed and should be addressed by, yes, they should have separate audits, and yes, the methodology should be run to develop a water loss target. But, and I don't think I'm making news here, I think that an urban water supplier should be able to meet its target collectively in the most cost-effective way as it sees fit. So you wouldn't necessarily have to meet the target that was generated for a separate district in that district, but for the urban water supplier as a whole. I think that they should have that decision-making flexibility to invest their resources where they find that they are most cost-effective to comply with the target that they've been given. I don't want to prolong this discussion, so I'll just mention with the material that's on the screen, I do think that C3 is pretty arbitrary. Why is 3 miles better than 8 miles? And if it's grounded in the length or the distance that is cost effective for interconnection, well, they're not interconnected, and they may never be interconnected physically. So I think it's kind of an irrelevant consideration. Certainly 3 miles is irrelevant. If you have a district a separate district, non-contiguous district in the same metropolitan area, it might be 10 or 15 miles away. They're still going to have advantages of scale economies coming from a common management, and they should fall under the scope of the rule. And the final point I'll make on this, we've been talking about connections. The law on what an urban retail water supplier also turns on deliveries, and there can be a threshold based on deliveries. And while the physical connections are not going to vary greatly from year to year, the deliveries of water could vary quite a bit from year to year. And this rule should speak with some greater precision. It would be helpful if it did, as to, does it mean 3,000 acre feet in any year, or in the most previous year, or, is it once you deliver 3,000 acre feet, are you always an urban water supplier? Or can you, fall out of coverage by having lower deliveries in future years? It would be better if the rule spoke to that with some precision. Call it a ball, call it a strike, but just speak with clarity on the practical application of the 3,000 acre foot per year threshold. That's I think my recommendation on this.
Thank you, Mr. Osan. I think that's good input. And certainly you call the question the need for us to have clarity broadly across all these regulations as these are developed and move forward. And we have the unenviable job right now of being first. And so we are trying to grapple with some of these questions, but I think there's been a lot of good input here so far on this item, and certainly some things to consider more carefully. So are there any other panelists or comments you want to make on this item? On this issue, sorry. The slide.
Yeah, I'll briefly note, and I'm trying to check whether this was on the text version that was posted in advance of this workshop, but there is another paragraph that's not listed up here of the proposed definition that does add in a 2-year averaging period for the 3,000. So that's subdivision D, because we have a lot of definitions, 1. And it would say if the water supplier owns and operates at least one public water system that has provided an average annual total of 3,000 acre-feet of water or more for municipal purposes for the previous 2 years, or has served an average annual of 3,000 or more municipal service connections, CII or landscape irrigation, multifamily, for the previous 2 years. So there is what Mr. Osan was talking about, and it's proposed as a 2-year averaging.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I am going to, so would you be ready to go to the next slide now? Is that, okay, just clarifying. So what I'm gonna do here is actually say, let's take a short break because this has gone on for a while. So let's take a 10-minute break and then regroup and go on to the next topic. Okay, thanks. So we'll return at 11:05.
And while the board goes on break, Mr. Thompson, I see you've raised your hand. We have not yet reached the point where we're taking public comment.
Okay, it is 11:05. I think we can restart here. I'm gonna hand it back to Mr. Knockbauer.
Yes, thank you, Board Member McGuire. Next slide, please. Okay, so we appreciate that great discussion. Now we are turning to a separate topic. We've got our same 4 panelists. This one, so we've got sort of potentially swirling around 3 different proposals here. There was the one that was introduced in the version we published in December for the first comment period. There's the version in the text that we posted in advance of this workshop. And then there's this version, which we've got online, on screen right now. And this version is our current best attempt at balancing sort of flexibility and reasonableness and efficacy for the situation, for the suppliers that are in the situation where when they put their data into the economic model, their benefits, their estimated benefits are still less than their estimated costs for the period the model is covering. So in that case, the item we're debating now, the proposition is that if the calculated standard does equal their current loss level and water loss control efforts went beyond the point of cost effectiveness, then the supplier's standard should be their current water loss level plus an additional 5 gallons per connection per day as an additional expanded safe harbor for the compliance. And so given that there's already elsewhere a 5 gallon per connection safe harbor, this would in this case bring it up to 10. So I will turn again to our panel. I assume they're all still online.
I think Fiona was going to handle this one.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Great. So why don't, Fiona, would you like to respond?
Yes, and thank you. And I just want to thank you for the opportunity to participate today. And I just want to acknowledge staff's efforts to respond to comments and concerns since previous versions of the regulation and indeed continuing on through this process. So just really want to acknowledge and let you know how much we appreciate staff's efforts. So the issue at hand is really, I think it speaks to what staff mentioned earlier, is that a key goal is to have a water loss standard that is not only feasible, but is cost effective. And I think also, you know, Mr. Osan spoke to that same goal, that we would have cost effective standards. And the situation is that the economic model cannot necessarily produce a cost effective standard for all suppliers. And that's just some of the structure of the model, some of the underlying assumptions that don't work necessarily for all suppliers. And giving us a standard that is set at our current level of loss could be reasonable for many suppliers. Perhaps, you know, that is a reasonable standard. Perhaps it is cost effective. But this proposed variance language would allow suppliers who maybe have really aggressively implemented a water loss program, and maybe some of their baseline data is reflective of that, and their current level of baseline loss maybe is not cost effective to sustain, when in fact they could be perhaps prioritizing investments into other areas of conservation that would make more sense within their individual service areas. And so the approach where a supplier would, through a variance process, demonstrate to staff and have staff review and assess that and make sure it meets all of the criteria to show that continuing to maintain that level would not be cost effective, we think is an appropriate approach. It would, you know, each supplier would need to determine if that is truly the situation that they are in. So we wouldn't anticipate that necessarily all suppliers would be going through this process. But for those where this is applicable, we would demonstrate that the current level of loss is not cost effective based on the providing the documentation that staff outlined earlier. And then we think it appropriate that our level of loss would then be adjusted by the 5 GPCD. And this particular approach that staff has on screen is preferable to the one that is currently written in the draft regulation for several reasons, but primarily because this would allow us to demonstrate to staff and have a standard established, and we would have some certainty about what we're working toward. The language that is in the draft would have us sort of dial back or cut back on certain aspects of our program and hope that our baseline levels would then adjust over time to reflect a new standard. And so there is some uncertainty with that, as well as the time period of 4 years. And I think as a water supplier, we prefer to be able to plan and have certainty when we're working on our budgets about exactly what our standards will be. And also it will help us determine how this is all going to fit into the overall water use objective and the standards and where we're going to prioritize investments. So with the language that is on the screen, I would certainly say that I think the water community would support this approach in terms of a variance process so that we can make sure that we are going to have a standard that is cost effective to implement. One other thing I would like to add related to having a cost effective standard ties back to the off-ramp. And so currently the off-ramp is intended again to address suppliers who may have very low levels of loss and for whom it isn't cost effective to do a whole lot more. And so there are a number of criteria for data quality and things that water suppliers would need to go through to qualify for that off-ramp. But it also requires that your loss is lower than 16 gallons per connection per day. And so what I would also propose is that in terms of qualifying for that off-ramp, if you have a standard that is set at a level of loss that is cost effective for you, and you have already demonstrated that through a variance to the water board, that if you are at that level and you're also meeting all of the data quality criteria, that you would also not have to do all of the additional reporting, which is burdensome and costly, and essentially is designed to determine how much potentially more loss or different areas of program implementation you could do to reduce your levels of loss. So it seems that in the context of trying to be cost effective, that we would have already established a cost effective low level of loss for that supplier. And therefore, if they meet all of the other criteria, that I would suggest that they should also be eligible for the off-ramp. So I'll wrap up there, and I'll certainly open to any questions related to the comments.
Questions?
Can you just clarify this last point about, are you saying that, can you just clarify the last point that you made about the off-ramp and then this approach for where the model benefits are less than the model costs? Thanks.
Yeah, so essentially the off-ramp is intended to recognize suppliers with low levels of loss for whom it is not likely to be cost effective for them to do more. And they also have certain data quality criteria that they have to meet. So I believe that is the intent of the off-ramp, to not have suppliers that it isn't really cost effective to do more, to have a lower standards. For suppliers who have satisfactorily demonstrated through a variance process that their standard is not cost effective, and they have this adjusted standard essentially set after review and approval by the board or by staff. Let's just say your standard, let's say a cost, and this is hypothetical, let's just say it came in at 20 or 21, that we already know it's not cost effective for you to get to 16. And it's not cost effective for you to do more to reduce to 16, but you might also be meeting all of the data eligibility criteria, all of the things that demonstrate that you are implementing a really effective water loss control program with certain levels of data quality. And therefore, those suppliers, what I would propose is that, let's just say that supplier came in with that cost-effective level of 21, that 21 plus meeting all the data eligibility criteria would also qualify you for the off-ramp. And the premise there being is that the whole point of all the questionnaires and the additional reporting is try to assess if there are more actions that you could take. But you would have already demonstrated to the board that really you couldn't, you were at your level of cost effectiveness.
Thanks for clarifying that. So just, and are we going to talk about off-ramp later in this presentation? No. Okay, so this is the right place to talk about it. So essentially what that would be doing is eliminating the requirement for low water loss for the off-ramp, and instead just that that it's not cost effective, and or that you've met that cost effective standard, and you have good data quality.
Right. I think I would add that you would have had to have gone through a approved variance process to truly demonstrate your level of cost effectiveness. So it wouldn't automatically kick in for all suppliers.
So kind of be a essentially reduced reporting once you are meeting the standard.
Yeah, if you
of cost effectiveness and you have accuracy. And again, I don't have in front of me what the other variance process requirements are, but it sounds like there may be others. Yeah.
Right. So at least my understanding of what is proposed is that a supplier would have to demonstrate what they are doing, what their costs are, what their benefits are, and demonstrate to staff that to do additional actions would not be cost effective. So essentially staff would review that and then through a variance, establish a standard at a cost effective level. And if that level happens to be more than 16, which is the off-ramp, we're already indicating it's not really feasible for those suppliers to go lower. And if they meet all the other criteria, and there are a number of them that ensure data quality, what I'm proposing is that those particular suppliers only approve variance for cost-effective basis, and meeting all data criteria would also qualify for the off-ramp, because they would already demonstrated their program through the variance process.
And would the off-ramp, just remind me, means that there's less reporting?
Yes.
So, my gut reaction on this, and would love to hear more and look for comments, but is that if you don't have, if you still have high water loss, and you, but you're at the right level for your cost effectiveness, that it would still make sense to do, the audit reporting process to make sure that continues to be the case, and that essentially eliminating the or allowing that, basically what that would be doing is just saying once you're meeting the standard, you can reduce your reporting. But that may.
I was only proposing that it would be for those who had a standard that's adjusted for after having an approved variance because it's not cost effective for them to go lower. So I was not proposing that all suppliers who are just meeting a cost effective level, because that's what all standards are intended to be, would be eligible for the off-ramp. Only those,
Okay.
and it doesn't exempt any supplier from doing the audit. All suppliers, even if you're eligible for the off-ramp, you're still required to do the audit and continue to report the audit as intended.
And so what would you then be saving or gaining then from the off-ramp?
What we would not be reporting on is all the actions that we are taking, which we would have already identified to state board as part of the variance process. We would have already identified what we're doing. So we're not really saving anything there. That would have already been provided. And then secondly, the whole point of the reporting is to try and identify, are there areas where you can have further reductions? But we would have already gone through a variance process with staff to show that that's not really feasible cost effectively. So it's basically doing the reporting that we would have already either done or already demonstrated it isn't cost effective to have more reduction.
Okay, thanks for fleshing that out. I'm still would want to think and understand about it or understand it better. So look forward to more comments on that.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And I see Mr. Osan has his hand raised. So if we can give him a chance to.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to, following up on the previous comment, to remind the board that the scope of the economic model has shrunk. I mean, the cost effectiveness determinations by the economic model relate to leak detection and repair. That's the basis for cost effectiveness determinations. The model doesn't cover pressure management. The model doesn't cover pipeline replacements. Those were originally within scope, but during the course of the pre-rulemaking, it shrunk and it shrunk. So I would be skeptical of eliminating the responsibility of water suppliers to respond to the other reporting requirements that are intended to draw out information in these other areas that are really beyond the scope, the current scope of the economic model.
Thank you.
And then I have a comment about this topic too. He's like, so this is not the off-ramp or about reporting, but it's about those suppliers that have a benefit cost ratio of less than 1. And this is the proposed alternative approach for a variance process. And this is just for suppliers that deem their current loss, which is now the default for those suppliers that have benefit cost ratio less than 1, that they're saying our standard is our current loss, and we don't think that is cost effective. And this is the variance process that they would go on in order to try to get additional, I guess, not buffer, but additional target to get it closer to what might be cost effective. Because what we're experiencing now with the model is that it does not produce a cost effective target for about 1/3 of the agencies. So it defaults to current loss. Then if an agency so chooses, they can go down and do this alternative approach to say, I'm going to provide backup documentation to show my current loss is not cost effective. And therefore I gain this additional 5 gallons per connection per day safe harbor. I think that should be intertwined actually in the physical target, not just the safe harbor. But the outcome will likely be the same, where you have 10 gallons per connection per day buffer, so that your current loss will be closer to what is cost effective. The problem is that this won't solve, what is cost effective for that supplier, because that needs a whole nother model. And that would be another 4 years maybe. And so I think we're all trying to avoid that. But I do think the variance that is presented by staff is to get closer to what would be cost effective if an agency can provide the proper documentation. So with that, considering the current situation and where we're at with the model and where we're at in the process, I do think this is a more appropriate process than the one in the previous draft of the regulation text. And I think this is something that could be supported as another option or as the option going forward.
Thank you for that. Vice Chair.
Thank you. So along those lines, just to clarify, hearing from staff, I think there's another slide here that goes to the specifics on the variance. And just wanting to make sure that I understand what staff would be including in the next round of language that would be released for public comment.
Yeah, so to clarify, what we have on screen is would be translated into legal text and would replace a portion of the reg we've posted. There are not additional details or elements like this. This would replace some of the text that's in there. But this, what you have on screen, is it. The three slides we covered on this topic earlier in the presentation that Bethany spoke to, those were sort of explaining the history of getting to this point. And this is our simplest version yet. So it's
okay, so then I would welcome a discussion on that point, because I thought that there was to have been some discussion on the criteria, kind of making it clear as to what would be required. And so I just want to use this opportunity to hear from folks about, so you're saying that this would be the language in essence, what you're proposing here, and that there wouldn't be any additional criteria.
Yeah, that's correct. The off-ramp, in contrast, does require data quality criteria. I believe there's a number of those. Those are fairly specific and detailed. This is the totality of this particular variance.
Okay, thank you for that discussion. I'm looking to see if there's any other questions.
Oh, sorry. Would it? So I should backtrack slightly. So here on screen where it says where the water loss control efforts went beyond the point of cost effectiveness, I think the Vice Chair is correct that the information we had on screen earlier would speak to that. So maybe you could go back.
I think it's slide 11, maybe.
Yeah,
That's what I'm
there we go. Stop there, please.
okay.
I think these four smallest level bullets here in the middle could be incorporated into the current proposal. That's a description of the activities that led to the overinvestment, the cost of the activities during the period, the monetary value of the water saved by those control activities, and a sense of what kind of activities would be cost effective.
So are you saying that what's on this slide is deleted and instead there's the proposal that you had on the other slide, or the proposal on the other slide is in addition or complementary to this?
Yes. The slide we had on screen talked about the case of overinvestment. These four bullets here are the kinds of information that staff would like to see from the supplier to understand that overinvestment did in fact occur.
I think the one caveat to that, and we are looking at teeing this up as to whether this type of specificity and what the board would ask for and consider for granting a variance. The prior slide talked about what a variance would look like, what the result of that would be. This is what staff had proposed in the version of the text that's been posted to the website already. That was kind of like version 2 of this scenario. And it may or may not be directly applicable. The previous staff proposal had relied on these sub-bullets so that those components could establish a new 4-year baseline period. What staff is proposing now is not reestablishing a new baseline period. So we don't need, at least especially the 4th bullet, a description of activities and the levels suppliers believe would be cost effective. What we were trying to do with that proposal was figure out how to get to cost effective by potentially allowing the supplier to remove some of the investments they thought were maybe over investments, restarting with a different level of water loss control activities and establishing a new baseline. The proposal we've been talking about moves away from that, and so doesn't necessarily rely on each of those things. However, the first 3 sub-bullets potentially are valuable information to support a variance request regarding overinvestment. It just doesn't have kind of a one-for-one crafting of a new baseline approach. Does that make sense? Part of the problem, I think, is that we've shifted the staff proposal from what hit the website and then was discussed in the last slide. So these components really are more discretionary as to whether you think it would be valuable to have this type of information support a variance request, but it's not absolutely necessary in order for a variance to be processed, at least under the new approach. But we did just kind of jump in on the earlier discussion onto what a variance would actually look like. So without a need to create a new baseline, we don't necessarily need to get into all of this detail. So I hope that answers your question, Vice Chair Diadamo.
Well,
it's not necessary, but we had initially proposed it, and it may still be useful to support a variance request.
yeah, so the other slide that we were looking at shows the outcome if the variance is granted. This slide looks at some of the criteria that could be considered, although what I'm looking for is what do you intend on including in the language? Because I think that this is our opportunity to hear from folks about whether we should be specific or general as to the criteria for the variance.
Absolutely, and I completely agree. This slide is showing what staff was asking for to support the prior iteration that we were proposing. It's not necessary, but the question is exactly as you said, at least as to the first 3, because I don't think the 4th bullet has a direct correlation to the current outcome that staff have proposed of a variance. But do you want this type of specificity or a different type of specificity in what information supports a variance request under these circumstances, like an overinvestment and water loss? So I definitely understand your question and agree this was crafted for a different purpose. The first 3 could still be valuable to bring in so that everybody knows what the ground rules are for a request, certainly.
Yes, that would be my preference, that we know what the ground rules are, but I'd like to hear from the panelists on this.
I think Fiona's hand's up, or I can go.
Actually, Mr. Hassan's hand has
Oh.
been up but first I'm going to look over to Board Member Morgan to see if was there something on this that you wanted to add?
Yeah, I agree with the Vice Chair and would like to, hear from the panel. My thought is that, whether or not, I want to hear from the panel whether or not, it needs to be included within the reg, but something to where my thought is that we need to be clear of what the expectation is, whether it's like through a form or something. I just would not want to see agencies submitting something and then we're saying it's not enough, where we're not being clear and they're, spending resources trying to guess what it is we're asking for their request for a variance, where we're making it streamlined, being very clear of what our expectations are of the information so that they can spend their resources in a productive manner.
And I will say, I believe that this is consistent with that concern. There's no form over substance. In fact, there's no form. The question is what substance you think is pertinent to support this type of variance request, like the first one, a description of water loss control activities that led to overinvestment. That need not be in any particular form or format. It's not necessarily inherently going to go on the board's website, although if it were, it'd generally be text, I think. So there are other places in the regulation where we say on a form created by the board or a template created by the board. There's no form over substance for this. It's really what information you think you would like staff to receive and consider in granting a variance under these unique circumstances of overinvestment.
Okay, thank you. So with that, let's go back to the panel. And Mr. Osan, we'll start with you, and then Ms. Sanchez.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My comment was directed to the previous slide that was up, the additional option that the staff was bringing before the board. If you could go back to that slide. Yeah, this one. Revising the state harbor, or augmenting the state harbor. I have to express concerns, I would say opposition to this as presented here. Remember that the agencies that are most likely to have a determination from the model that their target is not cost effective are going to be, they're not going to be the agencies that have really the highest levels of losses. They'll probably be mostly clustered below the median. So you could be looking at agencies that are reporting levels of losses here in the 20 to 30 GPCD range. And I think providing this safe harbor, this extra slack in the standard, really has to be qualified by the level of losses that you're talking about, because an agency that is where the current loss level is 30 GPCD, you're providing a 10 GPCD buffer, for them to grow their losses in effect by a third. Or if they're at 20 GPCD, you're allowing them to grow their losses by half again. And that just doesn't seem to make any sense. I mean, barely a week ago, the governor was calling upon all Californians to recognize that we're not going to have as much water from our traditional water sources in the future, and that conservation and efficiency have to be a key element in the state's strategy going forward. And I can't imagine how the board could sign off on a proposal like this that would allow for agencies to grow their losses by 30 to 50%. It just doesn't make any sense to me.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Sanchez?
And if I might just the last point to close that out, with a determination, a cost effectiveness determination based on loss reduction techniques that don't include many that are recognized in the industry, like pressure management and pipeline replacement. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Sanchez?
Thank you. So I maybe I'll start here, but I also wanted to touch on the criteria for what would be required. I think we have to be very careful in the use of the term safe harbor here, because the safe harbor of the 5 GPCD is really intended to deal with fluctuations that can happen in a water distribution system over time. And I think that safe harbor is intended to recognize that. I know for us, when we switch from different sources, we can have fluctuation that are actually beyond our control. So, and I think that's what the safe harbor is intended for. I think the other 5 GPCD that is discussed here in the proposed variance is not a safe harbor. And in fact, what it truly is an adjustment to make sure that all suppliers have at least something close to a cost-effective standard. And I believe that that is the goal of this water. I heard staff say it right at the beginning. Our goal is to have something that is feasible and cost-effective. So allowing a supplier that can demonstrate to the satisfaction of the board that their current level of loss is not cost-effective, adding on the 5 gallons per connection per day is not creating a new safe harbor. It is simply making a standard that is cost-effective and feasible for that supplier to maintain over time. And I think to not do that, you would be penalizing suppliers. And as Mr. Osan pointed out, yes, many of us already have low levels of loss, but that may be because we've had aggressive programs. And it would be penalizing us to simply tell us to maintain a level of loss that is not cost effective going forward. So I think that suppliers that can demonstrate to the state board that that is not cost effective. We're not talking about creating 2 safe harbors. We're talking about 5 GPCD that is recognizing that the proposed standards are not cost effective for those suppliers. And it's adjusting and correcting for that challenge. And then the safe harbor for all suppliers is simply recognizing that we have variations. So I do think that a 5 GPCD adjustment for demonstrated lack of cost effectiveness is appropriate. And as we talk about the criteria, and maybe we could go back to what was it, slide 11. I think some of Mr. Osan's concerns is that, you know, this would require, and I would say that suppliers would have, I think, points one, the sub-bullets to the first 3 would be appropriate. So number 1, a description of the water loss activities that have, you know, that where you've aggressively invested. And I would maybe say during the baseline period, description of what those are. That I think accounts for what that supplier is actually doing in terms of water loss control. And then I think clearly to show any kind of cost effectiveness, you would need bullet 2 and bullet 3 with the costs are included and the value of the water saved. I think that those are all good criteria, and whether it's in the regulation or that staff is directed to develop criteria for this, I think suppliers would appreciate some certainty about what kind of information you are seeking from us to substantiate the lack of cost effectiveness. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sanchez. We have a couple other hands raised, so I'm going to first go to Ms. Talbot here in the room, and then Ms. Bosberg.
Great. Just adding on to what Fiona said, you know, this is again not intended to replace another model that's going to be calculating cost-effective target. This is really just recognizing that, you know, the limitations of the State Water Board's model, saying, you know, we cannot calculate a cost-effective target for you. That's why we're defaulting to your current loss. And it's not saying everyone gets that 5 gallons. It's saying you need to prove to us that your current loss is not cost-effective, and then we will consider you for that variance. I do think it's most appropriate to add to the actual target and not the safe harbor by increasing it. You know, but I think the thing is, you can't necessarily look at a current loss and say 20, that's enough, you don't need that, because the targets are individually and current loss is individually situated for that system. So 20 might be bad for one system, 30 might be good for another. So just looking at the solid number and making assessments of cost effectiveness is not appropriate. And that's why I think this is the simplest way to try, without again having a different model, recalculate cost-effective target for that agency. It's the simplest way for an agency to prove their current loss is not. It's a simple solution to get them closer to where they need to be. And it still allows them to have that 5-gallon variation. We know from the UC Davis analysis that annual water audit data can vary 30% year to year. We need some, justification, some buffer to weather the storm of those annual audits, so that, in any given year, a quarter, a third of the agencies aren't going to be out of compliance at no fault to themselves. It's just that's the way it works. So I do think what's proposed is appropriate. I do think the 5 gallons should be added into the target for those agencies that can prove with the data they provide that their current loss is not cost effective. And I think the idea is that this gets us closer to everyone having a more cost effective target, as close as we can get in this current stage of where we're at.
Okay, I just have a question. I think we're going on to the next one, but just, and can we go to slide 15? Because that's what we're focused on. Is where did we get the 5 GPCD for the adding on to folks that are where their benefits are less than their modeled cost? Is there a reason we're adding 5 GPCD as opposed to either another number or something tailored to the either a low water use number overall or a cost-effective number in the model?
So I think where staff started with the 5 GPCD was that there was already a 5 GPCD safe harbor that had been built in, and you've heard a largely correct discussion of that's to address over a 3-year averaging period changes beyond the control of the supplier. This staff's proposal here on the screen is that I guess it's sort of seeming to strike a middle ground between what Ms. Sanchez and Mr. Osan were saying, which was that at least as proposed, this wouldn't go into the standard of the supplier, but it would give them an additional relief in their compliance assessment for if they didn't do that overinvestment in a year, or if things beyond their control occurred, they would have an additional opportunity to stay in compliance with the regulation, as opposed to adding on it's tough to figure out exactly how much to add on when there's not a model that figures out how off they may be from economic feasibility, which is why the staff proposal does default under these circumstances to the baseline real loss, because the baseline real loss, even if it's not necessarily reflecting a benefit cost ratio of 1 or greater, so there may have been an overinvestment in the baseline period, it is in fact the real loss that's already occurring during the baseline period. So it's not a new achievement for the supplier to try to get to. It's something they are already doing as their status quo. That being said, the flip side is that it's also not necessarily the most cost-effective use of their money. And without coming up with an approach that uses a new model or uses a current model incorrectly to figure out where exactly that number is for them, the staff proposal was that kind of, I don't want to say just a doubling, but an additional 5 gallons per capita per day in the safe harbor seemed appropriate to allow for the suppliers not to add on to their standard necessarily, but be able to achieve it using the other provisions of the regulation. Does that answer your question as to sort of how we got the 5? Thanks.
And just to clarify from my perspective, so The way this is written though on the slide says the supplier's standards shall be their current water loss level plus an additional 10 GPCD total. So what you're describing verbally is a little bit different than what is written because the standard itself would not change. Am I hearing that
sorry,
right?
we didn't do great drafting on this. We promised to do it in the regulation, depending on how you want it to go. But the intent of putting the 10 GPCD safe harbor and the additional 5 to the safe harbor was to try to clarify that that's what was meant, is that it would be a safe harbor. But of course, that's the staff proposal at this point. And apologies for saying standard.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Mossberg.
Sure. I'd just like to note that when we're talking about this, there are some terms that are a bit challenging. So when we're talking overinvestment, for example, what we're actually talking about is some of the limitations of the model to calculate true cost effectiveness. And because of those limitations and the fact that a third of the agencies are being calculated with a benefit cost ratio of less than 1, there seems to be, if we're going to move forward with this model, which I think everybody at this point is of the mindset that we need to do in order to get regulation moving forward. Given the model's limitations, we need to come up with some way to allow that third of the agencies to show cost effectiveness and why they're doing the things that they're doing to achieve the water savings that they are. And so given that, where we're at is I believe what was described as, maybe let's keep it simple and add 5 gallons, continue to collect data, continue to put that data into the economic model as water systems continue to learn more about their water loss numbers and their activities, and really see where we are. I think this whole discussion today really is revolving around the fact that the cost effectiveness model that has been developed and that the regulation is using to set the standards for water loss is challenged. And there's not going to be a perfect solution at this point. I would suggest in my request is that we really look at the terms that we're going to use in the final regulation or are going to be used in the final regulation. Many agencies will likely struggle with the public perception of overinvestment, especially those that are really doing their best to set rates that are affordable and that are responsible and that are appropriate. To have a term out there that they've been overinvesting in water loss when really what they're doing is taking advantage of potentially new technology or alternative solutions to meet their real water loss goals. That's a challenging place to put a water system. So my ask, or actually my appreciation, is that we're trying to come up with a solution. And then my ask is that we really look at those terms, and if there's a way to reconsider the term overinvestment and use something else, such as model limitations or something that more appropriately points to the fact that this is what the variance is about, that might be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you for that really good input. I appreciate all the panelists today. I think this has been a really, really good discussion. And I think just that caveat on the model and the model limitations, and that it's not perfect. It's not going to be perfect. We've made so much progress over the last few years, though, developing it and refining, I think, a regulatory proposal that's close. And we're here, and sometimes you say like the last 10% of the work of the job is like 90% of the work, and that's a bit what it's feeling like right now. But that's important. It's important to get it right as best we can. And I do, Mr. Osan's comments resonated with me that the economic model on its own is constrained just by its design, that it looks at leak detection and repair only, and it does not consider pipeline replacement. It does not consider pressure management and other things. So, as I'm thinking about where we're heading and where we go forward, I do think having information about how this is going, how systems are performing is going to be very critical. So were there any other remarks from staff?
Yeah, one point I felt was worth noting in response to the comments that you just got from Ms. Mossberg is that it's not up here for express discussion, but one of the staff updated proposals is to allow for further opportunities for suppliers to input their own data as it changes over time to change their standards. And so that does provide, I don't want to say open-ended because it's really not structured to be quite that broad, but continual opportunities for improved data to do some degree of what Ms. Mossberg was noting should be available. And so we expect that to work in tandem with provisions like this and all the other ones so that these constraints are not unduly limiting or debilitating or whatever the term you want to consider is.
We do have a few public commenters. So if we're ready, I'm looking at at other board members here. So if we're ready, I think we have about 6 or 7. So I'd like to move over to them. And then just from a time management point of view, I think what we'll do is we'll get through these commenters, conclude this item, and then we'll take our lunch break at that point and then reconvene with the next item on the agenda. So with that, I don't have the scroll, but I believe the first commenter is Andrea Abergel. And then following that is Dave Boland and then Ariel Flores.
Cool. You can hear me? Well, it's been a wonderful morning. I think we're still in the morning, but Andrea Abergel, I'm the manager of water policy at the California Municipal Utilities Association. I'm giving these comments on behalf of CMUA, but also on behalf of the Association of California Water Agencies, ACWA. So thank you very much for having this informational item in and of itself. We appreciate being able to provide our comments on the updated regulations and the economic model. CMUA did submit written comments with the larger coalition. Amy mentioned it earlier. And in that comment letter, we did have some specific requests and proposed changes. Generally, we're super pleased that staff has taken our suggestions into consideration and made the following changes, clarifying some definitions, we appreciate the extension of staff approval for adjustments beyond 2023. We're satisfied with the clarity of the apparent loss inventory and leak registry requirements, but note we still have some issues on those that we'll probably submit comments on. And we acknowledge the exemption for small systems, the super small ones, even if not to the full extent of our request. We also appreciate the included consideration for consolidated systems. And thank you for making the off-ramp more flexible for meter testing requirements. So while the revised text has a lot of beneficial changes for the water supplier community, we just have a few remaining concerns. We've kind of talked about them, but just to reiterate on the record, we do support that alternative variance for benefit cost ratio for less than 1. That would add that 5 GPCD to the current standard, or I guess as a buffer that staff discussed and that was supported by Amy, Sue, and Fiona. We do want to echo the concerns with using the term overinvestment in the regulations. That term we believe might have negative PR implications, and we think a better phrase can capture the intent. Our concerns that we had in our comment letter in February with multiple systems still remains. We do urge the board to include an either or option for multiple systems to either meet one collective proportion target or individual system targets. But we also think it's important to exempt small systems, which should be defined as systems serving under 3,000 connections. And we acknowledge that more information would likely support that request. Lastly, we want to continue to encourage staff to provide technical and financial support for systems struggling to meet their real water loss target. So thank you again for considering these comments. We do look forward to continuing to work with staff as the regulation is further revised. And importantly, we continue to be partners in achieving water savings. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for your comments. Now we have Dave Boland.
Hello, this is Dave Boland. I appreciate the opportunity to speak, and I'm trying to come on camera here now. There we go. So yes, thank you again for the opportunity in this workshop to talk over all these issues. The fact that you've been working so hard on this document for so long, and with the comments that you've been receiving and incorporating into it, we appreciate that. I'm representing the California Water Association, which is the CPUC regulated utilities, many of which do have multiple systems, and that was one of the topics that came up. I guess in general, CWA is supportive of where the regulation is headed. Most of the specific changes that staff has outlined. We do have 4 points that we want to try to get across, and we are working with the coalition, and we'll be likely sending on with the coalition letter. So some of these points have been made by some of the folks on the panel, but the small system flexibility is really important to CWA members. We support the comments that Amy Talbot made. We think the regulation needs to explicitly exclude smaller systems that are below 3,000 connections or 3,000 acre feet, and for the reasons described. We do want to see the opportunity for flexibility in this regulation to be explicit, where urban water suppliers could incorporate systems that are adjacent or are part of operating systems that are required to be in the regulation, which is over 3,000. We want to provide a flexibility for a regional target setting process where several little systems and maybe even larger systems can have one target at the option of the supplier themselves. And we ask that there be a process set up for consultation with staff to provide the evidence that that's the right way to go. We're concerned about the limitation of 200 connections that was in the proposed staff proposal. We don't think that's necessary or appropriate. And also the 3-mile arbitrary distance, basically the adjacency is an irrelevant issue, as was pointed out by Ed Osan. Let's see, the BCR less than 1, we support that variance proposal that was described by the coalition and discussed in detail by Fiona Sanchez. On the overinvestment issue, that is a sensitive subject, and we think that needs to be substituted in the context of this regulation with something like calculated benefits less than costs, or some phrase to that effect. And we support that effort that's been put forward by the coalition. And then also, CWA doesn't really understand why the proposal that we had in our previous comment letter for an off-ramp compliance standard for the 300-meter threshold criterion in that off-ramp was rejected by the staff. And we think that that's an appropriate alternative. We asked it to be reconsidered. And we think that the right place to do that is it's basically in the document under Part H, where there's a definition of the 300-meter standard, and that Public Utilities Commission requirement is GO 103A. So that's all I have. I appreciate the opportunity to provide these comments.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Bowen, for your comments. Sorry, with that, I'm looking at our next speaker will be Ariel Flores, followed by,
all right, good.
Sorry, hold on just one sec. Followed by Kate Nutting, who is speak if necessary, but I do see she is on the platform. And then that will be followed by Stephen Poncelet. Go ahead, Mr. Flores, sorry.
All right, no, thank you. Good afternoon. I actually had good morning in my notes, so it took me a minute to switch that up, but good afternoon, members of the board, panelists, and fellow colleagues. My name is Ariel Flores. I am the Water Conservation Regulatory Supervisor for the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. Firstly, LADWP would like to thank the State Board as well as board staff on the outreach and coordination efforts that have been carried out thus far in supporting the development of the water loss performance standards that have been called for in Senate Bill 555. Moreover, LADWP greatly appreciates the board's continued commitment to data-driven regulation in its consideration and approval of our economic model modifications. LADWP is one of the largest public water utilities in the state, serving approximately 4 million customers with approximately 740,000 connections and over 7,400 miles of main. To this effect, we've been committed to implementing water loss reduction strategies since 2015 with the development of our water loss action plan, which is available on our website and focuses on data quality improvements and water loss reduction strategies in a holistic and effective manner. To improve data quality, we've developed an annual supply meter testing and calibration program. Also, to reduce the apparent losses, we have developed annual customer meter replacement programs that replaces over 30,000 meters annually and a meter testing program that tests 1,000 customer meters annually. Lastly, to reduce real losses, we have implemented a pipeline replacement program to improve infrastructure reliability and leak detection and repair program to reduce response times. So that being said, LADWP would like to recommend that the board consider adopting language that references the latest industry definitions where applicable to maintain consistency and standardization as the state of the industry continues to progress, ultimately to ensure the longevity and relevance of the regulation in the long term. Similarly, LADWP would suggest the board consider that the submission of the leak registry as a requirement for suppliers that do not meet their real loss target. This would allow a mirroring framework for what is currently in the regulation for the apparent loss standard and its respective reporting requirements. This, along with additional stakeholder engagement for that reporting template and desired information to best aid the board. So ultimately, DWP is appreciative of the State Board's efforts on water loss regulation and shares in its commitment of water use efficiency as environmental stewards. Thank you for your time, and we look forward to our continued collaboration to increase water use efficiency statewide.
Great, thank you, Mr. Flores. Ms. Netting.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for your time. And I want to echo everybody's comments on our appreciation of the State Board and staff's ability to cooperate with different utilities. You listen to different utilities in an effort to make the best regulation possible here. So again, my name is Kate Nutting. I'm General Manager for Golden State Water Company's Southwest District. Golden State Water is an investor-owned utility that provides water service to over 1 million people in over 80 communities throughout California. We have 38 separate and distinct water systems of varying sizes in California. And I want to speak specifically to a comment that Dave Volan mentioned regarding multiple systems. Golden State Water requests that regardless of the system size, the State Water Resources Control Board considers allowing water utilities that manage multiple systems to group certain systems as approved by Water Board staff into a combined regional target in an effort to achieve water loss control in the most cost-effective manner with the least impact to customer water rates. This is important because different water systems have differing water supply costs and costs to implement water control strategies. Thus, when working to develop water loss control strategies, being able to focus efforts on the most cost-effective strategies would benefit our customers by helping to control the cost of service. Combined water loss control standards would maintain quality water service for all affected customers, achieve water loss control as required by the regulation, and minimize the impact to customer water rates. So that concludes my comments, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Yeah, so are you, sorry, thanks. Are you suggesting that that you actually would want to allow more inclusion of small systems that are physically disconnected? I just want to make sure I understand that comment. The ability to include all of your regional systems into a single standard? She's on mute. Maybe we have to unmute her. Sorry, it's Nadine.
Sorry, yes, I lost the ability to unmute myself. So, I'm not really commenting one way or the other on that definition of urban water supplier. I support a lot of the comments that we heard in that lengthy discussion regarding the small systems and why it makes sense to potentially exclude at least some of those systems that are 3,000 or less. But regardless of that, we even have, there's a potential where we have water systems that are in, say, one district, potentially one rate making area that would meet the definition of urban water supplier, regardless of how it is defined, regardless of some of the changes potentially proposed for the regulation. And even in those cases, it might make sense to have a regional or a combined target for those two systems from a cost-effective standpoint to achieve potentially the same volume of water saved, potentially, but in a more cost-effective manner than if they were separated out into two different targets.
Yes, thank you for that. And I also understand that certain investor-owned utilities have different rate-based structures as approved. So what your company might experience might be different for a different utility. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah. Okay, so then I apologize. I believe we have next is Stephen Poncelet, followed by Alan Wyatt. And the last commenter I have here is Todd Thompson.
Yes, good afternoon, members of the board and staff. Again, really appreciate the opportunity to hear the discussion and to participate. My name is Stephen Poncelet, and I'm with Truckee-Donner Public Utility District, and we're a water and electric utility serving the greater Truckee area near Lake Tahoe. I do want to thank Fiona Sanchez, Amy Talbot, Sue Mossberg, Andrea from CMUA, the Aqua staff, the water community, and we are hundreds and thousands of community-owned, not-for-profit systems, have engaged and are really working hard to come up with a regulation that meets the goals and allows the utilities to continue to function. Truckee-Donner PUD has been investing in decades in water loss and conservation, and we have the results to show it. And rates are very important for our community, but we recognize that we have to invest, and that includes 8% rate hike this year. $16 million we just bonded for a capital program, and we're a $12 million a year operating utility, and that'll be spent over 4 years. Half of it on water loss, but the other half on regulatory compliance for wildfire and a myriad of other issues that we have to invest, water quality. So the money has to be spread across multiple priorities. We have 235 miles of underground piping, and our last bid and construction project was $3 million a mile to replace the piping. So you can do the math on the system. We have a very old system. Over half of our system's 50 years old. So I represent a water utility that does have high loss and has been investing in it, but the economics can be a challenge. We also have very high peak demand and seasonal variability, and it gets to that data quality and validity because we have a lot of transient population up here. So on the flip side of that, and this is, a very fortunate story, is we're 100% groundwater agency with, fairly large water resources, and we're way below our sustainable yield and, 1 or 2% of the water balance of what goes through. So in the overall water system, we're pretty small. Our avoided cost of water is around $200 an acre foot. And that's driven primarily by pumping. And while the electricity and the greenhouse gases associated with that are significant, and we do a lot to minimize that, I do have to give a shout out to our electric provider, Truckee Donner Public Utility District. They're excellent. They have stable and competitive rates, and they're to over 60% renewable in our carbon-free resources. So again, mitigating many of the impacts. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about an agency that's going to show up in the variance process, because we have a B2C less than one. We have high loss, and we're trying to address all that stuff. So we appreciate working with staff over the years and meeting with Bethany, a year and a half ago. And again, want to echo the collaboration. We will make adjustments to requests to the economic model itself, and appreciate the opportunity to work with that with staff. And we will be applying for a variance. And I do want to support the comments made by Fiona and others on the variance process. What we need, though, is to improve our data validity and to improve our leak detection, so that we can better target the financial investments that we are making. And a good chunk of that capital money that we're doing over the next 4 years is to put that in place. Until we really know where we're leaking, and then what the costs would be, and not just to repair, but in often cases replace an old system like ours, we need that information. And some of the off ramps are only if you have completed a full leak detection cycle, and I appreciate it being lowered from 2, and a data validity, was 4. I think it's now 3. But the ones who don't have that know the least about their system. So to be given any target or a high target could lead to a poor investment of the limited funds that we have. So I really would like to request that we get the opportunity, we get the technical support, the financial support. Again, we really appreciate it. We want to do everything that we can as cost effective. And we look forward to continuing to work with the board and staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Poncelet, for your comments. And I do think some of the changes that are being proposed would allow for the standard to be revised over time if you get new data and get a better sense for what your standard should be. So I hope that will help systems in that type of situation that need to work on data validity and making those types of improvements over time. Sorry, thank you. So with that, let's go to Mr. Wyatt and then Mr. Thompson. And then I regrettably left Ms. Talbot off the speaker list. She has a comment she would like to make as well. So we'll fit you in at the end there. Mr. Wyatt.
It says maybe, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, good morning to all of you, and I'm pleased to be here to talk with you. I think most of you are not familiar with me. I'm a non-revenue water consultant, independent at this time. I'm not paid by anybody to be here or work on this regulation, but I have been involved since SB 555 was started, and got interested and participated in the effort since Max Gomberg and before Kartiki came, and UC Davis was involved. And I followed it all the way along. And that's because I've worked on issues of the economics of real losses for 40 years or more, and in 20 countries, most recently in Texas and in Brazil, Jamaica, Jordan. There's a situation in Brazil right now where a regulator has a flawed economic model and is pushing this into the companies where it makes, it's not logic at all. And frankly, that's what I see here. There is a problem with the model. The model is not working correctly. The 3 changes fixed one aspect of the model, but the 2 others created or did not fix the problem or created other problems. and I will prepare this in writing. I've consulted with several other non-revenue water specialists, and they concur. The consequences could be significant in terms of what the outcome is. I don't know yet because we're still working through the math. This is all, again, all on a voluntary basis. So right now, I think the question of how to make a working model is still up in the air. And that's, of course, maybe alarming or not welcome news, but the expert view at this point is that that is the case. Not that it can't be fixed, but I would want to reiterate what Ed Osan said, because it's critically important, that this regulation just looks at active leak detection. It, over 30 years, determines whether the reduction of backlog of unreported leakage pays for itself over 30 years. Well, that's not the way to look at leakage. You have some very large systems in the state of California, which have high leakage, which have a zero reduction target, because the activity that they need to do is not active leak detection. It's other activities, such as pressure reduction and some asset replacement. So we're only looking at a quarter of, or a tenth of the elephant here. Now, in Texas, I just completed for the Texas Water Board a review of the current levels of losses based on audits of 4,000 towns and cities. And through a method called deterministic frontier analysis, we've determined what the current levels are based on the audits and what the reduction potentials are. And I ran the same model for California last night or the other day. Comes out to a very different conclusion than what the model does. A lot of the large systems right now have very low reduction, whereas the alternative method shows that the big systems have significant reductions that could be made, not through active leak detection, but through other methods that would sort of make a more rational, let's say, sourcing of where leak reduction would come from. Right now, the current model only requires the leakage in the state to be reduced 28%. 28%. Now, that doesn't seem like a very big change in terms of the total leakage in the state. The amount that large water systems would reduce is on the order of 9%. The regulation does not get to the leakage where it is. So I think there's some major issues that need to be considered. Now, in addition,
Mr. White, you're about at your 5-minute limit. So if you could,
I requested 10 minutes. I was never told that I did not have 10 minutes.
What we're doing for sake of time is we're providing all the public commenters 5 minutes today.
Okay, may I add another minute?
Yes, please wrap up your comments. Thank you.
There are still, despite the model errors that still exist, the original errors that I wrote about in my comment letter to the board some months back. The model is highly sensitive to inputs based on unsuitable data, as UC Davis described. It simply does not work. I think a different strategy should be taken altogether. Either zone in on the 20, 50 biggest utilities and do the job right with them, or take a non-deterministic approach like frontier analysis to get a range of losses. Right now, you've got a railroad train that won't go to the right place. Thank you very much. I will be following up these comments with written statement. Thank you.
Great. Yeah, thank you, Mr. White. And I appreciate your, carefully looking through the model and your thoughts and concerns here today. And we'll certainly look for your comments when you have those completed. So thank you. All right, next we have Mr. Thompson.
Oh, hi there. Thank you. I want to thank the board. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go forward.
Okay. I want to thank the board for the opportunity to comment and staff doing the work. I do support Amy Talbot, David Bolin, Sue Mossberg, and the other contributors, including Mr. Wyatt, who's done some great work on the model. As a former lead for DWR water audit reporting, and a former State Water Board staff member, I think I can assist the board in improving the current draft. Basically, exclusively, I'm going to comment on the definition of urban retail water supplier. I think that definition should remain as it is in the statute. And with the remainder of addressing the small systems being removed. In particular, I think all the way the current draft addresses small systems should be removed from the draft. I don't think it was the legislature's intent to include small systems, and that's why they cited urban retail water suppliers. As the lead staff for DWR, I kept the statutory definition in the regulations because I thought that was the right thing to do. It captured the legislative intent. To include small systems under urban retail water suppliers basically creates a disparate program where one agency is applicable to the regulations and performance standards and one is not. In over 21 years that I was with the Water Board, primarily in the regulatory program, we never strive to create an uneven regulatory program where one system was regulated and another was not, although they're almost exactly alike. It just makes for a bad program. Small systems may need improvements in efficiency, but there's a lot more water lost in larger systems, and I think that's where the money and attention should be kept. Smaller systems are commonly associated with disadvantaged communities, and all smaller systems will not be captured in the program, as I stated earlier. For that reason, smaller systems were not required to report when I was the lead manager at DWR for water loss auditing. It was, I just strongly believe it was not included in the mandate. If the legislature wanted to have all systems report, they would have not used that term. I just think the legislature may have missed the nuance that there are some small systems that are managed by urban retail water suppliers, like those in Calaveras County, that they weren't aware of. So for that reason, I had all urban retail water suppliers reporting on just their larger systems. They could report on the smaller systems if they wanted to, but that was not a requirement. I think the State Water Board needs to follow suit with that too. I know it changed after I left DWR, and I think it was a mistake. In addition, I've been listening to the discussions. I want to make some other points. I have submitted my transcribed reports, comments, And but does not include these other points. I think system consolidation should be handled in a different forum. This is about performance standards on water loss. I think it's complicated enough as it is right now. I would not include any further complications on that. I think if a system is a part of a larger system, paying into the same pot of money for maintenance and operation of the whole system, it should probably be included in the audit, and it should also have the same performance standard. However, it seems to me that the board should trust responsible water agencies to make that determination and not try to prescribe it in regulations.
Mr. Thompson, your 5 minutes is up, so if you could provide a concluding statement, I'd appreciate that.
I just want to thank the board for the opportunity. I think I'll leave it there. I think I've covered most of it. So anyway, I appreciate the opportunity to comment.
Great. Thank you very much for your comments today. And with that, I'm going to go to who was both our first commenter and our last commenter today, Ms. Amy Talbot.
Yep, just starting and finishing this meeting. This is Amy Talbot from Regional Water Authority. Just wanted to wrap up comments, thanking the board members and staff for the work on this over the last couple of years. I feel like we are getting close, and I really appreciate staff's response to our coalition comments. And there's been very responsive, and a lot of our requests were embedded into the updated language. So I really appreciate that. Just a couple more comments. We flagged the overinvestment term. I do think there's something that could be more appropriately used. Again, it is a PR issue and, kind of subjective depending on who's saying what's cost effective or not. I just think it's unnecessarily triggering. We don't need to have it in there. We could pick something else. And in terms of the definitions, the regulation defines them, which is appropriate, but we need to make sure that the definitions are going to be kind of paralleled with the M36 manual, with the AWWA manual, because that's what practitioners use. And that's how they set their programs, is defined on those definitions. So even having language in there saying, or as defined by M36, I think is appropriate. It seems like hearing the comments today, there's a little bit more work on small systems and multiple systems, but I do think it's close. And you've heard from people today some of the concerns that we have, and it is a subset of the suppliers in the state. So, but it is very important to that small subset. So it's like, I don't want to say it's everyone, but it also is really important for those. So I think speaking up for those subset of systems is important, and keeping in mind, the goal of this is to get everyone a cost-effective water loss target that can be implemented, and that does ultimately reduce water loss. And the changes we make now get us closer to that. So I don't want to discount the concerns there. And then, like I said before, we support the State Water Board's alternative variance process that was shown on the screen with the 5 gallons per connection per day. Again, doesn't solve the problem of a cost-effective target for all agencies, but considering where we're at and the limitations of the model, I do think it gets those agencies closer to what would be considered a cost-effective target if they can show the proper documentation. I do think that it should be required they do that. What else? And the model changes was the other change that was from the February draft to the one now. We heard a little bit about the model changes from Alan. I do know there are some other folks that are more versed in the model that are coordinating with Bethany and staff. Specifically, I've heard the first equation set that is leaks found per part of the system with intervention has been problematic. But I know those folks are working directly with staff because it is a very complicated issue. So just wanted y'all to be aware that that is happening, in terms of trying to get that nailed down and provide some comments for that. And then with that, just wanted to again, thank you. Appreciate having us on the panel. Appreciate my colleagues coming today and providing additional comments. And that's it.
Thank you so much. With that, I'm going to turn to other board members, see if there's any final comments. Board Member Firestone.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks for the, we were able to flesh out a lot and discuss a lot here from folks this morning. I think it was very valuable for me, and I think helped highlight and tease out some of these issues that was the purpose of, or were some of the focuses of the workshop. I'll just, in kind of my final thoughts on this, beyond the specifics that we've already discussed, is I just stepping back. This is such a different way of establishing a regulation than we do in anything else. This is basically saying we're going to use a model, which models are never perfect, and just look at setting standards for what's cost effective, which arguably, is basically saying you have to do what makes business sense and sort of is good financial stewardship and system stewardship for your ratepayers over time. And that's not how we typically look at things. We usually look at, okay, what's an outcome? And the context of this is definitely within how are we making conservation a way of life, or creating efficiency, and fundamentally, as some of our commenters pointed out, reducing our water use in the state. I think we all understand that's a necessity. I also respect that's not how the legislation was written in terms of just establishing. I think there was a cost effectiveness in the regulation, or in the statute, I guess is the right term. But I do want us to, as we consider this and finalize what's brought to us, I think it's really important to be looking at how this fits in with that broader conservation and efficiency standard picture, because I understand the point is to make sure that there's flexibility to invest in what is going to be the best use of resources to reduce water or to create efficiencies in your system. And so we don't want to set a standard for water loss that then pulls resources towards that if it's better placed in other forms or approaches. But I also don't think we should just be saying that whatever makes business sense for your your stewardship of your water system is a standard of efficiency, because that's not actually what it is. It's a good business practice. It's not necessarily how are we reducing water use. And I need to see how that fits into this bigger water use and efficiency standard picture. And I'm not suggesting we throw out the entire approach here. I just am expressing the sort of overall concern with how this plays out and fits into this bigger picture. And I think we talked a lot about specifics here. I'll just hit again. I think on the additional refining of what the definition means. I'm particularly interested in that bullet 3 and what makes sense, and then tightening number 1. But I look forward to comments on that. And I guess I'm on the other one. I'm still not totally convinced that just adding a kind of arbitrary, like essentially raising the standard 5 makes sense, particularly if the way that we're approaching this is recognizing no model's perfect. We're allowing a lot of flexibility and variance and pathways for water systems to frankly reduce that standard already. We're also adding a buffer, and then we're also saying you can do an additional 5, which is kind of a random number. but we're not looking at the other factors that could be really important in how we're ultimately reducing water loss in the state, like pressure management, I think was said, and pipe replacement. And so I just am concerned that we may not be striking the right balance here as we navigate through this really challenging and I think necessary approach of that's really different than any other regulatory approach that at least I've seen us do. Thanks.
Thank you. Board Member Morgan.
Thank you. Just, want to thank staff and the stakeholders. I believe, we've come a long way in really trying to balance, just water loss and looking at the model. And, it's not perfect. Many models are not perfect. And, just looking at how to balance that out. And so, I am comfortable with the safe harbor, that aspect, and looking at how to balance the variability of water systems in California. There's a wide range of systems here, and just terrain, those that are in the mountains needing to, have higher pressures, those in the valleys, not, and just the operations of systems. And so it's very hard to do something that's one size fits all within California for a water system. And that's what this is really, it's pushing to try to do. And that's just very, very difficult. And so, just appreciate the collaboration of how do we get to a point where we can have something to set standards for each of these systems that are very unique and very different in different situations, and have individual standards set, by one model for very unique different systems. And so, the, concern is that I still have is just the definition, the going, and so Vice Chair brought up just unintended consequences of having the small systems being brought in under the term. Also just the data, just, as we move forward, just making sure that we have quality data where we can. It's valuable and it's needed where we can. We're doing a lot of, this piece isn't, we recognize that this piece here isn't perfect, so we're going to add this piece onto it. To try to balance out that imperfectness. But then we have another piece that, okay, well, that's not perfect because, hey, the water standard was, the audit was not set up for small systems. And so it's kind of this, I'm seeing kind of this additive nature of having something that's not perfect and then having something else to try to balance that out. If that worries me. And so I just really want to be cautious as we move forward in trying to really, where we can, have more, get quality data to implement, that, whether, how we move forward with this and other pieces of the water, making conservation a way of life, so that there are less, as we can, there are less unintended consequences as we move forward.
Thank you, board member. And I am going to diverge a little bit from board member comments. And I apologize for those of you who have been with us for the last 3 hours. You probably have realized I don't do this very often. And so I missed a hand raised here on the Zoom platform. So Mr. Osan, I just wanted to give you an opportunity if you had something you wanted to share since your hand's up. I wanted to provide that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I will be brief, recognizing you're trying to wrap up. I did want to say that we support the edits that were made to the parent law standard. The staff made some very constructive changes there, clarifying the meaning of the standard. It's the wording of the standard itself, and the tolerance of 2 GPCD is much more appropriate. We still believe that the final rule should provide notice and opportunity for comment on agency requests by water suppliers to adjust their individual standard through data substitution. Under this revised proposal, now there's even no time limit on local agencies proposing such changes. So I don't think you're going to be overwhelmed or overburdened with public comments on this, but in actually changing the standard, there should be public notice and the opportunity to comment on that. And finally, I would just say that remind the board that in the earlier in the rulemaking, there was an alternative 1 was developed that actually was evaluated by the board to be highly cost effective, by the board staff, I should say, to be highly cost effective and save nearly 40% more water than the proposed rule. We would urge that with the changes that have been proposed for the economic model, that the impact of alternative 1 be trued up with the revised economic model, and that alternative 1 be brought to the same level of specificity as the proposed alternative, so that it is fairly evaluated by the board when it makes a decision on the final rule.
Can you just specify what alternative 1 is?
Yes, alternative 1 was an option that was based upon more increasing the frequency of leak detection and repair. Of course, the water suppliers have the ability to meet their target using any particular means that's available to them, not necessarily leak detection and repair, but in alternative 1, the frequency of leak detection and repair was increased. And it was found to save 4.6 million acre feet of water over 30 years, which is nearly 40% more than the proposed rule. And it was done and it would reach those savings at about $201 per acre foot of treated drinking water that's saved, which would be a bargain for most urban water suppliers.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Hassan, for your comments and your patience and being a little bit late to the list. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And just to clarify, I'm just a board member. But thank you. So let's see, other board member comments. Vice Chair, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Sure, just quickly. First of all, I found today's workshop to be very useful, good discussion, and appreciate everyone's participation. I know it's been a long haul, and thank you to staff. I was very concerned about this process at the very beginning, which, you know, a lot of times we don't get it right at the very beginning, but as time passed and staff had multiple discussions with stakeholders, whether it was through individual communications or workshops, staff workshops, and then of course our opportunity to interact with staff in between. I want to compliment you on a job almost well done. We're very close, and I think that in you teeing up these two key issues at this point, I look forward to the written comments and the opportunity to further reflect on these issues, and don't want to be repetitive. I think that Board Member Morgan did a good job raising some of the concerns that I share, and just look forward to the next steps. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And I'll be brief as well, and just thank you all for all the hard work. I think this has been a really good example of, you know, a collaborative rulemaking process. I know it's been long. I know it's taken time. I know we're in fact quite a bit of ways away from the statutory deadline to have this in place, but for good reason. And there was a lot to do. It's novel, as Board Member Firestone was pointing out, with the use of an economic model. it's a new approach, and it's hard to figure out the way to approach it when we have so many different urban water systems around the state with unique circumstances, and how this rule should apply to them in different ways. So I think you've done a really excellent job of carving out different things, such as the off-ramp, such as extensions of deadlines for disadvantaged communities. There's been a lot built into this proposal so far that I think is really helpful. Unfortunately, when you do that, you add things, it becomes more complex. And that's, I think, a little bit of what we're struggling with here, is just that those end details, which matter. It's very important, especially for the systems that would be impacted by these types of decisions. So I will look forward to staff's feedback at the appropriate time on your thoughts on everything that was discussed today in essence. But I do just want to highlight that part of this is always an eye towards administrative efficiency. And so thinking about, what are our expectations going in terms of requesting a certain standard, how variances would be there's all different kinds of variances here. So how would they be set and approved or denied or modified, and what the data expectations are. So that those kinds of requests for standard setting. And then also looking forward, the types of reporting that would happen under different scenarios here. If you qualify for an off-ramp, as Ms. Sanchez was highlighting, if you qualify for this variance, if you have a benefit cost ratio of less than 1, and so on. I just want to flag that I'm interested in getting a better sense for how all that is coming together. And one of my consistent themes is about consistency. And so to ensure that we're have a good sense for that we're establishing a level set of expectations for all the suppliers that are going to be subject to this rule. So I think I will leave my comment at that, and unless there's anything else. Okay, so we are running a bit behind. I see a number of other folks have joined us in the room, which is great to see you. We just concluded item 9. Our next item will be item 10, but we do need a lunch break. So we're going to do that now. I'm going to go ahead and say let's break until 1:30, if that makes sense, and we'll pick up with item 10 at that time. Thank you. All right, everybody. It is 1:30 and we can get started again. Hopefully everyone had a good lunch. I did. So item 9 is, oh, sorry. Got it. Yep. We're on item 10. So yes, proposed notification and response levels for perfluorohexane sulfonic acid. And I think Mr. Bohemus is kicking us off.
Sure, I'll just do a very brief intro. This is the fourth notification level, response level we'll be considering. This is the proposal. Dr. Migolino will give us the presentation and certainly go from questions from there. So thank you.
Hi, good morning, board members, Vice Chair. Today we're presenting. Sorry, if you don't mind if I'm going to take this off. Thank you. I'm eating my mask. I apologize for that.
It's your choice.
Thank you. Today we're presenting the notification and response levels for perfluorohexane sulfonic acid. Next slide, please. My name is Eric Migolino. I'm a research scientist with Division of Drinking Water. Co-presenting with me is Dr. Anatoly Sosholov from OEHA. He's a staff toxicologist in the water toxicology section. Our DDW management team, next to me, Darren Polimus, Deputy Director. Remotely, Robert Brownwood, Program Management Branch Chief. Also remotely, Randy Bernard, Technical Operations Section Chief. Next to me, Melissa Hall, Regulatory Development Unit Chief. And next to her, Zach Miller from Office of Chief Counsel. Next slide, please. Okay, so what are notification levels and response levels? Health and Safety Code 116445 describes them as this. Notification levels are non-regulatory health-based advisory levels. They're mainly for contaminants that don't have maximum contaminant levels or primary standards. Response levels are the concentration at which DDW recommends an action to reduce public health exposure. So, can I move to the next slide, please? So here's a brief history of the notification levels. So far, in the history of the drinking water program, there's been 96 notification levels. There are 32 that are active and current. 40 have gone through a regulatory process and now have become MCLs. And 24 of them have been archived. Archived because they no longer posed a significant health risk. Next slide, please. So per Health and Safety Code 116378, PFAS compounds, per and polyfluoral alkyl substances with notification levels have special public notice requirements. These specifically occur when there's an exceedance above the response level. And these are the main points that you should take into consideration. There's publication in a local newspaper, posting a notice in conspicuous areas in public places served by the water system, posting a notice on an appropriate social media site, delivering notices to community organizations, and then there's an additional outreach to customers for non-community water systems. Next slide, please. So there is a required process for establishing new notification levels and response levels. So Health and Safety Code 116456 requires that we let the public know at least 30 days before bringing it to the board at an informational item to see it and to know about it. We also have to make electronic links available to the notification level, response levels that we propose, the studies that we used, and if in this case, if a WEHA proposed something or gave us a recommendation, so they can see that too. So all documents relied upon. And lastly, and we presented as an informational item at a state water board meeting at least 30 days or more after we post that or propose it. Okay. Next slide, please. So this is the timeline for PFHXS. So in February of 2020, we went to OEA and we asked them for notification levels recommendations for perfluorinated compounds. PFHXS was one of the ones that we asked for. On March 17th, 2022, they gave us the notification level recommendation. And on July 7th, 2022, we proposed the perfluorinated perfluorohexane sulfonic acid notification level, response level, and we made that available to the public. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and pass this to Dr. Soshilov because he's going to go through the risk assessment and how we derive that number or how they derive that number. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me. So we provided notification level recommendation to Water Board, and I will go over steps that were involved and process and how we derive the number. So this is our chemical of interest, PFHXS, its chemical structure. It's ubiquitously present in the environment, including surface and groundwater. It's one of their three most frequently detected PFAS, and I believe Eric will have a more detailed slide on that later. And this chemical is resistant to degradation in the environment in the body, which requires specific toxicokinetic adjustment in derivation of the notification level number. Right, next slide, please. So this is the summary of our notification level recommendation. AIHA recommends notification level for PFHXS at 2 nanogram per liter, which is equivalent to 2 parts per trillion, or PPT. Our systematic literature search found that in human studies, there is some evidence of reproductive, developmental, immunotoxic, and liver effects. And liver effects are increased serum enzyme levels. And in animal studies, evidence of liver, thyroid, kidney, adrenal gland, and developmental reproductive system effects. Next slide. This is just to give you the idea of the scale of the work in this project. We identified more than 5,000 references overall, of which 2,000 plus were animal studies and more than 3,000 were human epidemiological studies. Among animal studies, we selected 9 relevant studies of sufficient quality that were of sufficient quality to develop dose response and notification level recommendation value, and which we found we selected 3 high quality sensitive studies that reported serum concentrations that we used for derivation of NL recommendation value. Human studies, on the other hand, we analyzed in detail approximately 400. While we found evidence of adverse effects, no study was appropriate for reference dose derivation. Next slide. These are our candidate critical studies, all 3 animals. 2 studies are in rat, 1 study in mouse. All studies are oral and short duration studies. The first one, 4 weeks, and the second and the third, Butenhoff and Chang, are studies in pregnant animal. In some cases, treatment was followed after birth for 2 generations. So all animal studies found liver effects. 2 studies, NTP and Butenhoff, found thyroid effects, either decreased thyroid hormone levels or some thyroid pathology. And Chang et al., their developmental study, also found decreased liver size. Next slide. So we ended up selecting National Toxicology Program study from 2019. This study was in rats as a critical study. And decreased thyroid hormone levels in male rats exposed orally for 28 days or 4 weeks as the critical endpoint. In the same study, liver effects were also observed, but decreased thyroid hormone levels were more sensitive. Why is this important for humans? Well, small decreases in thyroid hormone levels may be associated with altered cognitive development in children. So it's a pretty well established adverse effect in humans. Next slide. So this is how we derived our NL recommendation. We used modeling with serum concentrations due to toxicokinetic considerations for pFH excess. So we used modeling of serum concentrations for male red data from NTP 2019 study to find something we call point of departure, the starting point for our assessment. Then we applied total uncertainty factor of 1000 that accounts for differences between animals and humans, human variability, short duration of the critical study, as well as deficiencies in the toxicity database. And as you can tell, there's lots and lots of uncertainty in this assessment, and that's why that is the reason why uncertainty factor is fairly high at 1000. We applied relative source contribution of 20%, which is proportion of exposure, of total exposure to pFH excess that presumably comes from drinking water. And we applied drinking water intake rate for infants of 0 to 6 months of age. And as I mentioned on one of the previous slides, infants are considered particularly sensitive to decreases in the thyroid hormones level. And that is because they have low storage capacity for the thyroid hormone. They have lower tolerance to thyroid hormone decreases than adults. And they also consume more water. For example, using reconstituted formula on the water on a body weight basis than adults. So for all these reasons, infants are considered the sensitive group, and we use their water intake rate for the sensitive group. Next slide. And I'm handing this over back to Eric, and if later other questions, I will be happy to answer them.
Thank you. So this slide is just highlights occurrence. The data set that we used was from January 2017 to April 2022. At that time, analytical methods were available to reach down to and even below the notification level, which is 2 parts per trillion. So out of everything that was sampled, there was, in that particular data set, there were 1,017 sources that were sampled that had detections. They came from 212 public water systems. Now, out of those 1,017, 965 of the sources were above the proposed NL, 2 parts per trillion, and 140 sources were above the proposed RL, which is 20 parts per trillion. Next slide, please. This is just a visualization for you, just to give you an idea. You can see the legend at the top there. We're really focusing right here on the response level, the response level and the notification level. You're looking for the hotspots for those that are particularly above the response level. Okay.
Can I ask you a question about that?
Sure.
You're proposing that the response level, the notification level would be set at 2 parts per trillion. What is the current detection limit in the laboratory that's used?
Right now, what we're seeing is that they're able to go below 2 parts per trillion, but the majority of laboratories are reporting at about 2 parts per trillion.
At 2?
2 parts per trillion. 2 parts per trillion.
Not 4.
Not 4. 2 now.
Okay,
they're able to do it. Well, thank you for forwarding the slide. This just gives you an idea of what other states are doing with perfluorohexane sulfonic acid. What I want you to note on here is that some of the states have grouped some of the perfluorinated compounds together. And another important point is that some of these states have actually turned them into primary drinking water standards. So they are MCLs. Okay. So it is happening in other states. Okay. If I can have the last slide, please. So DDW is proposing, this is DDW's proposal for perfluorohexane sulfonic acid for the notification level, response level. So we agree with AWIHA's NL recommendation. We're proposing to establish a notification level at 2 parts per trillion. We are proposing a response level of 20 parts per trillion, which is 10 times the notification level, it's appropriate for with the constituents that are associated with non-carcinogenic health effects, adverse health effects. RL exceedances will be based on a confirmed sample from a single event. As Dr. Soshalov pointed out, the vulnerable population are infants, so that's very important to understand that. The adverse effect, thyroid hormone reduction, is potentially caused by a subchronic exposure, which means that it's a shortened period of time. It's not quite acute. It's not a lifetime exposure, so it's kind of in between. So I consider that a subchronic. And the health effect is probably going to be a delayed onset, so you'd probably see that a little bit later. So it kind of falls in between. So it's a tender time. I mean, there's 6 months for a child. Lastly, when the notification level and response level are implemented, there will be public notices available or templates available to public water systems for them to use. And that's it.
Okay, well, thank you for the presentation and your recommendations there. I think I will look to other board members, see if there's any comments or questions. Seeing none here in the room, Vice Chair Adamo, I don't see you on the screen, unfortunately.
I am here, just
Oh,
was
you are.
having some internet connection, so no questions here.
Okay, thank you. I do have a question. And, I'm obviously concerned about the proliferation of PFAS in the environment and its effect on human health. And I think it's right to take proactive steps here to protect sources and the people that, are potentially exposed to these different contaminants in a proactive way. But just hearing Dr. Soshalov talk about the studies and just kind of caveating that there are a lot of uncertainties inherently in this process in establishing a notification level and a response level, because there aren't, frankly, in this case, as an example, there aren't a lot of studies to support the exact dose references that would be needed. And I imagine that this is just the first step in the drinking water regulatory process, right? So you start with the notification response level, potentially then a public health goal would be developed, and ultimately a maximum contaminant level for this constituent. However, so we're at the ground floor here, but the way that this is often treated, and rightfully so, because it is troubling, is water systems take this occurrence and the issuance of these levels very seriously. And often, will add treatment even, or shut off these sources in response to these notification response levels being issued. So I was wondering if, either DDW or Dr. Soshalov could just expand a little bit on the public process, the process that's used here to develop these levels, and how this interplays with development of public health goals ultimately, and how this process works.
Yeah, sure. I'll start, and then Dr. Shivalov can kind of follow on with what he's done for the recommendation presented by OEHA. So it's a very similar process, obviously not as long and rigorous as the PHG would be. It does factor in, and certainly Dr. Shivalov can talk about the way he performs the work. It's very similar, I believe, to what's done in a process for a PHG. The number of studies and stuff they look at can be very similar. We have MCLs based on one selected study that was definitive and of enough quality that they could take an action and make a recommendation from. I think a lot of people see the uncertainty factors they get in, and I'll ask Dr. Shivalov to comment on that, but that's standard kind of operating when it comes to taking from rats and rodents and then transferring it, and then understanding how you're trying to protect against a subchronic effect of a subpopulation. And so they look large, but those are more standard than, is probably understood by those of us that aren't toxicologists and get into that type of factor. But I've certainly seen the very same things happen in the regards to that. And then, of course, you see what we do when it comes to the response level. Because of the uncertainty, we back up from that. So we're 10 times above what they would recommend would be for a health impact start for some uncertainty associated with that. So we're not at the most protective level. If we were striving to be as protective as conceivable, we would have the NL and the RL be something approximating each other. But we're not at a stage where we're ready to say that just yet. And so in the guise of PFAS with 116378 and AB 756 bringing those, we certainly are fully aware of the consequences associated with this. And it's definitely always a balancing between information for the public and what they should know as far as proceeding impacts, economic impacts to the water systems that are going to, face the dilemma of, what do I do with these sources? Do I have other sources I can substitute? Do I put on treatment and the likes going forward? And those are all factored into the weighing decision. But I'll let Dr. Shivalov kind of comment specifically on the calculation component, what they come to.
Sure. I might have misspoke in saying that high level of uncertainty. It's pretty common. Uncertainty factor of 1,000 is standard with documents, regulatory levels, PHGs and notification level recommendations, not regulatory, based on animal studies. So in our process, our default uncertainty factor from when we use animal study as basis for derivation of our reference value. So our default value is 300. So when we see 1,000, it's really not that much higher than 300 and reflects specifics of this chosen critical endpoint toxicity. There is multiple considerations that go into the calculation. I wouldn't qualify this as some sort of abnormally different from what we usually get. So the process for notification level recommendation derivation can vary. In this particular case, I would say it was very thorough. We did look at multiple studies. We analyzed all their dose response ourselves. There was multiple review steps within AIHA. So very many experts looked at this document before we released it, and you can tell by looking at the number of contributing authors, in the document, that there is a lot of effort that went into this. So the main difference with PHG is that notification level recommendation document doesn't go through scientific review the way our PHGs do, and that's just the way it is. So I would say that would be the biggest difference.
Yeah, thank you for that. I really appreciate that, and appreciate you being here today, honestly, to help just provide some additional definition, because you're a partner agency as I look at it, but you're independent. You do your own work here, but we work together here in developing drinking water standards ultimately. So I am seeking to better understand that process and how it works. It is complex. There is inherently uncertainty. There's going to be on any standard. This one is no exception. So appreciate that, and I look forward to future discussions with you. So that was my question, and I am just double checking. I don't think we have any public commenters. Is that correct? Oh,
in the room.
We have one public commenter waving in the back of the room.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Okay. Mr. Voskel.
Hi, good afternoon. Jared Voskel on behalf of CASA, the California Association of Sanitation Agencies. CASA represents 125 sanitation agencies and municipalities that engage in wastewater collection, treatment, recycling, and resource recovery. I wanted to make a few observations on this item today. First of all, we appreciate the board's holding this informational item. I know a few years ago, kind of the predicate for this was some changes to notification levels that resulted in a pretty large economic impact in Southern California, and having to take wells offline, do remediation. I think it exceeded over $1 billion in cost. And kind of the byproduct of that was having an informational item when the board was going to move on these going forward. Maybe there's a semantics with the term regulatory. I think that was deemed not a regulatory action, but public health goal is a regulatory action. And separate from the terminology, these impacts are very real. And so I know for the POTWs, as well as for the drinking water, we've collected data as part of the State Water Board's investigative order. For sanitation agencies, I think the average for this specific analyte and PFAS was 2 parts per trillion if you were looking at just the reported values. And I know when we spoke a few months ago, we kind of talked about the different ways you could statistically analyze those measurements. If you set non-detects to 0, that average would go to 0. But if you looked at samples where it was detected and looked at just the average in those, it would be 6 to 7 parts per trillion in effluent for this one analyte. And so the comment here is kind of animated by this as it ties to the public health goal for PFOA and PFOS, which is set for less than 1 part per trillion. And the concern from sanitation agencies that MCLs are incorporated by reference in NPDES permits in the basin plan language so that they become water quality objectives. And a wastewater agency would have to treat up to that level of the MCL. And I know we've spoken with staff offline about this, and we've had productive dialogues. But as items like this are moving forward, it's critically important for some type of procedural pathway to be forged such that a drinking water standard isn't a wastewater treatment standard. And I think there's some options that we've kind of tentatively discussed, but in the most crudest form, if you really had to figure this out, I think having the basin plans be amended so that language of incorporation by reference would have a qualifier kind of specifying that the drinking water standards not to be interpreted as a treatment standard would be the way to go there. Basin plans are updated every 3 years, but basin plans aren't amended lightly. Those are pretty steep ask, and this would have to be crafted in a right way. There may be some other options on the table, but I did want to flag that, and I was kind of curious if the sampling data from drinking water wells was considered in the setting of these, so you could get a sense of what would that economic impact be. Are there wells that are going to have to be taken offline or not? I'm sure that information is available. I don't know if the analysis has been performed. And then I just wanted to make kind of a broader level comment. This past summer, I was attending the National Association of Clean Water Agencies annual conference, and PFAS was front and center on all of the sanitation agencies' minds because of actions by US EPA. Most recently, the US EPA advisories were lowered for PFOA, PFOS, down to about the levels the State Water Board had proposed for their public health goal. But interestingly, the US EPA designated those lowerings would not result in a major regulation, which for the federal government's $100 million. Here in California, it's $50 million. I think sanitation agencies and drinking water agencies were pretty struck by that determination that those levels wouldn't result in more than $100 million in cost annually. But maybe more important than the cost or the efficacy of that investment. And so when you're looking at exposure pathways to these chemicals, it's critically important that you're looking at human exposure pathway. And for a lot of pathways like food packaging, food wrapping, cosmetics, the average quantity of PFAS in those are in the neighborhood of like 10,000 parts per billion. Whereas when you're talking about these drinking water standards, you're talking about 2 or 3 parts per trillion. If you want to kind of represent those numbers, I think an equivalency would be like comparing an event that happened yesterday to an event that happened 10,000 years ago at the beginning of recorded history. That's a pretty sizable difference. And if you're thinking about how is someone exposed over a lifetime, I think we need to find a way to bridge those two kind of numbers and making sure we settle and land on regulations that where the investment is going to be made to be in compliance, it will have a comparable impact and benefit. So with those comments, I'd like to conclude and thank you for the time and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Greatly appreciate that. Okay, so with that, I think we can conclude item 10. Thank you very much. And we will move on to item 11, which is Environmental Finance Center Management Study Results, Review of the Clean Water State Revolving Funds Loan Award and Disbursement Processes.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Vice Chair Diadamo and other board members. Christopher Stevens, Assistant Deputy Director here at Division of Financial Assistance. We're happy to be here today. We've hinted at this report a couple of times over the past year or so, so very happy to be here finally and talk about it with you. Before I introduce the panelists today, I just want to note that there were many, many people involved in this, too many for me to name individually, but I did want to acknowledge and express appreciation to the organizations that were involved in this. First and foremost, of course, is the Environmental Finance Center. We have several panelists here today to talk about the report. EFC provides resources, training, and technical assistance to support and improve the capacity of communities to solve environmental challenges. Their expertise includes financing, planning, finance and planning for environmental and public health problems in areas such as drinking water, wastewater, stormwater, groundwater, and energy. EFC is the author of the report, and they've clearly demonstrated their abilities by quickly understanding the Clean Water SRF program and making valuable recommendations in their report. The US EPA staff in San Francisco was key to bringing the EFC on board through its existing relationship with EFC, and they were able to use funds from our Clean Water SRF capitalization grant to provide funding for the study. EPA also provided valuable information and review during preparation of the report. I also want to acknowledge the support of both the California Association of Sanitation Agencies and Water Reuse California. Both organizations and their members provided critical information and insights and peer review of the report, as well as contributing their own funds to the cost of the report. Last but certainly not least, excuse me, are all the staff in the Office of Chief Counsel, the Division of Administrative Services, and the Division of Financial Assistance, who shared their knowledge and time with the EFC team to help them understand the Clean Water SRF program and make the report meaningful. With that, I'd like to introduce the panel today. Maureen Kerner, PE, is Associate Director of the Environmental Finance Center at the University of California at Sacramento and lead investigator of the report. Dr. Eric Porse, Research Engineer at the Environmental Finance Center and Assistant Adjunct Professor at UCLA's Institute of the Environment and Sustainability. Mr. David Aldretti, PE, Research Engineer at the Environmental Finance Center. Dr. Sam Stone is joining us remotely. He is Associate Professor of Public Administration, College of Humanities and Social Sciences at California State University, Fullerton. And lastly, Dr. Boniface Michael, Professor of Management and Organizations in the College of Business Administration at California State University, Sacramento. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Eric for the presentation.
Thanks very much, Christopher. I appreciate it. And next slide, please. So today I'll just briefly give you highlights of the report, findings, and recommendations, and then I'll invite you to read the full report that's available as an agenda item with the link that's available on the State Board website. So what I'll discuss today is just overall objectives and tasks and the origins of the work, as well as findings and recommendations, including the investigative methodologies that we used, and then finally offer some time for discussion and public comment. Next. So our project objectives at the outset were 2, and we bounded the project to address these questions. So the tasks were to evaluate the California Clean Water State Revolving Fund practices, procedures, and policies to identify opportunities to improve the review, processing, and execution of loan agreements, as well as communication with loan applicants. And secondarily, we were evaluating the Division of Financial Assistance Loan and Grant Administration's program disbursement process to identify opportunities to improve the timeliness of disbursement requests and payments. Next slide. Generally speaking, there's been a recognition and much work done previously around common state revolving fund issues, both at the federal level and in California. So over the course of a number of different evaluations and assessments, there has been a recognition that there are particular pain points, as they've been called, around SRF programs, and these have been listed, and many of these have been attempted to be addressed over the past decade. And in California specifically, there was a 2008 strategic management review that also included some restructuring actions by Division of Financial Assistance. Some examples of these included application template improvements, improved online resources, as well as project manager assignments and progress reports, and improvements in communication with applicants and participants in the program. Next slide, please. So now I'll quickly move into findings and recommendations and describe the investigative process that the EFC team used in coordination with the SRF staff and stakeholders. Next. One of the tasks that we did was what we will call workflow mapping. And so in order to identify potential improvements in processes that the Clean Water SRF uses to be able to process applications, we evaluated the workflow, and this cuts across 3 different phases, essentially. So the first phase involves application reviews, and this is when an application that meets all the criteria for review is then reviewed, and this includes approximately 10 steps within the SRF staff. So we looked at opportunities for potentially binning applications, which my colleague Dr. Stone will talk about, and incorporating parallel processes for application review and execution. And then also we examined the opportunities for data improvements in each of the steps, but in particular for phase 1, identifying what sorts of additional data could help to improve program management and provide the data you need to understand particular opportunities for improvements in the process. Phase 2 then involves agreement executions. And so once an agreement moves through the process and moves to execution, there was approximately 30 steps in here, and we mapped and looked at each of these steps, talking with staff to understand and benchmark their timelines for those processes. So we looked at opportunities to streamline approvals, but as we'll talk about in the findings and recommendations, there has been a lot of work done to date, and so we really are looking at refining particular aspects of the processes, aligning focused on some phases. And then finally, for phase 3, it's the disbursement process. Here's where the State Water Board is not only coordinating internal disbursement requests, but also coordinating with other agencies for payments. Overall, across the process, one of the findings we identify is that the SRF can really improve communication by informing applicants where they are in the loan process. This was a particular point that we heard on several occasions, where an applicant stands within the loan agreement execution and disbursement process is sometimes unclear to the applicants. Next. We also examined, to the greatest extent we could, looking at data that could help to benchmark what we heard from staff or what we heard from stakeholders regarding the amount of time that application processing takes. So generally speaking, we were able to identify data for 2 phases, phases 1 and phases 2. And this would be the application review and application processing and execution. So in the graph, you'll see on the left-hand side, and the left-hand bars, indicated by the green, are the months between first and last package submittal. So across the 4 different packages that are submitted to have a complete application, you can see that in 2019, there's an increase in the amount of time associated with that. This part of the process involves not only SRF staff, but then also largely stakeholders to the applicants. Then on the right-hand side, you can see in the blue, the months to executed agreement. These are where many of the SRF processes are really kick in. And so we looked at for the available data. You can see from 2015 to 2020, there were increases in the most recent period of data availability for the application processing times. Overall, we could also identify that 80% of applications are executed within 21 months, and approximately 50% of them are executed within 12 months. So there is a distribution to think about. There's a small number of projects that do take a very long time. And lastly, as I hinted at, there was insufficient data for a quantitative review of all of the phases that could benchmark the timelines that we heard from staff and stakeholders. Next slide. So at this point, I'll turn it over to my colleague, Dr. Michael, who will speak about the internal assessment process.
Good afternoon, board members and everyone. Thank you for the time to present about the internal assessment. I'm Boniface Michael. I'm a professor in the College of Business. I'm not an engineer. I'm a business professor. And my expertise is in organizational design, change, helping organizations change. So the internal assessment that I conducted had two parts to it. I conducted interviews, and then I also conducted a survey of the interviewees. Next slide, please. So the focus for this was the Clean Water SRF's processing of low-cost applications for water quality projects. One of the findings there is that the application processing has strategic and structural contingencies that are important in the processing of the application. So what are those strategic contingencies? One of them is clearly everybody gets it. We provide low-cost funding to our customers. And that's something everybody's looking for. It drives the way work is done. The staff, the supervisors understand it well. The second piece is there's a clear structure that exists, and that structure follows, the chain of command, decision making, all that works. They cohere well with each other, and they are important contingencies that frame the application process. What's interesting about the application process is it's not a simple process, but it's a whole application pathway. That's my read of this whole application process, which means your customers are pretty complex customers. They're just not single customers. They have customers that come in with different profiles. They come in trying to complete an application, then they're an applicant, they get transformed into a recipient, a water system, and then some of them are repayers or borrowers, subsequent beneficiaries of the system. And the system coheres. I mean, you have stages that have been created across this application process where every stage has independence in control of the functioning of the application processing. There are different functions that weigh in that application. So all of that works. So you have one operating system for the processing of application, which is highly efficient and useful. At the same time, one of my recommendations, and could I go to the next slide, please, is that you need an accompanying operating system with this. This system works. Employees, staff, supervisors coordinate across the pathway well. But something we know is that the perspective of the other side of the stage, some other stages, is not well understood. So what my recommendations was to create an accompanying operating system. And that again exists at those three levels that I'd introduced: at strategic contingencies, structural contingencies, and the application. And this ties in with some of the themes that I heard yesterday during your workshop here. For example, the strategic contingencies. You talked about sustainable water systems that are going to sustain for decades to come. The vice chair talked about telling your story well. And I think that's important. I think there are strategic values that, besides the low-cost funding, which is important, but there are strategic value-added services that the CWSRF provides that needs to be claimed. It needs to be articulated. And those are important because those help build interdependencies between the different stages. Right now, your stages are clear, they're independent, but building those interdependencies will ensure that when decisions are made in one stage, there's an understanding of what the downstream decision effects are. And similarly, downstream decisions will understand what the upstream effects are. When it comes to structure, I think there's some smart folks that design the structures for the CWSRF. And so while you have clear priorities that create and support these stages, you also have cross-cutting lateral structures that can be leveraged for improving performance in the application process. And that's the accompanying strategic operating system that I'm talking about. So for example, technical assistance services. My understanding is technical assistance services at this time is for helping disadvantaged communities, small communities to complete their applications and bring it in. My recommendation is to explore scaling that up. Can they participate in that process, in that application process, even downstream? So you have these applicants that come in there with you for a long time before they finally get approval. That's not ideal time, that's productive time because you're building applications for low-cost financing, but it can be made more productive by building a relationship, building a response relationship with those customers as you go forward. And that's one of my other recommendations. Besides exploring the lateral connections, also explore creating a cadre of technical commercial folks that are going to help you build those relationships across the application pathway. And then coming to the application processing itself, there's really two pieces to it, or three pieces to it. There's the process by itself. And so one of my recommendations is help the learnings that are made within each stage, help carry them forward or backward, translate them, help the lessons to be disseminated across the organization. So you have quality checks, you have reviewing processes, a lot of great lessons are learned, but systematically transfer them across the organization. The other pieces, and again, it's a point you made yesterday when you met, CASA folks, the staff here, the supervisors here are highly committed. They're well motivated. I think you have a great mix of experience and young staff straight from college. They're working their ways through the ranks. You have folks from industry who have come in here, who have taken full-time jobs. You have the merger with CDPH. You have a good mix of staff. If anyone can do it, they for sure can do it. But you've got to empower them. You've got to facilitate. You've got to create that enabling environment. Part of that is building leadership skills for the project manager. The project manager has a span of control that they have legitimate authority on, but a lot of their work is about influencing work beyond their span of control when it goes to other stages. So helping them build those leadership skills, that requires training. Staff and supervisors participating in that, building partnership skills. So those are some of my recommendations on the human development side. Besides that, again, the LGTS is a great information technology backbone, building predictive data analysis there, and finally building possibly partnerships with external stakeholders. My overall, and I'll stop here with this, I know I'm possibly close to time or beyond time, is that look for possibly a consultant in residence who's going to be a strategic partner with the folks as they try to implement these changes. Again, thank you for your time and good luck.
And next we'll have Dr. Stone speaking remotely on the external assessment.
Hi, I'm Dr. Sam Stone, Associate Professor of Public Administration at Cal State Fullerton. Thank you all again for allowing us to come and present this to you. So my portion of this project was to talk to and interview staff from other state SRF programs. Our contact at EPA recommended a number of states for us to speak to. These were Iowa, Pennsylvania, Texas, and New York, and this is sort of based on the success of those programs and their ability to move through applications and agreements in a timely manner. And what they all had in common was that they were using cross-functional teams to evaluate these applications and agreements. And I want to acknowledge that that California's SRF staff is also using cross-functional teams. And briefly, what a cross-functional team is where there's representation on a team from all the different parts of the process, engineering, finance, legal, environmental, et cetera. And each team takes a set of cases through it to evaluate. What differentiates what the other states are doing with their cross-functional teams from California is that they're putting a lot of time, a lot of energy, a lot of thought into how those cases are assigned to each team, so that each team itself becomes somewhat specialized. In some states, workload was the dominant factor. that it was very important to be able to spread the workload and have a very even workload between teams. In other states, geography was the number one factor. One state had the state was divided up into regions or districts, and each team was assigned a different region, and they were able through that to establish good working relationships with all the applicants in each of those regions, and potential applicants as well, and that was very important to them there. We think that in California, putting a lot of thought into the which cases get assigned to which teams will go a long way. But in California, it seems like it is maybe less about workload and less about geography, and more about different types or tiers of applicants and applicant characteristics, the size, experience, sophistication, and the cases themselves. And the number one factor there probably being complexity. And these are things we heard from the very beginning of the study, that applicant characteristics and case characteristics were sort of the biggest issues that we were going to have to take account of and deal with. Next slide, please. Then the other part of our assessment was to talk to the applicants themselves. We conducted a survey of the applicants and also interviews of some of them as well. And their primary challenges that they reported were payment and disbursement delays, and lack of invoice reference numbers to keep track of their payments. The applicants acknowledged that there were errors on their own part, and they would they make mistakes too, but the slower they were notified, the longer it took to notify the applicants of the errors that they made, the longer it took to address those errors and fix those problems and be able to put through a proper application or agreement. And then frequent changes in rules, policies, procedures, whatever processes the SRF was using, meant that longer-term applicants or applicants with more experience were not necessarily able to leverage that experience and that institutional memory to put together a more successful or quicker moving application. The other things that we heard from them related to communication and document sharing. They almost universally wanted a lot more communication about their application, what stage it was in, its particular status. They wanted a single point for coordination for communication between their agency and the SRF. Even if multiple people would be communicating, they really wanted that communication to be coordinated by a single individual. They wanted a very clear roadmap of the process, and more transparencies about which sort of deadlines and milestones were lying ahead of them. And then first-time applicants wanted more contact and to meet with veteran applicants to get advice from them on how to submit a successful application and agreement. The other big area was with regard to document sharing. Their preference was for everything to be electronic and for everything to use to the greatest extent possible the same upload and sharing procedures for documents, confirmations of successfully uploaded documents, and for whatever information the applicants were putting into the documents, for that to be sort of easy to edit and manipulate. So this is what we heard from all of our external parties. We can go to the next slide, and I'll turn it back to my colleague, Eric.
Thank you. So we don't have time to go into all the recommendations. As I mentioned, we'll certainly invite folks to read the report. But what I'll talk about here just briefly is we grouped our recommendations into themes. And so I'll provide an example of a recommendation that falls within those themes, and then talk about a few takeaway messages at the end. Next. Across the recommendations, we have themes, actions, and goals. And it's really important to understand when you undertake an action, what's the goal or key outcome? Because there is a process within policy for evaluating those outcomes and having change that takes place over time. So what Dr. Michael was speaking about was having internal staff capability and innovation capacity to be able to identify if this recommendation isn't producing the outcome that we want, then we do need to be able to innovate on that in the future. And that's a process of empowering the staff and employees. So you can see on the right-hand side, 4 examples of the themes and examples of actions that fall underneath, and I'll talk about these more in a second. But one thing we did in the report is we mapped them to key goals and outcomes, and that's really what we want. What we're looking for, we were trying to evaluate process improvements. So some of these key outcomes are, that we mapped were improving the project pipelines, as Dr. Stone spoke about, with updating the cross-functional team groupings, improving program accessibility and communications, improving the timeliness, of course, as was one of the stated goals up front, but then also valuing the human capital as a broad way to understand investing in the workforce, making sure that staff and employees have the resources they need and the skills and talents that they need too. And then finally, enhancing the agency coordination. Can always coordinate better with partner agencies and collaborators, but here we identify a specific few areas where that could improve components of the process for applicants and awardees. Next. So to highlight the themes, and as I mentioned, just specifically highlight an example for the first theme is standardizing and streamlining processes and reviews. So the cross-functional teams is one example we spoke about here. But in addition, we also did hear about opportunities to streamline the due diligence review and public finance standards. And as this does present both opportunities and challenges, because we did hear examples from other states or from stakeholders where you could identify ways that you might package application loan terms that could help speed the process of the negotiations. But then in addition, as we were speaking about with that complex borrower set of borrowers who have lots of different profiles, sizes, capitalization, and so forth, there's a tension there that I'll mention too. But certainly, if there are opportunities to streamline the due diligence, that is an area that could be focused on. Second is improving the customer engagement. This item has a lot of promise too, and what we talked about is the already and detail more in the report is the opportunity to maybe centralize these functions, creating a customer response unit to oversee the engagement. Identify, are the modes of engagement working? Is there sufficient communication? And is there sufficient communication for all types of applicants and borrowers, perhaps not just the ones who are more active or communicating on a regular basis? Next slide. The third theme would be promoting the Clean Water SRF program values. A lot of this speaks to the internal assessment, but we heard that staff really do value their work and value their mission, and want to ensure that perpetuates into the future. So then, what falls under this kind of set of this theme, this set of recommendations would be, how do you provide your talent the skills and resources that it needs to be able to innovate and undertake its mission? And so within this, what you might typically understand of incentivizing applications, building, as Dr. Michael spoke about, the ability to leverage across, say, your work functions in this phase, but can you leverage it across other phases or externally as well? The fourth theme is enhancing engagement with other government functions and agencies. I think this is really particularly key with the disbursement process, because we did have a number of joint conversations with the internal state water board staff who interface with the external staff to be able to process these applications through the larger California state program. And there was also an area where we didn't necessarily have specific data to understand exactly how long disbursements were taking, were there changes over time. So following up on slow disbursements, tracking data, this is an area that could really, I believe, help with the outreach and the customer engagement. And then finally, next slide. Evaluating staffing and human capital needs. We've had with the ongoing popularity of the state revolving fund in California, this is certainly an area of opportunity to identify if the internal staff and the agencies that the SRF works with for disbursements have the resources they need to be providing timely payments, to be able to process loan applications. And certainly we need to look to that in the future, given in the near term future, given additional funding that is at the national level and translating down to the state levels. Next slide. So a few considerations just to highlight here for implementing these recommendations. There has been a lot of work done to improve these processes at the federal and state level. So going forward, an area will really be that you're fostering a culture of innovation so that when an internal consultant or when an evaluation team such as ours leaves, there's still going to be process improvements that take place going forward. And that's really key. And that really gets to do staff and managers have the tools and resources they need to be able to do this. Secondly, the complexity of borrowers, as we mentioned, this presents a number of challenges because the SRF provides services to so many different types of communities that have many different fiscal needs. There have been efforts to improve this in the past with technical assistance programs and so forth, but going forward, where are those technical assistance needs required, but then also on the more complex borrowers, say repeat borrowers, how can those processes be improved? That's what a number of the recommendations speak to, but there is more internal work that needs to be done within the State Water Board in that area. Availability of funding is certainly a consideration for implementing these recommendations. Given that they're competitive and popular, the SRF programs for funding and needs are identified as growing. But then in addition, there are institutional constraints in trying to streamline these processes. One example that came up is loan terms and interest rates, the flexibility that or lack thereof that you have in providing different sets of interest rates and loan terms. Other states are able to capitalize on this a bit better. How can California adapt that model or adapt models that work for it? And then that leads to striking a balance between efficiency and service. So you can improve efficiency by standardizing terms and standardizing packages, but then that may conflict with the value of providing a service to the applicants and to the borrowers, right? Next slide. A few final takeaways. So there wasn't a single item we necessarily identified that you could remove from the process and cut 2 months out. Unfortunately, it would have already been done given the internal evaluations and everything that's taking place. So instead of one item, it's more incremental time increases across many parts of the loan application process. And they have a number of factors. We weren't necessarily able to correlate them. There was certainly pandemic response issues. There was implementation of new fiscal management systems with Fiscal, right? But the data does show that 50% of applications are processed within 12 months. Past actions have improved processes, so a lot of your future work needs to look to human capital and really valuing employees. The SRF does identify itself as a service providing organization, an important one at that, with a really critical mission. In order to foster this, the idea of communication with customers, understanding where we are in the process, this can go as far as process improvements that might reduce some time. And then finally, it's worth noting, it's a constant headache, but there are persistent technology issues. Having to enter in data across multiple systems, having to manage PDF files that become too large, and having to adapt these processes quickly during the pandemic. So we can't always point to technology solutions as being a silver bullet, but in this case, there are opportunities to improve technology to be able to facilitate these loans and process the loans faster. Next slide. So thank you very much for your attention. Appreciate the opportunity to present, and just appreciate all the time of the SRF staff and other units in the State Water Board that offered their time during what was a pretty busy era of the pandemic for interviews and questions, as well as the external stakeholders. And we're happy to take any questions. Thanks.
Great. Thank you for that presentation and all the work that you've done here over the last year or so in pulling this together. It's obviously a comprehensive look at the SRF program, and I think it's going to prove incredibly valuable as time goes on here. So I want to look to other board members first for questions or initial comments. Board Member Morgan.
Thank you. Just want to, thank you all, thank staff, and also CASA and Water Use for their partnership on this. It's really good to have an, outside look, and, DFA for, initiating this, taking that step of, having not just, the internal staff, take a look at something. A lot of times when you're working closely on something, you can have blind spots, you can miss something. And so taking that initiative to have, enter into an agreement to have you all to take a look at the program, a comprehensive look, and to really dive in, just thank you. I applaud, this effort, and really looking forward to just the continued improvements. I know, DFA has been working really hard over the last few years just to consistently make improvements. And, sometimes that's not hard because, just as we saw here in the presentation, those changes and those improvements, sometimes that could be hard on the borrowers that are coming in because things change, and they're not able to just rely upon their knowledge of the program because the program has changed. And some of that is sometimes due to making these improvements to make the program just that much better. And so there's that balancing. And just, and I also the one of the items I wanted to just appreciate also was just the looking at the human element of the staff, and just supporting staff and how their growth can contribute to the overall progress of the program. And then I guess then the last one is just looking for just those continued improvements of just the data systems and the recognition that entering things into multiple data systems, it takes time, and there's no easy technology fix, but then the recognition that does exist, it takes time. That's part of the, I also think part of the human element, and sometimes frustration from staff is just having to go through that process and trying to explain that to others of, I have to enter the same information into X amount of data systems, and there's this many data points and the time that's associated with that, to where just, there's no easy fix and quick fix to it. And, where we would love to quickly streamline it, it's not something like you said, where you can easily find something that can eliminate, a large amount of days quickly. It's going to be these incremental increases over time, well, decreases in the processing time, and it's going to take some time to implement implement these improvements. And but there are opportunities there. So, thank you for, going through identifying those, and thank you, DFA, for being willing and open to this process.
Thank you. Board Member Firestone.
Sure, thank you. First of all, really grateful, as I think we're all echoing, to you all at the Environmental Finance Center, to the stakeholders, and to staff. I think this is a really great example of just that there is really a culture that I've seen now that I'm able to see behind the curtain a bit of real commitment to continued learning and improvements, and just evaluation, performance evaluation and review, and seeking out external and stakeholder and expert input into how we can all get better outcomes. I think there is just a real exemplary and impressive culture around trying to achieve those outcomes and commitment to that. I think this is a great example of that. This is an incredible effort, really helpful. I certainly look at this, although it was focused on the clean water SRF, I think, and there are differences with drinking water SRF. I think a lot of these things pertain to, a lot of these recommendations are useful for that as well. I also will just say that I appreciate here, and I appreciate with as we talk with stakeholders and staff, how really what we're all here to do is improve outcomes, and there isn't just one metric or one, like you said, silver bullet that will will achieve success. This is, how do we get the outcomes we need? And there's a lot of different pieces to that, and focus on that rather than a single performance metric, for example. And that, I think, goes to how we define success. And I know we'll talk about this too in the next item. But I think here, on one hand, we are expanding and recognizing that both the expanded scale of funding that has happened just recently, and the need to expand the number of communities and the scope and scale of the projects, we're needing to incorporate the equity considerations and making, and that in some ways shifting priorities, or evolving priorities, not shifting so much as evolving, and the complexities and changes that makes, and then balancing that with speed and efficiency. And these are somewhat at tension with each other, and all things that we're trying to pursue in terms of understanding, is the program being successful? I think your takeaways, I actually almost, well, we don't need the PowerPoint up, but I almost want to just stay on that takeaways slide, because I think it is a great summary of, of the takeaways, which I think are right on. I really want, I want there to be a way for us to not just get down to 9 or 12 months, but be able to execute contracts, very quickly. I think, in say 3 months. Now, we're very far from that, and there are a lot of different phases and complexities there, and especially for loans, that's probably not realistic. I do think we should look at what we can do if there's differences between grants and loans, and I'm, throwing out a random number, but I think we all want to get the time down as much as possible. And I also appreciate how your deep dive really looked at, okay, but really what this is little incremental things over time. There's not just one piece. And that makes it harder. I'm really hopeful that as DFA's, this second point, I think we have already implemented a lot of process improvements and identified more through this and other efforts. So I do hope we see those numbers change just in the next year or two, just as we see what those impacts have. Then I think the last two are really core, and I've heard this internally, externally from this, from sort of everyone in agreement that what we really need to do is be able to improve our communication. That will help us all. That will help with the frustrations that applicants have. That will help us get the applicants to be responsive and give us what we need, and be able to move through things. I think there's a lot of intentionality to do that. A lot of things that have improved, but also a lot more to do. And I also have heard that also goes to the technology issues, right? It's totally linked with that, because if we have, if you can't submit things online where you can see, did you receive that automatically? Did we upload this? Did you receive that? Is this, if you uploaded the documents, that would be a lot more efficient way of being able to communicate with people on the really basic level, right? So there's a lot there that also I wish could be really fast, because you would think that we would have electronic submittal and processes that we don't yet have at the state, but I think now are starting to be in place. And there's I think I have a lot of optimism on that, even though it's not going as quickly as any of us would like. I wanted to just respond on communications. First of all, I want to recognize that my experience before I was on the board was working with systems that were trying to get funding for drinking water when the SRF program was back at Department of Public Health. And I do think one of the things that we really felt at the time was, you'd have to navigate which funding source would you be eligible for. Then you had to apply for that, and then it would turn out, and you do a whole application that would turn out, oh, that one wasn't the right fit. You have to start over and do this other funding source. And you kind of felt like you were, I think we called it bureaucratic chutes and ladders. So you'd start up one and then you'd go down to the beginning. And I just want to recognize that we're very far from that. Right? At this point, folks come in and they do have our staff actually problem solve and identify what are the funding sources that can work. I would call it kind of a one-stop shop of you come in and staff really try and look at all the funding sources and figure out how to help you get through that. And I think that the one place that I think could be even further integrated or recognized, and I mentioned this yesterday, is technical assistance providers as part of our team. Because the reality is our staff can't communicate at the level of detail and support systems in terms of feedback on exactly what they need at every step in the way that at least small systems need. That's why we have technical assistance providers, but I think we often think of them as separate. And if we can recognize and have more kind of, I guess, internal communication with those technical assistance providers, that they also understand themselves as part of the funding process. So not external to the funding process, but part of it. I think just that shared I think that would go a lot to communication, shared expectations, and also just our understanding of what communications is going on, what information flow is. And I would say that one thing I'm curious about, and I think this will just be for the next item probably, but I am interested in just hearing more in terms of going forward. So I think this probably will be covered in the next item, but how we are, one of the things that was mentioned is, could you have like a consultant in residence that's helping to, oversee this? I think I know there's some kind of a task force team internally on this, but just would love to hear staff talk more about how that's structured internally so that we can be utilizing the recommendations here and others and the continued, reflections and learning we're doing as we move forward.
Well, I think we'll delay the full answer to that question. But one thing I did want to mention here is we are continuing to talk with the EFC folks, and there are a variety of recommendations that were in their report, and there's going to be a variety of ways to move forward with those. But there are certainly some of those that I think that the EFC team can help us with, and so we are continuing to talk with them. We thought we might have a little bit of money left in the budget to be able to do that, but that didn't turn out to be true. But nonetheless, we can work through EPA and Region 9 and provide additional funds to the EFC so that there are, I think, several things that they could help us with as recommendations in their report.
I found this very enlightening. I appreciate it. But a couple of things that struck me that the board needs to keep in mind, I think, is that there are essentially recommendations that are at odds with each other. To get faster times, you need to have more standardized approaches, you need less customer service. And so what we strive to do is balance between those two, provide as much customer service as we can, but also do as much process improvements to move things along. But they do conflict somewhat with each other, and we need to recognize that there will be a cost to customer service if we accelerate to reduce the things by 3 months. And on the other hand, it might be worth, and I think we found that it's worth having more time spent at the staff working with the applicants, even if it extends the time to get better. You used the perfect example of the one-stop shop approach. That means that staff are actually expending time to figure out how to best to fund that, and it does take staff time and it takes effort, which adds to the whole processing time. But I don't necessarily think that's wrong. I think that's what we do all the time in all sorts of programs we do. We balance between competing beneficial uses, competing interests. We're balancing between speed, efficiency, and service. And we will continue to do that. And as one gets out of whack, we have to push down on the other side a little bit.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I think the tensions, but I wouldn't say totally conflicting, but there's tensions between kind of streamlining and allowing for flexibility and the complexity, which you all brought out. And speed and, are we supporting again, these more complex or difficult projects? Definitely. I do have 2 questions for staff after, which is, one is maybe, or I don't know if it's staff or Environmental Finance Center. One is, did you see different opportunities between grants or principal forgiveness and loans? Are there opportunities to do some streamlining or efficiency improvements when maybe you don't need to have the loan repayment, or, in terms of looking at due diligence, streamlining, are there differences and opportunities between principal forgiveness projects and regular loans?
Oh, clearly. I mean, if somebody has to pay us back, that does require more scrutiny on our part. It isn't that with principal forgiveness, there's no scrutiny, but certainly not having to worry about them paying it back makes a big difference in that.
Great. And then I assume that the drinking water SRF has a lot of similarities here. Is there any, just wanted to give you an opportunity to comment. Do you see most of these really having applicability on the drinking water SRF just as much as the clean water SRF, or are there things you'd want to pull out that feel really different?
Well, there are differences between the two programs, clearly, but as we were going through this effort, that was very much in the forefront of my mind, is that it's labeled as clean water SRF, but there is a huge amount of similarity and commonality between the two programs. And so, yeah, I think there are lessons here that can be applied to the drinking water SRF as well.
Great, thank you. Vice Chair, did you have any questions or comments?
Yeah, just a question and a comment. So I appreciate, Mr. Bishop, you flagging for us sort of the tension here on, the more we push to move quickly, the less time we're going to have to spend with applicants. And it just strikes me that on that one slide about looking at other states, looking at what other states do on this interactive team. And I have a question for whoever would want to answer it here, because some of the states on that list, I think one of them was Iowa, we have a very diverse state. And so just looking to the extent that we can glean something from, what other states are doing, or are we looking more at, I think the key takeaways here on greater implementation of technology and that sort of thing. So just want to hear a little bit more discussion on what other states are doing and anything that we can glean from that. And as you think about your answer for that, I just want to flag an area that Board Member McGuire and I have been spending some time on, and that is actually looking to see if there are opportunities that we want to look at through the intended use plan for the clean water SRF for other what we would consider maybe in California as non-traditional projects. But there was a report that came out by US EPA flagging that there are a lot of different program areas that states could be looking at, and some states actually do. For me in particular, looking at the intersection between ag and safe drinking water, and projects that we might want to consider there, and then also in the stormwater arena. And those newer projects would take a lot of time, because I know we did talk with staff about some efforts in the past on creative projects, and those newer projects do take a fair amount of time. So just want to hear from the panel about what other states do, what are the key takeaways that we would have with respect to what other states are doing, and is it because they can process more quickly because they have fewer applications, less diversity, and how do other states handle the challenge where they do look into some of these other non-traditional program areas?
I can address that briefly, and then I'll turn it over to Sam, who led the external assessment. So it did come up after we had sort of embarked on what you might call a snowball survey approach. We collected contacts from EPA Region 9, so we were able to talk to other states and kind of bring back some of those findings, as well as other external stakeholders. And the question about the applicability and the similarity of the borrower profile set did come up. So one of the items we explored, if we had had time, would be, let's really target other large SRF programs. Texas and states like that would maybe have a similar set of very diverse kinds of borrowers. But I would highlight that any of these recommendations and applications within the time frame that we could kind of coordinate and discuss and interview staff, they have to be tailored, right? And so that's where the internal component comes in, that here's recommendations, but all the details about the implementation, all of the policy nuance in there, it's not necessarily something that we could always get into, right? And so the next, taking a recommendation and actually implementing it, how do you think about any possibility of standardizing similar? You can take lessons from other places, but really California, any state is unique, right? We can say California is unique, but any state is unique. So they've all had to deal with these challenges to some extent. Sam, do you have anything to add regarding some of your discussions with the other states?
Sure. The first thing I say is, we did rely on advice from our EPA contacts in terms of which states to talk to. Based on their knowledge and experience with how those programs work there and how their agencies function. New York, Texas, and Pennsylvania were obvious ones because those are also very large states. Iowa was obviously less of an obvious one from our point of view, but when it comes down to it, they're all organizations, they're all agencies that are administering very similar programs and having to make the most with the resources that they have. And so, it may be a smaller state, but they also have a smaller staff, and they're also having to deal with similar problems and issues and challenges. All of these states had different processes, and they had different organizational structures. As Eric just mentioned, each one has a unique way of doing it, and California has a different organizational structure than the other states, and so we're never going to be able to replicate some sort of ideal structure and way of doing it. We've got to adapt our process to what's best for the state, but learning from how these other states did it. And the point is that they adapted their processes to what worked for them. They put a lot of thought into how these cases were assigned, who was responsible for evaluating these applications and these agreements. And I think that if the same amount of thought is given to how California makes those assignments, and which cases go to which teams and how these can be divided up, the process can be routinized a bit more. As we've already discussed, all of these things are incremental. But I think that's the big takeaway from what we learned from this. I hope that answered the question.
Thank you.
Just say one last thing, just because it kind of triggers me a little bit. I don't think that there's a tension with, well, I wouldn't characterize that there's a conflict with customer service and efficiency. I don't think that's exactly what we mean, but just when we say it that way, I think it helps efficiency if we have shared expectations and if we're communicating that well. And I think that is good customer service. And I think that's what we all mean. But I think I don't want to suggest, I don't think anyone thinks that if we're not communicating well and providing good customer service, we're able to move faster. I don't think that's was the intent, but just kind of a trigger for me. So I appreciate being able to clarify that.
Well, maybe customer satisfaction might be a better word.
Yeah,
I agree.
I could speak to that as well. I think everything that we've found is that the staff have an outstanding customer service orientation. The difference between what we're doing here in California and some of these other states is that the customer service is a bit more institutionalized through having dedicated teams or groups to improving the customer service experience. And the applicants aren't let off the hook here either. A lot of what we're talking about when we talk about customer service in this context is outreach to the applicants and kind of priming and training and orientation about what this application process and agreement process and loan process is going to look like for them, more prepared and submit a more successful application that's easier for the staff to evaluate.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Stone, and thank you to everybody for presenting. I don't have anything to add on top of the good comments that were already shared by other board members. We do have a few public commenters, so I'd like to go ahead and get to them. First up, we have Andrew Hall, followed by Alexandra Gunnell and Jared Buskell. So, Mr. Hall?
I think I'm coming on.
There you are. Hello.
All right. Well, I appreciate your guys' time and effort on this. I know that you've had a very, very long last couple of days, and so I appreciate your time in this, and I'll try to be short with my time. I guess my camera's not working, so I apologize for that. But I am Andrew Hall. I represent the sanitation districts of Los Angeles County. We've been a very active participant within the SRF program itself. We've initiated over 45 loans and over a number of years and been very active in participating in this program, and appreciate the program and what it brings to not only ourselves as applicants, but also to the broader effort of water quality within California. We really appreciate staff's time and effort on the report. This was a very long process, and we appreciate their work on it, especially our work with Christopher Stevens and his staff and their desire to improve the process overall for all applicants. We're really appreciative of that. From our efforts, I don't know that I would necessarily, maybe it's our own experience, but I don't know that I would necessarily agree with some of those things. I know over the last 5 years, based on the data that was displayed and was gathered by the proponents, most projects were done in less than 12 months, but that's definitely not been our experience. In the 5 applications we've done in the last 5 years, not a single one of them has taken less than 2 years. We have one that we've been working on with your guys' staff since 2017. So well over 5 years. There's a lot of reasons for all that, which we don't need to get into, but I do think there is a lot of room for improvement, and I appreciate Board Member Firestone and kind of the big picture mindset of really moving beyond 12 months to something that's really out of the box in 3 months, I think would help us to kind of improve that reality. And in all, our effort is really to get projects built. We have projects that we've started building regardless because we want to get the water quality benefits, and we'll take potential issues with losing funding as a result of that. As I reviewed the report and we went through things, I really think two things that stood out to us were environmental review and legal review, which I think should continue to be looked at. In our experience with environmental review, it does take several months, and that is the bottleneck in the main initial process of getting things through. In the report, it lists that it could take 2 to 10 months on that. These are on projects that have already gone through CEQA. They already have approved CEQA documentation. In some cases with ours, we've had sewer projects that are in existing streets and disturbed soil, and it's taken multiple months to get through the environmental steps with this, which we just think is not a benefit to staff spending so much time on that, and it hampers everybody's ability. And legal review is extremely tenuous. It takes a long time. We're a very unique borrower. We recognize that's part of it. But we do think there's a lot of rehashing language, and potentially with work with CASA and water reuse, we'd be able to maybe get an initial document that might be closer to what would be acceptable for more borrowers. Or there might be other opportunities to work through things. We've been working, or we have executed a WIFIA loan agreement in the same time period. Their legal review was really a lot more streamlined, and we completed that process, where we're still working on that same process with the SRF program. So again, we're really committed to completing clean water projects without unnecessary delay. That's part of why we have this project, is so that we can maintain clean water in California and be able to reap those benefits. So we do want to continue recommend working with you guys through CASA and water reuse to improve these and really set those big expectations. And I do think it would be good for there to be regular reporting on this. I appreciate the next item that we'll be talking about those updates, but I think regular, maybe semi-annual updates to the board on this process would be really beneficial, not only for the public as well as for yourself as board members. Thank you.
Yes, great. Thank you, Mr. Hall, for that good input. I think you're right. There's the next item is going to be a Division of Financial Assistance talking about a number of areas that they're looking at process improvements. So there's quite a bit of overlap here with the findings of the study, and also a lot of the good work that's already underway. I think including looking at some of the timelines of the different review steps. So hopefully we'll hear a little bit more about that from staff on the next item. And I actually, the WIFIA website up on my screen, because I was on my mind as well. So since that came up, I do want to just ask a question. Did you look, I know you looked at SRF programs of other states, but did you look at the WIFIA program at all specifically in terms of how it runs? I know it's not SRF directly, but just out of curiosity, was that something that you considered in your study?
Not directly, no. We did not speak with WIFIA staff directly, but it, as Mr. Hall was noting, it did certainly come up in conversations, but I don't believe it was referenced at all in the report. It is, there's similarities, and there's also, some differences in the funding structure that they use. So.
Certainly. Thank you. All right, next commenter is Alexandra Gunnell. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you, Vice Chair Giordano and members of the board. I'm Alexandra Gunnell. I work on grants and loans with the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission. And on behalf of thank you for the opportunity to provide comment on this important study. We, like so many others here, appreciate the work that's been done by the UFC, Water Board staff, EPA Region 9, CASA, water reuse, and so many others to explore potential opportunities to California's Clean Water SRF program. Based on our experience as a borrower since 2015, we've seen what can be achieved when we work together with the state to identify and implement process improvements. For example, we've actually seen over the past year and a half, faster reimbursement processing times for our submittals. And I think a lot of that has come from the work that we've done working with both teams on our end and on their end, coming together, meeting and talking about what can be improved on both sides to make it faster. So we appreciate that. And I think there's other instances where we've worked with the Water Board staff and we found opportunities for streamlining and working together. But just like other applicants, we've also seen areas where we'd like to see additional improvements, much like that was brought up already, streamlining the application process and legal consultation as well. We are intrigued by the recommendations that are in the study, and we offer our continued support to investigate how they could be applied to California's programs. Maybe some can, maybe some have specific hurdles. But I didn't hear, and maybe this is already decided what the next steps will be. And so we request a couple considerations so that we can all be sure that we capitalize on the investment that has been made to conduct this study. So the first one is, could it be possible to bring together a stakeholder group on a regular basis that could go through these recommendations, prioritizing those? Maybe some are low-hanging fruits, some are more complex, but going through them kind of one by one and looking at how maybe they could be implemented, and perhaps bringing in some outside experts, other states that have modeled implementation, those maybe consultants who have helped other states implement those, again, EFC if they're still available, but really going through one by one. And then our second request, and I think Andrew already said this, is just this agreement to come back and regularly report out on progress, so that we're all held accountable to continue to springboard off of this report. I feel like this is really fortunate timing that this study is coming out, because we're seeing the largest investment in SRF than we have in decades. And I think what I've heard from borrowers and from funding providers, it's exciting, it's a great opportunity, and it's incredibly daunting. The IIJA is going to bring a lot of funding that is really needed, and it seems like there's a real push to demonstrate fast results in getting the money out the door. And so perhaps this report has some recommendations that could help us all do that, because I think we all want to see that we can demonstrate results so that it won't be decades again before we see this sort of investment. So I think this is a really great opportunity, and we offer our support and hope that we can continue to work with you. Thanks.
Great. Thank you so much, Ms. Cannell, and thank you for the great input and comments. I think that those are all good suggestions that we can take under consideration here as we decide where to go from here. So with that, we're going to go to our room, and our folks who are here in the building today. So we have Mr. Voskuhl, and our final commenter will be Jennifer Clary.
Hi, good board members and Vice Chair. Jared Voskuhl on behalf of CASA, the California Association of Sanitation Agencies. We represent 125 wastewater and agencies and municipalities that engage in wastewater collection, treatment, recycling, and resource recovery. Just at the outset, I appreciated Dr. Michael's, sharing his background in business organizations with the background in sociology. We dabbled in this a little bit with what we called IO, or industrial organizations, and did some of that in law school also. And so, I just wanted to mention, we talk about bureaucracy. This document's very bureaucratic and very dry reading, which is fine. And I think that's great. We had the experts here to leverage it. But, bureaucracy, I just thought it'd be worth mentioning. We know about democracy, rule of the people, but bureaucracy literally is ruled by the desk or ruled by the bureau. And so having the strength of experts here to really parse through how the state's administering this fund, which is so critical for vital infrastructure investment, was fantastic. And I just wanted to kind of mention the context for which this came about. In that 2020 IUP cycle, we kind of started to observe that lengthening of time between the initial application and the final application, and the length of time to get that money out for the executed agreement. I think it was reported it's a 50%, applications are fulfilled in 12 months. I wanted to note that's if you're looking at 2015 to 2021, 80% of applications were done in 21 months. But in 2020, I think 50% applications took about 21 months. So, you're kind of hearing our members talking about that lengthening of time. So that's important. But that said, I think the other thing that kind of drove our interest in this project was the decreasing of the capitalization. So I think there was about 1.2 billion available in the SRF. It was shaved in half to about 650 billion. And so that was kind of where we came from. But we wanted to commend your staff and your team, because they were so responsive when we flagged this. Christopher Stevens and everyone else at DFA were quick to embrace undertaking a review to help this out. And that can't be understated. And I know we kind of commended staff on a high level. I didn't want to gloss over what that really looked like. Once we kind of scoped the idea of the management review, it came out to monthly meetings, I think for almost 2 years. And we had, there was one meeting where they showed us like the flow chart for an application. And I think that was very eye-opening for the people participating to understand how much review goes in. But I just wanted to commend by name Maureen and David, Dr. Porce, Dr. Michael, and Dr. Stone, and then Christopher, Michael Downey, and Lance Reese. All of them were just fantastic participants in this process. And I think for us, the real issue becomes follow through and what happens next. I think in our conversations, there was a sense the band didn't really want to break up and that we wanted to kind of stay together to go forward. I don't know if that'd be like a quarterly meeting or bi-monthly meeting, but just to kind of do check-in on implementation. I think a really direct way to kind of look at those recommendations, it's table 13. It's on page 49 of 215 of the PDF. It's all 16 recommendations right there in a nutshell. And you can make a checklist and just kind of go, what can we do? What can we not? But, separate from that, the four corners of the document was just to look at streamlining efficiencies. But the funding amount wasn't looked at. And that's also really important to us. I know it's not the focus here, but wanting to have that increased and get closer to 1.2 billion may not ever get there, but having more funding available for these projects is critical. And then we also just want to kind of note also the capitalization grant language was tweaked so that we can make that investment in future years. And we were really excited about that. Going forward, I think water recycling, we're really excited by the governor's updated strategy last week. He talked about deploying a strike team to agencies to look at what projects can we get online between 2030, 2040. That was fantastic. And then the recommendation for more investment, really critical. So for the state to meet those goals, the efficiencies here are important. Also, there's a wastewater needs assessment that's ongoing. And the way that kind of happened on the drinking water side, it led to the SAFER program, and they can do O&M. And I think on the wastewater side, we're really concerned with collection systems, with drought, and some of the O&M that's going to be needed there. So if we can have something that kind of comes out comparable for the wastewater side of the clean water SRF, that would be great. I think it might take more than just changes here. It might take some stuff over in the Capitol, but we have fantastic folks working on that. And then just two other comments. One, the staffing was an issue that had been brought up and needing to do that. I think there's 20 new DFA staff that may be coming over. And so that's exciting. I don't know if any of them can be deployed for some of the recommendations and how that takes place. But then the other comment about how other states are doing this and the recommendation about the project groups and clustering like-minded projects together, I think that environmental legal review could be pretty streamlined if you employ that projects group approach. And so we just kind of wanted to flag that. But overall, your team's done a great work, and it really has been a wholehearted effort. Jennifer West couldn't be here today, but she wanted to, align ourselves and convey her appreciation and look forward to more work going forward. Thank you.
Great. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Voskuil. And I just want to add that there's no shortage of dry reading material at the Water Board, so don't take it as any sort of affront.
Sorry, just need something about a foot shorter. Hi, everyone. Jennifer Clary, Clean Water Action. Very nice to be here in person. Nice to see you all. And very interested in this report. I pulled up the old Northridge report when I was reading about this, and I have to say this one is a lot more interesting and maybe just as dry. But I think there's a couple things I was looking at. One is we're all talking about the time for processing applications, but the biggest amount of time is the time before your application is submitted. And I don't know how we work that into the process, but for instance, with the SRF, you're always looking at bypass projects every year. And how do we work that in? Because that really is the biggest piece for a small community. And second, I'm really excited that we're going to get some changes in time for our wastewater needs assessment, because that's going to give us a lot more projects that are going to need a lot more work. And I'm afraid a lot more hands-on work, probably a lot more staff. And finally, I'm interested in the staffing piece. I know that staffing is your greatest resource. It's something you have to nurture. I was really kind of surprised at a couple things. One is that the length of time for a legal review seems to be pretty excessive. And the second one was that disbursement specialists, the longest tenure was 1 year. So I'm wondering, is this an open position where people then get to move into the rest of the agency, in which case that would be great. Happy to have big turnover there. But if it's not, and people are just moving out quickly, what do we have to do? Pay them more? Like, I'll pay my garbage man as much as it takes to get rid of my garbage. And maybe that's what we have to think about here as well. So, sorry, not equating any of your staff with trash collection, but don't do that, Laurel. Anyway, I'm really excited by this. I don't want to be on the stakeholder group, but I think it's a great idea. I did the last one. But I think it's a great idea and I look forward to seeing it. I'm sorry I can't be here for the next piece, but I'll watch it remotely later. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Oh, I would just say, I know you can't be here, but I think a lot of the commenters said that they want to know what we're doing next. And I really hope you can stay for the next item because I think that's the focus.
That's great. I think, Ms. Sobeck?
We are going to have some of that in the next item of what we are doing and what we're doing next. But with respect to this specific report and its specific recommendations, we haven't fully processed it yet. So I don't think we're going to have all the answers. And so about what exactly to do next, I think we want to, it's been great. And I think it's good that we're getting all of this feedback and recommendation kind of at the same time that we're starting to implement some of our own internal reviews and improvements. And so I think we just have to have a little bit of time to catch our breath and figure out how those things are going to dovetail. And I think part of what we're going to talk about next is what else we've got in the hopper and what we're thinking about. So we look forward to talking about next steps, but we don't have a fully baked next steps plan today that we're going to roll out, which I think is okay because I'm hearing that a lot of people are interested in that and might want to have some feedback in that as well.
Great clarification. Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, so that is going to conclude item 11. And we are going to then transition to item 12. But first, we're going to take a break. I think a quick 10-minute break for everyone. And then we'll move on to item 12. Thank you. So we'll be back at 3:40. Ineligible. Still wait for that. Cool.
She's like, I heard a threshold for something. Yeah, I don't like that. I know. I think I'm ready in the dark.
Barge my way. Trying to barge my way into your world. And this is my other colleague.
What if you're a lot of work? A lot of work.
Exactly, right. Some tangible.
Take a break. Yeah, I'll catch up.
Yeah, thought it went out. We were just in a pretty base. But I was a most for having such an esoteric subject. I was working for detail and figuring out standards. Right. Really, I know it takes time to see data results, right? Like 24, 25, the next one. Yeah. Help them track all of it. Some do, some are not necessarily. Some of that information is required, but that information it was funny because I saw the time it takes to do things. That's us. Yeah, that's like. What I think. But yeah, with our coffee shop right across the street, there's so much that I think they're all appreciate it. Yeah. I think we had Andrew. Yeah, I think we had talked to Andrew. I hope I'm really hoping to jump back in. You know, there was some comments out there. There were a lot of comments. Yeah, that's right. I've been all admitted. Like it's a popular. She said some of this stuff that I'll be right back. We'll see what I'm heading on. Just I think it's better. It's just that. So I'm working. Yeah, likewise. I know. Thanks for yeah. I know, always on the same line. Eric, came in on a bunch of get to the beach. It was nice. My kids went to school today. Oh, okay. It was like, yeah. The last 6 months of which. Oh, no. Yeah, it's I'm going to take off. Once I get through the projects, just to have a real psychological break. Because you know, in the summer, bright color fire, old bridges. You know, in terms of what we're the next so I just sometimes I remember now when I around what are you doing? Oh really? Oh my god. Okay. So we can graduate. So I was talking to Sean about that's good. Yeah, so I did. So last year, I taught the water class. Well, and I think the chart that you were showing was not in the report. And I think it was like, okay, great. So I did note that, and I also thought that really what those 30 years are. So if any, I think that
All right, we are back. It is 3:40, and we are on to our last item of the day, item 12, drinking water and clean water funding programs, review of accomplishments, recommendations, and process improvements. Good afternoon.
All right. Good afternoon, Acting Chair McGuire and board members. Thanks for sticking with us. So I'm Joe Karkowski. I'm Deputy Director of the Division of Financial Assistance. And with me to my right is Christopher Stevens, Assistant Deputy Director. And to my left is Bridget Chase. She's one of our supervising engineers in our Office of Sustainable Water Solutions. Next slide, please. So I thought I'd start out with just giving some perspective, because a lot of times when we have these presentations, we assume people understand our context, right? And in terms of roles and responsibilities, you know, I think there are a lot of questions about are we ultimately responsible for delivering clean drinking water? And so it's actually the local drinking water systems and the wastewater systems are responsible for delivering clean drinking water and protecting the environment. So our role, the State Water Board issues permits for drinking water systems. The regional boards or the state board also issue permits for the discharge of waste. And then there's often a question about, well, who's responsible for financing the infrastructure and paying for the operation and maintenance required to meet those permit requirements? So the water systems they generate the revenue, they secure financing. Sometimes that financing is from us, other state agencies, or the feds. And they use that to fund their capital projects, to operate and maintain their system. Most of the revenue actually comes from their ratepayers. So when you step back and look at how is this really done in the state, it's primarily the ratepayers, property owners, businesses that are served by those water systems. Next slide, please. So, and then what is the role of the state and regional water boards in ensuring permit requirements are met? And this is a simple, concise explanation of something that's super complex. So they review the monitoring data relative to the permit requirements. They conduct inspections. Then if a system is out of compliance, there's generally a progressive enforcement approach to bring those systems into compliance as quickly as feasible. And then in terms of our role, what's our role in funding required infrastructure? So we get funds from the state, from the federal government. Our responsibility is to expeditiously get those funds out the door, provide the resources for those eligible projects and eligible communities. And of course, we have to make sure we're consistent with legal requirements and any priorities established by the legislature or the board. Okay, so now I'm going to turn things over to Christopher, who will talk about some of our recent accomplishments.
Go ahead to another slide there. Excuse me. Next slide. So there are a lot of different milestones in the work of the water boards, of course, and DFA, but one that is pretty significant, I think, is the transfer of the drinking water program from the California Department of Public Health over to the Water Board, officially July 1st, 2014. Obviously, there was work that was done before that, and there was quite a bit of work afterwards to merge those two organizations together. But that kind of gives a nice time frame for us to look back and see what we've done from a financial perspective, funding projects. So these two slides are going to give you kind of that overarching high-level view of that 8-year period. So this slide is amounts funded. So you can see Clean Water State Revolving Fund, primarily loan, but there's also some principal forgiveness in there. And then small disadvantaged community clean water projects, mostly state grant funds. Drinking Water State Revolving Fund, you can see the numbers there, about $2.5 billion. Again, a large amount of loan, a large percentage of loan there, but also some principal forgiveness for disadvantaged communities, and then small disadvantaged community drinking water projects, about $830 million there. So all told, let's call it $11 billion over that time frame. Pretty significant amount of funding that we have provided. Let's go to the next slide, please. And so this looks at the number of projects that constitute that $11 billion worth of funding. So you can see Clean Water State Revolving Fund and Drinking Water State Revolving Fund. Pretty significant number of projects there. But if you look at the disadvantaged community, certainly on the drinking water side, there are larger number of projects there. Obviously, they're smaller projects, but a larger number of projects. So from a workload standpoint, obviously a huge amount of time goes into disadvantaged communities. So that's that overview there. If we can go to the next, go two slides. Yep. So let me pick another milestone here, which was SB 200, Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund, was created in 2019. So we're talking about a 3-year period there. And the creation of the SAFER program, Safe and Affordable Funding for Equity and Resilience, for those that may not be familiar with that acronym. So a couple of things there noteworthy since that time frame. So started out with about 1.6 million people that were impacted by failing water systems. Since that time, we've reduced that number by about 40%. We've also provided a significant amount of funding for urgent assistance, much of this for drought, to address drought urgency. Almost 10,000 households there, 150 water systems. Significant increases in grant funding. You can see about 84% increase over the 3 years prior to that time period. And also a significant increase in technical assistance, 150%, primarily for small disadvantaged communities. So next slide, please. So let's talk about the distribution of that funding for just a second here. So I've got 2 slides. One is going to focus on drinking water projects over that 3-year time frame. Next one will be clean water projects. You can see almost the entire state. We touch on almost the entire state there. I think there are 5 counties where we don't have a project. So I think there are 58 counties in California. So you can do the math there. Significant amount of funding, loan funding, as well as grant funding. Significant number of projects. You can see the distribution there based on the different color, the way the counties are color coded. And what we're talking about here is not just construction projects, but technical assistance, planning, construction, interim assistance, that urgent drinking water that I touched on the last slide. Let's go to the next slide, please. So on the clean water side, very similar results. You can see technical assistance, planning, construction over that time period. Significant number of projects, maybe not quite as many as on the drinking water side, but still quite substantial number of projects and quite substantial loan as well as grant funding over that time period. So next slide, please. So this is my last slide here, and then I'll turn it over to Bridget. Did want to highlight here this past year and specifically focus on the state revolving funds, both the clean water SRF as well as the drinking water SRF. Just as kind of a reference point, so I've got on this slide here 2 bars, comparing the 2 bars. The blue ones are over that 8-year time period that I started out with, and the kind of orangish brown bars there are what we did last year. So obviously funding amounts go up and down by year. They're not always constant. But if you're sort of think of averaging over that 8-year period, well, that's 1/8 is 12.5%, of course. So you can see kind of, we put on there kind of a scale of what did we do last year. So you can see both the number of projects as well as the amount of financing was significantly increased last year. You can see 54 projects on the clean water SRF. That represents about 20% of what we've done since 2014. Drinking water, 14%. That's about in line with what we would expect on average. The dollar amounts, though, significantly elevated last year. 30% of that financing over the last 8 years was done last year on the clean water SRF, and about 36% was done on the drinking water SRF last year. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Bridget.
Thank you. And if you could just pass on to the next slide, please. So we identified 5 different stages in our funding process. So I will go over each of the stages before we get into some of the process improvements that we have been working on. The first stage is the application preparation stage. So we have a few different applications within the programs. We either have a planning and design application or we have a construction application. The planning and design application is for when all the necessary documents to actually submit a construction application haven't been done. So engineering report, for example, that looks at the different alternatives, as well as an environmental document. Those are two big things that are done under planning that sometimes applicants don't have the funding to move straight into construction. So we have that planning application phase. There are 4 different packages in our construction application. There is a general package, a technical package, a financial package, and an environmental package. And as I mentioned, some of the bigger things in there are the project report, the project engineering report, the environmental documents, and then we look at a bunch of financial documents such as the last 3 years of audited financial statements. So it is a fairly large application. Then the next stage is our review. One thing to note is often when we get applications submitted, they are fairly incomplete. So the application review process also is working with the different applicants to try to get those applications complete. We might have a fairly complete application. Sometimes we just get one form and it takes a lot to move forward. So that review, it really depends on how complete the application is. It also depends on how complicated the project is and if there's any issues associated with the project. Once an application is submitted, a project manager is assigned that is the point of contact, and we work internally to have different units within the division review different pieces of the project. Then the next stage is when we prepare our financing agreement. So the financing agreement comes after we review all the different packages. We do clearances internally and we come up with details that are going to go into that particular funding agreement. So we're going to come up with a scope of work, schedule, budget, all those different things. We go through and make sure that all the clearances have the same details in it. We look at also legal review sometimes at this point as well. We get approval from accounting for the funding that we're planning on putting into the agreement as well. The next stage is going to be the post-execution project management. So this is after a funding agreement is executed. Big things that are part of that is if an applicant applied for planning, there's going to be a bunch of different deliverables. So like, as I mentioned, maybe that feasibility report would be in there, and a bunch of other things as well that the project manager would review as drafts are completed and comment back. Another big thing in the post-execution is disbursements. So both stages, whether it's a planning application or construction, people want to get paid. So they have to submit proof to us of all of the costs that are associated with the project, and we review all those. Another big deliverable is part of the post-execution for construction projects. Often we will approve construction funding before a project goes out to bid. So we need to get the final budget approval package that includes all of the plans and specifications in addition to the proposed bidder, and we review that. Often there is a cost increase. So if there's a loan associated with it, we have to update our financial review. That could take a little bit of time and process an amendment for that. And then the project closeout, it's the bigger things that the public's probably more interested in. That is final deliverables, so the final payment and the project closeout report. Next slide, please. So division staff recognized the need to improve our processes and procedures and informed a process improvement work group. We would like to see projects move through the application process in less time and projects to be completed sooner, especially the higher priority projects that are addressing health violations. Division staff are working on identifying the necessary steps and documentation to ensure compliance with guidelines, policies, regulations, and statutes, and removing any excess steps or documentation as well. And then, as I mentioned in the last slide, we often receive incomplete applications. Because of this, we know that we can provide more clear guidance and expectations. We are working on guidance documents and internal training to make sure that we are providing timely communication of the requirements and application status as well. Next slide. So some of the things that the division staff consider as we work on the process improvements are, we would like to have the greatest benefit to the most applicants and recipients. We are evaluating the risks associated with potential changes to our procedures. So for example, we want to make sure that the necessary planning is complete to ensure that most sustainable solution, rather than regularly replacing and putting Band-Aids on systems. We also want to confirm that whatever project is built can be operated and maintained by the recipient. And then on the other hand, we recognize health and environmental risks that may be caused from funding delays. So there's those trade-offs. Lastly, even though every project is different, consistency helps us streamline our process. For this reason, we try to use templates when we can, and we try not to stray too far from the way that we do most of our projects. Next slide. Okay, so this chart is a little complicated, so bear with me as I start to explain it. This is showing some of the process improvements that we have worked on, in addition to some of the ones that we are currently working on or that we've identified as priorities. So these don't totally match up with that first slide I went over, but we have it identified into different categories. So the first one is application submittal. Then we have application review and agreement development, amendments and project management. So that's after the agreement's executed. And then this last one didn't really fit in any of those categories. It's kind of the other category. It's for technical assistance and our SAFER program. So for each of them, on the left-hand side, we have the process improvements that have been completed in the last couple years. And then the one on the right-hand side are the pending ones that we're working on. All the different colors in each of these bars are associated with different process improvements. And then on the left-hand side, we have our estimated impact in days of what that process improvement has done. So for example, if we estimate it saves a week, then it's going to be a really teeny, not very high bar, whereas if it's saving a year, it's going to be a lot taller. The width of the bars on here are associated with the percentage of projects that we estimate that that particular improvement is associated with. So to explain this a little bit better, we identified one of the spots on here, this large blue one that's the third bar over. It is a complete process improvement. It is our CEQA only improvement. And actually in the last item, I know people mentioned some of their frustrations about the length of time that environmental review takes. This kind of shows that we've saved that for a large chunk of projects, 38% approximately of our projects. Because a lot of the environmental review that takes a while is our federal environmental review. Our environmental process is CEQA plus. So it's CEQA documents in addition to some federal crosscutters. The federal crosscutters, it takes a little bit longer for the applicant to complete those documents and more documents to submit. It takes staff a little bit longer to review them. And then there's also consultation with federal partners or tribes involved with that. So we estimate, I guess I should explain what the process improvement is first. So it's particular for small disadvantaged communities that are receiving 100% state grant funding on the drinking water side. So not necessarily small, there's some other communities that fall in there too, but 100% state grant funded projects, we could apply CEQA only. So that means we're not applying those federal cross-cutters. And we're estimated to save 275 days. That's why that part is fairly high. And approximately 38% of our applications. So it's kind of wide, but not as wide as those bottom ones that are more applicable to the majority of our applications. I'm not going to go into too much more detail on this one, but if you want more information about the particular process improvements that we're working on, we do have something available online on DFA's webpage. It's under the What's New section. It's a process improvements handout that just shows those different improvements if you want to know what the colors are. Next slide, please. So in the last 2 years, the division has completed 40 different process improvements. For the sake of time, I'm only going to mention a few of those, however. We have created a pre-application to assist small disadvantaged communities. This pre-application is optional, but it's a short, simplified request to help us direct applicants to most appropriate application. Sometimes we identify a need for technical assistance at this stage. We can also assign one of our technical assistance providers to either prepare an application or sometimes even do some of the planning work so that the project could go straight to construction. Sometimes we even identify that the project's not eligible for our funding, or that maybe it's a higher priority project and it should go to like our emergency drinking water funding. So it's a good, if you're not sure where to go, that's a good first stop. We have updated our median household income guidelines to account for margin of error included in the census data that we use. This has helped to reduce the amount of income surveys that are needed, making systems eligible for grant a little bit easier without having to go and spend months to complete an income survey before they show that they are actually disadvantaged. Next slide, please. And then, as I mentioned in the last slide, the CEQA-only review has been saving small disadvantaged community drinking water projects up to 9 months. We have started to approve projects in phases so that we can get the critical components completed more timely. For example, a new well might be drilled in the first phase as a project report and environmental document is being prepared. And then we could add those other improvements to the agreement at a later stage once all the planning is completed. Because we recently received a large amount of grant funds, we amended both the drinking water SRF and clean water SRF intended use plans in March. The big focus of those was to make more grant funding available to more projects. So a lot of the grant funding that we had was partial grant funding, like 90% or 50% grant funding. So we still included a loan component. When we don't have a loan component associated with a project, there's some application documents that we don't need. For example, I had mentioned the CEQA, only potentially we could do also some of the financial documents we could get away without having as well. So that definitely has saved some time. Next slide, please. We have identified 35 priority process improvements that we're still working on. These include updating our application packages and guidelines for consolidation projects. We are working on streamlining our financial capacity review and agreement process, especially for straightforward or lower cost projects. And then COVID has helped the division transition to electronic processes rather than requiring all the hard copies that we've previously had and wet signatures, but we still have some that we are requiring. So there is still work being done in that area as well. The last thing I will mention today is that we are looking into increasing the funding amount encumbered to projects to reduce the need for cost increase amendments and hopefully get funding to projects a little bit quicker. And from there, I'm going to pass it back over to Joe.
Okay, thanks, Bridget, and thanks, Christopher. Next slide, please. So I'll go over the recommendations, some that you read in the state auditor's report and also that you just heard about from the Environmental Finance Center. So one of the recommendations is streamlining the application process by eliminating some unnecessary documents or financial information. So our plan is we're working on a lot of those, but anything that's within our DFA discretion to do, we plan on completing by at the end of the calendar year. There's some of those requirements are associated with board policies, so we'll be working with stakeholders on that and then bringing proposals to the board. Another recommendation was fast tracking urgent water projects. Bridget mentioned we are doing that. We actually have a process in place, but we're looking at expanding the eligibility. And again, that's something generally within our discretion, will also be described in the IUP and the fund expenditure plan that will be coming before the board. So that should be done by the end of this calendar year. There are also recommendations about establishing expectations for staff review and communication and expectations for system response. So that's something we are talking about with our staff, and part of it is kind of figuring out what parts of the process or will we be establishing those expectations. We want to make sure they're meaningful and measurable and things we can track without going so crazy that we're spending all of our time tracking and recording, our performance. So the other thing we're looking at is developing metrics and performance benchmarks for key phases of the application and funding process. You'll see some of that when we come to you with the intended use plan. So looking at some of those key benchmarks. Again, some of those will involve engagement with our stakeholders. I'm not sure if Christopher had mentioned this, but our plan is to have a stakeholder group on the clean water side. We have one through our Safer Advisory group, so we've already been talking about that, and we have plans to engage with those folks for sure. Okay, next slide. Another recommendation was determining how to assign our staff to projects, determining whether we need any changes. We actually have a reorganization in process. So we did kind of a big picture reorg. We created an administration operator certification branch. So that consolidated the administrative functions within one branch. With the new PY we're getting, so it's 25 PY for this budget year. We're looking at reorganizing in general, but also in more particular, having some functional consolidation within our administrative processes. The other recommendation was obtaining input from the advisory group. We continue to do that. We have upcoming advisory group meetings, and we'll talk about these recommendations as well as others that the advisory group members may have. There's also a recommendation. We have an online application search tool. So you've heard a lot about staying in communication about where applications or disbursements are in process. So the auditor recommended we update that application search tool. That may not be the best technological solution, but what we're looking at is delivering on the intent behind that. So we'll consider that, using that search tool or other methods for communicating. And then the auditor finally recommended that we evaluate our progress, and that be done by July of next year. Next slide, please. And then the Environmental Finance Center. So lo and behold, a very similar recommendation, standardized streamlined processes and reviews. And you had a good conversation about that, sort of the trade-off between streamlining and consistency and being able to be flexible and adaptable to the needs of the particular system. So again, we're going to look at what we can do that's within our discretion, and then look to some board policy changes. Another recommendation was about promoting program values. And you all know, because I think you do this at just about every board meeting, we have formal recognition and award processes, and actually some of our staff received an award yesterday. So we'll continue to use those. We also have an employee engagement committee within DFA, and they recently came up with an action plan that included some different ideas on recognition and how to promote opportunities for empowering our staff. And then another recommendation was professional development training. So certainly we're going to be providing training specific to procedures and looking at some of those recommendations regarding, training for our project managers on leadership and facilitation. So we will be looking at that in the next 3 to 9 months. Improving responses through engagement. We have some ongoing efforts along those lines, and we'll look at integrating those suggestions into our ongoing efforts. Next slide, please. There's also a recommendation about collaboration with other government agencies. We're certainly going to look for those opportunities. And as a reminder, we currently do that quite a bit with the US EPA. With the drought especially, we've been collaborating with Department of Water Resources. They've received some additional funding for small communities, and so we're working very closely with them. With the State Historic Preservation Office, we are working with them on developing a programmatic agreement so we can do some of the cultural resource reviews in-house that currently need to go to SHPO. And then evaluating our staffing and human capital needs. So again, we have a reorganization in process that affects both drinking water and clean water. And just as a reminder, we've had BCPs approved in 21, 22, and 22, 23. So we've actually, we have looked at what those needs are and have been successful in getting some additional resources. Next slide. Just want to provide some links for folks. So we have our FAST application. We've mentioned that pre-application. So that's kind of the portal for folks to apply for funding. They can, especially small communities, there's a pre-application that can be really helpful. Can also apply for our SRF programs through that. And then we have our general DFA webpage and SRF and drinking water and clean water specific sites, as well as our Office of Sustainable Water Solutions. And we have those email addresses where we have staff monitoring those email boxes. So if folks send us emails, we can get back to them through that. So that's all we had. One thing I should point out, as Bridget was going through those process improvements, most of those are coming actually from staff, right? Where they're identifying and recognizing what some of the challenges are. And so I think in general, we have a pretty good communication. They're communicating with their seniors, and then it's going up the chain, and we're hearing about it. And the most of those efforts are actually staff-led efforts, each of those different process improvements. They're staff and a senior working on these different ideas. And then eventually, for many of them, they'll come up to me for final approval, but they're the ones that are really engaged in doing that work. Other thing I should mention is with our reorganization, because I think it's come up in a couple of different contexts, is we're planning to form a program support unit within our admin OpCert branch. So that program support group will be able to give these kinds of things their full attention, right? So right now we're kind of taking from, people have their other regular workload, and then they're taking some time to do these other activities. So the plan with that group is to, have a central group that's focused on making sure we're staying on task with these process improvements, moving them through, updating our procedures as we get the improvements done, making sure we're putting on the internal training for staff, and also, as needed, providing that sort of external outreach and training on our new procedures. And before I sort of turn it over to you, we are very anxious to get these improvements through, But I do think we want to get them through as quickly as possible and get to a more sort of stable equilibrium, because it's challenging for our staff as well as for external folks when things are constantly changing, right? So we're being responsive, right? That's why things are changing, but it also makes it challenging for everybody. So we're trying. So even though it feels like a lot hearing from the state auditor and EFC and all at once, I think it's actually good. We're getting this all of this input in sort of one fell swoop, and then we'll get through those process improvements as quickly as we can, and then get to sort of a hopefully more or less stable space where everybody can have a shared understanding of expectations and processes and procedures. So thank you.
Wow. Thank you. I think this is a very enlightening and helpful and, as you say, timely presentation, just to show that you are thinking through and taking all of these recommendations that you've heard recently very seriously into heart and looking at ways to implement, both quickly where that's going to prove helpful, but also taking a longer look at some of the steps are going to take a little bit more process, and also engaging with stakeholders along the way. I really appreciated you acknowledging that you're already thinking on top of it, you're thinking about that stakeholder engagement piece that really is important to the process here. They may have ideas even, that are additive to this. And I'm thinking about the last item and also Jennifer Clary's comment about, the pre-application process as well. Even the timeline to get to the application, and you're focused on your responsibilities, which are really the application through disbursement. But really, at the end of the day, we're trying to figure out how do we get these projects done more quickly, right? And you're one piece of it, and the lead up to the application is a piece of it. So, to me, this is all something where we need to hear from the community, the applicants, the folks who are, trying to bring these projects forward to better understand how we can help. So thank you for all that. So other comments? Who would like to go first? Board Member Morgan has the mic.
Oh, thank you. Definitely appreciate the presentation. And so just at the beginning, there was a statement about discharge of waste. I'm sorry, can we work on changing that terminology? Me being a bit of a wastewater geek and really wanting to look at wastewater as a resource, also stormwater as a resource. And so I really want to change the terminology and viewpoint of it. Despite its name, wastewater is not a waste. It really is a resource. And so the more that we can change our use of our use of the terminology and how we speak to it will help the perception of what it is. And just, as looking forward to climate change and, the plan of action of how to respond to it, wastewater really is looked at as a resource. And so just want to make sure just in future presentations and discussions, we change that terminology. I really appreciated the slide of showing just the amount of funding and the number of projects that, from looking just kind of the last several years and then looking at the last year. I think it really does show just the commitment of the division to make process improvements and how those improvements really are being reflected in the work that you're doing. And so, what 40+ process improvements, being implemented and, coming to completion, and just looking to just show what you just stated, just looking as those are being completed and just getting to the point where they stabilize, I think will really tell the story of, not to say have you done enough, but where are we to give that new benchmark so you can see and reflect back of, hey, is this working? Is it not working? And then to see what would the next steps be. But really looking forward to getting to that point where we can really just really evaluate the great work that you guys have been doing over the last 2+ years and seeing, just what is the new benchmark. Because I really believe that there is a new one. We just need to give it a little time to be reflective in the numbers. And, this 1 year is showing great progress. And I'm confident that, the next year or two will continue to build upon that because improvements have continuously been brought online. And, you guys have been, just as stated here, you guys are committed to doing more over, the next, the timeline you provided was several within this next year. But then I know some of these that you didn't go into great detail will probably be, a year out after that. So, just really appreciative of the great work and commitment to just continue process improvements and just really taking a look at the program and working with stakeholders to implement these improvements. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Firestone.
All right. Thank you so much. I'm really happy to have this space for you to go through all of this. I think one of the frustrations often from the outside is thinking that is not knowing what's going on. And I think looking at how much we are doing, staff have been identifying and working on actively, and that we already have implemented and then have identified to continue to implement. As you go through them, I think they are very much consistent with what external stakeholders have recommended. Often I hear from stakeholders, the state board should do this, the state board should do that. And I think I know that we are doing that. We have made those changes, but I don't know that that's often understood or communicated as well with stakeholders. So I think this opportunity to have this information item and then the spaces to engage with stakeholders like the advisory group, which I know we've already done this past year and will continue to do, particularly on process improvements, but also with stakeholders on the wastewater side. And I think continue to report out and share those performance metrics helps us all be on the same page of what are the changes that we are making, even though that allows us to see those improvements. I think a lot of times if folks have had frustrating experiences, that really sticks with people. And so they don't necessarily then have a new experience of, oh, I'm coming in now that we've eliminated the need to do a median household income survey, or I'm coming in now that we, don't have to go through a separate pre-planning application and then a separate planning application, all these things. So I think there's a lot that we've done that to Board Member Morgan's point, as we look at the metrics going forward, are we seeing those improvements play out in terms of the outcomes? I also want to recognize how much I really see the SAFER program as a real change in the orientation of our work on drinking water, which is much more proactive and hand in glove with our regulatory program. We're no longer, at least with the systems that are failing or at risk, we're no longer waiting for folks to come to us. We are really proactively, our Division of Drinking Water, Office of Public Participation, and DFA are proactively engaging with, outreaching to, and providing assistance to, and creating those shared expectations of these projects need to move forward, and we're going to provide the resources to do that. That's a very different, that is a lot more work. And it also gets to, though, I think one of the real metrics of success that I see, which is, are we funding, are we addressing the equity issues that we're trying to do and the priorities that we've set as a board to ensure the human right to water? Are we getting those projects, those projects done? And that's one piece of it. And I just will say that what is it, slide 6, for example, I think really shows how significant that work has been just in reaching small disadvantaged community projects. So I think we are seeing real success there. Obviously, we want to get a lot more, but that we are funding the right projects, we're advancing the equity goals that we have, and we want to be accelerating that, or we want to be, of course, doing that even more. There's also the scope and scale. So we've talked about, we have a immense amount of new investment money that we can get out. That's a lot more money. There's also a lot more communities that we've identified, again, through the SAFER program that proactively have needs that we need to support. We've been really successful in doubling the number of applications and interest in coming to us. And we have all these increased needs in terms of drought, resiliency, climate change. So the scope and scale of what's coming to us and what we need to address also is really increasing. And I think that the outcomes and the metrics we have around that also show that. And then I think this third piece is how efficient and fast can we get the projects done? And to your point, Board Member McGuire, it's like, rather than just looking at a single piece, the thing that matters is how long does it take to get a project finished? And we're one piece of that, and seeing ourselves as a partner in that. We don't have control over most of that. We only have control over certain parts. But I think our shared goal with applicants and ourselves is, how do projects get done quickly? So I do think I have seen, and I do think staff are really looking at that in a lot of the improvements you've identified, and that I've seen us do. Things like, moving, planning quickly or without having to do a separate application. So to the point of how are we accelerating projects? We're providing technical assistance and planning up front without having to go through a separate funding application for that. We are looking at, can we move forward that either low-hanging fruit / urgent needs, move that forward quickly. I think these are ways we're really trying to accelerate, and I would hope that we'll see this in the metrics over time, or over the next few years, is that we are seeing things get done faster at the end of the day. So I guess I would just start with, I think there's a lot of, if we're focused on what are the metrics of success, I see, some around the scope and scale, some around, are we funding the right projects, priorities, and including equity, and are we moving efficiently and accelerating projects getting done? I think mostly we're seeing that us going in the right direction, but I think as we continue to, I do think we want to keep our eye on tracking how that plays out over the next few years. I think a theme here, I just really want to reiterate, is establishing a really clear set of shared expectations. And we talked about having, the tension between standardizing and streamlining versus providing and like hard deadlines and all of these things, and the tension with also providing flexibility, recognizing complexity, and the valid changes that may happen. But I think the more that we are able to have really stronger communication in terms of and systems around setting shared expectations, we can see ultimately the projects get done faster, less work for us having to go back and forth and say, no, you didn't do this right. And then I think on that point, we have a lot of new, that's really where I think working hand in glove with not just technical assistance providers that are key for communicating those expectations and helping to implement those, but also with compliance and enforcement folks on the permitting and regulatory side to make sure that there's really clear timelines and deadlines that folks need to meet to move things forward if you're a failing system or out of compliance. That's really, I think, can really help. Is a really important thing that we now have more authorities on. I'd like to see us be using that even more to speed things up, at least for failing systems. All right, last thing is just as we move forward, I just wanted to kind of close the loop a little bit. You talked about this, Joe, of moving forward the structure. You talked about having, continuing regular stakeholder engagement, both on the drinking water and wastewater side, establishing performance metrics that are, that we share out in terms of implementing all of these things that we are already doing and planning to do. And then just the structure for us internally that we have I don't know what the word was, like strike team, or we have a team that's focused specifically on moving these improvements forward. It sounds like internally, so that we also have a real support and focus on this internally within our staff organization. So it sounds like those are the things that I heard requested, and also that you have already included as next steps, but just wanted to verify that, and if there's anything else in terms of next steps and moving forward you wanted to highlight.
No, that's all right. So part of what we're looking to is we're continuing these process improvements while we're doing a lot of other change at the same time, returning to office, reorging, all that. So some of this will will be more effective at the process improvements once we get through the reorganization and we have roles and responsibilities clearly spelled out. I think part of what we'll look to do is have some more greater intentionality around the process improvements, where we'll just say, okay, staff, you have this much time you're expected to spend on this. So I think it's pretty amazing how much has been done already. But again, I do want to compress those timeframes so that we can get to the other end as quickly as possible. I think the other thing for the board to think about as we come to you with the fund expenditure plan and the intended use plans is thinking through the policies that are embedded in there and what trade-offs or risks are implied or may not be super clear, but they're in there, and that's part of what we mentioned is those risk trade-offs, and that's where we can use the board's help as we're going through those policies. Is if the policies reflect a direction of, hey, we're willing to take some additional risk on, say, legal or environmental review or some other things, then that has implications, right? So we'll try to tee those things up as best best we can. It's not always super clear and straightforward what those are, but that's, part of, as we're going through our processes, we're adhering to, the statute, the regulations, and the board's established policy. We have some flexibility within that, but then there are times where we say, well, this is what the policy says, and we need to do that until we get the policy changed. So that's part of what I would offer as well. It's, one of those things is we're sort of stepping back that you realize, oh, well, we probably didn't think through, maybe some of the unintended consequences. Like, did we really, we have these policies that apply to loans, but do we have the same expectations for 100% grant for a small community type of thing? But I do think managing those expectations will be really important when we bring the IUPs to you. I think one of the things you'll see is that, we have been funding loans pretty much at or above our loan capacity. So certainly we want to implement process improvements to reduce those transaction costs. We have a huge backlog of applications that are about 6 to 8 years worth of sort of loan capacity. So that's another, I agree with the idea of communicating expectations is what can we, as we're discussing the IUPs, what can people reasonably expect in terms of timing, right?
Yeah. Just to clarify what you just said to make sure that I'm following. It seems like both with the intended use plan and I guess the fund expenditure plan for the SAFER program, those are opportunities to really set shared expectations and look at the a lot of these performance metrics goals or baseline. What are we trying to achieve? I think that's something that board member Morgan was saying. Hopefully we have more data now to look at, okay, what is the baseline and what are realistic goals with some of these metrics. So that's space to look at those. That's one space to look at those. And then the other is just not just in what we adopt in those fund expenditure plans and intended use plans, but you outlined a number of things that may require a policy adoption. And so that'll be another space for us to be engaging with these and looking at what we need to do to implement this. Right. Okay. And last thought is I did want to just recognize that in a lot of, we're really lucky to have board member Morgan and your expertise and leadership from the Office of Sustainable Water Solutions. I think this is something that, to me, Office of Sustainable Water Solutions is really where this started, of kind of a one-stop shop problem solving. Let's figure out how to focus on small disadvantaged communities and get the outcomes that we need. And I just really appreciate your leadership. And we're so fortunate now that you're on the board to help lead us from this position. So thanks.
Agreed. Can I follow up on something you said about the backlog of projects? So when you have funding limitations in terms of loan capacity constraints, and you say you're maxed out essentially already, and you have an 8-year or so backlog, does that reflect on the application timelines that we've been talking about? And if so, is there a way to express how it's really the funding limitation that's causing, in some cases, the extension of the timelines?
Yeah, I want to acknowledge that we have work to do, right? So we do have work to do on process improvements, but that is one aspect of the more applications we get in. And the SRF side is easier to describe and explain because each intended use plan every year provides information about what our loan capacity is, and also provides the list of fundable projects and the more comprehensive list of what's sort of in the queue. So that's easier to kind of describe. On the small community side, it's been more dynamic, which has been great because we've got more funding, right? Initially as Prop 1, got some more with Prop 68, and then of course SB 200, and now just this last year, another $1.3 billion. So part of what has occurred is we've been really encouraging people to submit applications, get your application in. So that's part of, again, Board Member Firestone was mentioning managing expectations. So that's, I think, part of what we need to work on some more is communicating like, yeah, you got your application in, and here's what you can expect, based on the funding we have available, based on where you are kind of in your planning process. So I don't know if I answered your question.
That answers my question. Yes, exactly.
Thanks.
Thank you. And
Yeah,
thank you
and
for
we'll get
thinking through
in.
that.
Sorry, we'll get into more detail on the intended use plans when we have the workshop at the September board meeting, because there's going to be a lot of interest in that discussion, sort of taking a deeper dive, having an understanding of how the investment from the bipartisan infrastructure law helps in some respects, but also has some areas that are super focused, like on emerging contaminants and lead service supply lines that don't address sort of the general, backlog we have on clean water, drinking water projects.
Thank you. And Vice Chair, do you have any comments?
I just very general comments. I know the hour is late, and I think it needs to be said that the auditor's report that came out, I think for some of us was, or maybe all of us, a big surprise, especially when, we looked at the headline. And so what I do really appreciate is that staff, and I think we as a board, were calm about it and reflective, took the time to read through it, and then have the discussion with staff, have the discussion with stakeholders. And I appreciate that this conversation is going to continue to go forward. Having said that, the success of the program is just very remarkable in terms of double the amount of applications. This discussion that we just had about the increase in applications and then the backlog, I think that's in large part due to the success of the program, doing more work, getting out in communities, encouraging people or communities to file applications. And so what I'm hopeful of, and I appreciate Mr. Karkowski, you saying that we need to manage expectations and then implement these system improvements and then just give it some time rather than constantly making adjustments and then just confusing the stakeholders that much more. But it is going to be an opportunity to have a check back. So I look forward to further reports. I look forward to hearing how the conversations go with the broader stakeholder community and in particular with the advisory committee, and then coming back and hearing from you so that we get that check, we get that opportunity for a check as to just to what extent did these system improvements result in, and then where do we continue to have challenges, and then is it just lack of the funding, not having the staff resources, and then being in a better position to be able to provide for the ask. So I want to compliment you all for the great work, and also just providing us with information and a quick turnaround time as soon as that report came out, and look forward to continued discussions. Thank you.
Absolutely. Well done. So thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you for all the good discussion and input. We have one public commenter, and he is in the room. So Mr. Jared Voskuhl, I think that is all we have remaining, right? I don't see anyone on Zoom. Okay, sorry.
Hi, Jared Voskuhl on behalf of CASA. I know it's been a long 2 days and you've covered pretty much every subject under the sun. So not to be long, but I just wanted to echo what the conversation here and Vice Chair Diodamo's comments about just how remarkable DFA is. This past year, I mean, you're just perennial items of funding clean water SRF, drinking water SRF, but there was also a $1 billion arrearages program that was launched and effectively and successfully executed, and all of that, and the SAFER program. That's not lost on me and certainly on our member agencies. And then, I just want to also comment on, just how reflexive you are as a staff. That's uncommon to see your initiation of process improvements on your own accord and your own initiation of staff wanting to improve that. That's very appreciated. And then your responsiveness too. That audit report came out, but also the Clean Water SRF review. And you're being receptive to what's the recommendations that are in those. And we're very appreciative of you receiving them and incorporating them as you can. And so we just wanted to reiterate our thanks and our excitement to collaborate going forward and getting these funds out to our member agencies. So thank you.
Thank you. Next is Eric Oriana. I did see you back there, but I did not see you on the scroll, so that's why I missed you. My apologies.
No worries, board member. I signed up late, so no worries. Good afternoon, good evening almost, everyone. Eric Oriana with Policy Advocate with Community Water Center. I don't have fully developed comments, just in response. I just saw a couple of things that were really interesting, so I just want to react to those. First of all, I just want to start by appreciating the staff's work in rolling out funding for communities. Our organization is working with DFA staff to get communities with unsafe drinking water onto funding project lists, and it really is hard work, so really appreciate DFA. And then we also recognize that local agencies have a role in ensuring safe and clean drinking water for their communities, and there is a lack of accountability among many counties and local primacy agencies. So the challenges we see are not just from a statewide perspective, they're also very local as well. One really positive thing that I saw was sort of the CEQA way that we can accelerate some of these projects. And while we recognize it's important to leverage federal funding whenever possible and protect sort of statewide safer funds and the like, time is important to consider as well, given that many communities have had unsafe drinking water for over a decade. And so we do support using state funds whenever possible, just to accelerate the process here. We really support improvements in revising median household income guidelines to ensure we're not making qualifying for programs and resources too onerous. I'm really excited to see guidelines for the consolidation project update coming up soon. And we're looking forward to seeing metrics develop with performance benchmarks as well, since we've identified this as a priority in last year's IOP comment period. And lastly, just really interested to see the feedback that Safer Advisor Group members will have and how that feedback is considered in this process. But really grateful and thankful for the opportunity to comment, and really excited for really the identification of improvements, and hopefully we can move forward as a state to make sure that communities have safe and clean drinking water as a human right. So thanks for the opportunity to comment.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Oriana. Well, unless there are any final comments, I'm not seeing any. It has been a long day, but a good one and a productive one. And so I appreciate everyone's contributions to the good discussion. And so this concludes item number 12, and it also concludes our board meeting. And so we are adjourned. Our next meeting is scheduled for September 7th, and look forward to seeing everyone there. Thank you.